Creep Harassment has already done a ton of damage. Sonic sees Zealots rallying across the map. And now the Tempests are actually vulnerable. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Breakout Invitational Day 2. My name is Fear Dragon, and I'm joined here today with Tempo StarCraft and our observer, Current TV. How you doing today, Tempo? Because Current is kind of muted right now.
The observer has no voice, but one day, the observer will be the star of the show. But yes, we do appreciate it. I'm feeling pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I'm not too bad, and it's okay, you know, because Tempo, you kind of have the voice for multiple people. You can fill in for Corinne. In fact, I expect you to, during the middle of the game, speak up for our observer and be like, you know, I think he's trying to say something.
Yes,
I've seen
trying
this.
to communicate.
But guys, welcome. This is going to be today is going to be the second day again of the Breakout Invitational. It's going to be Group B, and we're going to be seeing some fantastic players playing today. We're going to have Core Gaming's Jon Snow facing off against Root TC Seed's Bones. And I know actually people in the the Team Liquid thread were mentioning I've said Root Seed Academy, Root TTC, everything. I've said their name in every single possible way. I've done every permutation of it, but don't worry. That's good practice for me. It's good practice.
Yeah, what is it exactly? Is it like you call it Root Seed?
Okay.
Like Roots, Seeds? Because I know Seed is the academy, correct? Right?
It's so, by the way, for those of you who don't know, it's called the Seed Academy, but they're a subsection of Root Gaming.
Yes.
You know, so, and they're sponsored by TT Esports.
Oh,
It's actually mixed in esports randomly getting it mixed in at the very end. So I'll say Root TTE.
Whoa, that's clever.
Seed Esports Bones.
Damn. Root TT Esports. Wow.
So
that's like a tongue twister. I could probably put that in a song, man, and like that's a rhyme. That's crazy. Get some props.
I'm looking forward to that moment. I want the credits in that one. But hey, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started with this. But first, we want to do kind of explain to you what's going on, because I'm sure there's a lot of people tuning in for the first time. Some people tuning in maybe for the second time. They saw yesterday's stuff. So the way that this is going to work is we're going to be doing WCS-style groups with these players. We have 4 players, and the top 2 advanced. Yesterday's group already had Core Gaming Sonic advance, as well as Clarity Gaming Saravati. That's a Terran player and a Protoss player, respectively. It's going to be pretty interesting to see who advances out of this group, because we're guaranteed either a Protoss or a Zerg. Or it could actually be 2 Protosses, 2 Zergs, any combination of Protoss and Zerg. There's no Terrans in this group, actually.
Yeah, as Sonic is the Lone Ranger of the whole tournament, isn't he?
He really is, but you know what? It's actually so funny, because Sonic actually says he feels pretty good about his Terran versus Terran, but he never gets to play it.
Really?
What a shame. I think he said it was like one of his most comfortable matchups.
Yeah.
A bit unfortunate, but hey, you know, maybe season 2 we'll have some more Terrans.
Yeah.
But you know, regardless, that is going to be the sort of format. We're going to be moving into the semifinals tomorrow, and the final is also played out tomorrow, and that's going to be casted by myself and Root. Or sorry, not Root. Is he on Root? I actually don't know this anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Axeltoss.
Yes.
I don't know. Just call him.
Just call him Alex, man. We're chummy now.
Yeah.
But guys, beyond that, there are some other things going on with this tournament. It is going to actually be operating off of also donation boxes. So there's a $1,000 base prize pool, and you guys can actually donate directly to the prize pool or to the players. And that's actually something you can do just by scrolling down below the video on Twitch. If you're watching this directly through the little Team Liquid screen, just go ahead and click through it. We'll give you guys 4 or 5 seconds. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I expect that you're already there, because everybody should have Twitch Turbo and shouldn't see ads. It's amazing.
So Tempo, I was wondering.
We'll get to you later, Tempo. You've signed up. It's just not showing up yet. But yeah, you guys can donate directly to the prize pool or the players, and 100% or basically all of it will go to that. And we also have another tie-in for that, and that's actually Barcraft Apparel. Barcraft Apparel is a sponsor of the Breakout Invitational. They are providing us with some t-shirts to do giveaways with. So we're doing the giveaways for these 3 t-shirts to members of the United States only, guys. Sorry if you're in Canada or Mexico or Europe or wherever. Unfortunately, they're only shipped to the United States. But if you are in the United States, it's good news for you. Biggest donations to either the prize pool or to any individual player that you choose will be able to receive a nice free t-shirt. And of course, we also have one more leftover, one more giveaway leftover for any of you who are actually not capable of, donating money. I know a lot of us are college students and really just kind of struggling to get by, just paying for those NASL subscriptions and stuff to WCS. So if you are in that sort of situation, you can always just tweet over at Barcraft Apparel, and you will be able to be entered into an opportunity to be randomly selected to win a Barcraft Apparel t-shirt. So tweet at them and make sure you're following them as well. But beyond that, Tempo, I mean, you know a little bit about this from watching yesterday. Do you want to explain a little bit about the GoImba website? People can place bets?
So they can make bets about the games going on?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so if you guys there,
I didn't get a chance to use it as much, but yeah.
Yeah.
Like
so if you guys get a chance, go over to goimba.com. It's a completely free website that you can use to place the bets, and you'll actually notice when we jump into the game that all the the statistics of how much each player has been bet on is placed up in the top right-hand corner, so you can see who do you think is kind of like the favorite person to actually win the actual series for the moment. And they also have a bunch of other cool stuff they're adding in, which is stuff like first worker kill and all that fun stuff. And it's not with real money, so you don't have to feel bad about losing. I'm terrible at this stuff. I don't know about
you.
Oh
yeah, tell me about it. I'm not a gambling man, but if it's online like this, I'll definitely do it when there's nothing of actual monetary value to lose. Just for fun times,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but guys, we are going to be jumping to the games really, really soon. But 2 last shout-outs. I want to give a huge shout-out to GameHeart Lite, the developer of GameHeart. Actually, Ryan T. Shutter has been working very hard on this, and we're actually the first tournament that gets to use GameHeart Lite, and it's been an absolute thrill. It's been working really, really well for us, and huge shout out to him. And of course, shout out to our primary sponsor, Let's Kung Fu. They've donated a huge amount to the prize pool. You can go ahead and check them out at youtube.com/filthyrake. It's the Let's Kung Fu podcast. It's a StarCraft 2 / Hearthstone podcast. And I don't know about you, Tempo, but yeah, I play both of those, and it's really fun. So
I agree, man. And he's a really cool dude. I was actually on it. I can't remember which episode it was, but he's very approachable, and just watching the show, it's like a natural podcast. It's just like kind of hang out, but you can get pretty in detail, and learning stuff about the game itself. And if he does bring on other players, such as myself when he brought me on, we got a little more personal too. So it's kind of like that chance to dive into other people in the scene as well. So I thought it was pretty cool. And Damon's a cool dude. He's my boy, and I've seen him he's pretty active at different events as well. I saw him at BlizzCon too. So
yeah, awesome. I have to agree with you, man. He's super duper awesome. But with all of that being said, you guys are here for the StarCraft, and we are here to see some of the really, really awesome up-and-comers in the North American scene duke it out and see who's going to come out on top. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and grab these players for the pregame interview, get them on the call. But, I mean, let's just talk a little bit more about the actual groups. Tempo, what do you think about how this first match is going to go between Jon Snow and Bones as we actually get these players on the call?
Man, I'm not even sure, but I did know that Jon Snow he doesn't like ZVZs, so I'm sure that he's glad that he didn't get paired up with the other Zerg that's in the group.
Yeah.
Who's the other?
The other Zerg is actually Joj from
Joj, yeah. So he's probably glad that he doesn't have to play ZVZ in his first match of the day. At least from what I've known that he said, he's not the biggest fan of ZVZ, but if he can win this game, I'm sure he'll be pretty excited to make it into the next stage. But Bones coming up from the Academy of Root, which is Seed.
Yeah, he's actually the captain of it.
Is he
He's
really?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's the captain of the Root Seed Academy.
Captain
And,
Bones. He's like a pirate then, huh? You got him. He's like an undead pirate. What a boss.
oh my god, that is actually like the coolest. Oh my god, he is now a pirate forever in my mind. But you know, as soon as these two players do get their cameras going, we can go ahead and jump into that pregame interview. There we go. As we end up seeing Bones and Jon Snow appearing on the screen. How you two gentlemen doing tonight?
Doing good.
Hey.
Good.
All right, but you know, guys, you guys are going to be the first match of the entire day. So I want to just ask you, starting with Jon Snow, how are you feeling about this match so far?
Pretty good. I've been playing a lot recently. Prepared for this match. Looking at the PVZs a lot.
And how about you, Bones?
Yeah, sure. A lot. Haven't got to play as much as I'd like to, but feeling pretty okay.
Awesome, awesome. And you know, I have to ask. I mean, your opponent is literally sitting directly across the table from you. I mean, if they wanted to steal, I don't know, your Doritos or your Fritos, whatever your chips of choice are, they could literally just reach over and grab it. But I have to ask, do you guys have any special strategies or anything prepared for this match? Starting with Jon Snow again.
Just the normal, winning. Nothing really special.
All right, all right. Are you saying that you don't need anything special? Is that what I'm hearing?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I might want to save the special stuff for Hello Kitty.
Oh.
Ooh,
All
shots
right.
Fired.
What's the response here, Bones?
I don't need anything special either. And if I had anything special, why would
Oh, God.
why would I say so right now? That'd be kind of stupid, wouldn't it?
So I don't have a phone anymore. That just hit the wall. But
Hey, it's
that's, I mean, some shots fired going down right now. And now these players feel like they need to do anything special. So we're gonna go ahead and let you guys just jump over to your player booths, get settled down inside your player booths. Now they are completely soundproof from whatever we're saying, because I'm pretty sure you're hundreds and hundreds of miles away from both of us. So good luck, gentlemen. As we
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, and hope to see
Have
some good
fun.
things from you guys.
Have fun. Make sure you have fun, man. Just do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, take it easy, guys. And we're gonna go ahead and remove them from the call and jump back into the game. And you know, as soon as these players give the ready, we can go ahead and jump into the game. But tempo, again, the first map is going to be Frost. What do you think about that? Frost.
Before I say that, I was gonna say that wasn't even a phone. It was just the shots fired alarm. So that's what I was gonna say.
Oh my
as soon
god.
as shots are fired, it's like you hear it. So you got it on point. Good job there. Good job. But Frost. It's a really really big map. One of the biggest maps in the ladder pool right now. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with both of these players' playstyles or how comfortable they feel, but I feel like it could go any way. A lot of people used to say that big maps are always Zerg favored, but that's not necessarily the case. Especially if if the Protoss is able to secure a third base pretty easily, or depending on what kind of strategy he does decide to do. I don't think these big maps are necessarily always Zerg favored anymore, so it could definitely go either way.
Especially a map like Frost, I feel like Protoss have been able to abuse certain aspects of it, and the fact that because it's such a big map, and some of the bases are kind of spread out, so you can actually abuse that and go for some nice timing pressures. But part of the reason that we're doing this entire invitational is that viewers and casters alike can actually get to know these players a little bit better. So we will be talking a bit more about their actual playstyles once we jump to the game and actually introduce the players. But we're going to go ahead and jump to the game because the game is ready. So Tempo, do you want to take it away with that first player introduction?
All right. Well, spawning in the bottom right corner. Well, bottom left corner. I know my directions, I promised. From the team core, he goes by the name of Jon Snow. And then, spawning in the top left corner, the green Protoss from Root TTE Seed Academy. I think I got it right.
Yep.
He goes by the name of Bones. Captain Bones. Bones. These are so cool, these Game Heart logos. I was like, I was sweating them. I'm a pretty big fan of this. I like it a lot.
No, they're pretty sick, man. But, okay. So, Tempo, you play Zerg.
I do.
When you're playing Economic, when do you usually put down your spawning pool?
I tend to always put it down on 14.
That's so funny because I can't help but notice. I mean, I'm still learning my math and my numbers, and they tell me never do math on stream.
Okay.
But 14 is less, or is greater than is greater than 8?
Think
or 9?
I think it is. I'm not a. Well, I guess somebody in the chat did say that with the name like Kwame Mensah, they expect me to be a genius. So I must say that 8 is a little bit less than 14. At least the last time I studied math.
All right, well, we are going to be seeing some very early aggression from Core Gaming's Jon Snow, picking off the series immediately. And I have to say that, this probe from Bones is going to be scouting out pretty late. I mean, he sent out a second probe, which is a really, really smart play. This is actually a very Bones-esque thing to do. You try and make sure you play super duper safe, and you give up early game advantages for that. But, he's going to see the Zerglings now.
Yep, the Lings are out. The gig is up. Okay, he's going to cancel that immediately, it looks like, too. And apparently this is nothing special for Jon Snow, so I'm liking this nothing special. I can't wait to see what his special play is like.
I know, and I have to say that actually Bones should actually be in a good position still, because even though the Zerglings are going to be heading up to that location, I mean, he opened up with a Forge, and he should be throwing down a cannon somewhere in his middle line. Yeah, it is going to be thrown down actually a little bit later than I expected. I don't know if he was just chrono boosting out extra probes or what, but he should only just be losing that pile on the Forge to the low ground.
Yep. So really nice response here by Bones. I was getting a little bit nervous. You see that the probe in his main, in Jon Snow's main, kind of just sat there as he decided to defend this here. I'm wondering if the pylon just wasn't complete in Bones' base. So that may be why the cannon was a little bit more delayed. But here we go. The cannon is going to be finishing up, shooing away those Zerglings. And yeah, it looks like we're just going to jump into a pretty normal game for the most part, except it's kind of weird because Bones doesn't have a Forge. So, well, he's about to not have one.
Yeah, this is going to turn into like a delayed gateway
expander, so yeah.
And also worth noting is that Jon Snow is going to have much earlier Zerglings, so I think that he's going to have some really, really nice early game map control. And I don't know, we actually see Bones building up his mineral count as if he's going to take an expansion soon. I mean, he was almost at 400, and I'm wondering, what do you think if that's going to be safe right now?
Yeah, it's kind of, you never know, especially with a map like this where you can assume that the Zerg is gonna you would assume that Jon Snow is gonna try to play macro, right? As soon as that attack happened, he got the pylon, he got the Forge, so it's cool, but you never know what the follow-up could possibly be. I don't believe Bones even knows that Jon Snow decided to take his natural. You know, I mean, you don't really see one base all-ins as much anymore from Zerg, but
yeah,
I mean, it's still a possibility, and especially in a tournament setting, you try to do things to get into your opponent's mind. So, yeah, I think Bones is just going to play it really, really safe here.
Yeah, and actually, you know, we didn't get a whole lot of time because this game picked off so quickly, but Bones is one of those players that has a very standardized playstyle. He likes to play toward that late game. He likes to actually do the same style of build every single game with the same general layout of how he plays it, but he just adapts slightly depending on what his opponent is doing. So that is the kind of play that actually can get abused a little bit by those kind of mind games that you're saying, and you trying to mess with your opponent's head with doing really wonky stuff.
Indeed, and any way you can get somebody out of their groove or put them in an uncomfortable position, it's a really good way to play StarCraft, I think. And even the granddaddy of Root, Katz, is a master of doing that kind of thing. So it's pretty. I like the fact that Jon Snow did open that way. And if you open this way a lot of times and you expect different responses from your, you expect certain responses from your opponent, like, okay, if Bones is going to play standard, then I can take this quick third. I can pretty much be safe for the majority, at least the majority of the early game.
Indeed, and actually we end up seeing Bones move across the map with these 3 Zealots, and even the Mother Shakor on the other side of the map, so he might be in a little bit of trouble if he does not have that wall off completed over at his front, but looks like it is. Is that a full wall off, actually? Okay, the probe does fit in there.
Yeah. And these Lings might get trapped, I don't know. I think he's just going to let them go, it seems like. 6 Lings. Speed is about halfway finished, too, so, I mean, it's not like there's going to be a flood of Lings anytime soon, but Bones probably doesn't know about the gas timing, so it's like one of those things like, oh, God, is he all-inning me, or what's happening, so...
yeah, and I don't know, what do you think about this? I mean, he does have a Roach Warren being plopped down, and a 3rd expansion is finishing up, but do you think that he could still be going for something super aggressive?
He could be. 10 Lings are on the way as Speed is about to finish. There's no cannon at the front or anything, although there is a forge, so a cannon could go up. I think that these Lings may be able to actually break down this wall if he just attacks it, if he attacks the buildings, and the cannon will not finish in time. So, okay, here come a lot of Lings, though. They're going to come around the top where the third of Bones would be.
Bones moves the Zealot away!
The Zealot just comes out, but luckily it's only one Ling, and he might use this to move the units of Bones into the main, but I don't think that Bones is going to fall for it. All right, so that would have been a really nice move from Jon Snow.
Yeah, Jon Snow just kind of testing his opponent and making sure that there are no vulnerabilities. I mean,
look. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, you're
look,
good.
look at Jon Snow's third. There's 2 cannons here at the top of the high ground that are preventing the mining from the third of Jon Snow.
Oh, wow, that is actually a really nice play. I mean, the Zerglings should be able to take that out, but that's just the kind of small and annoying little bits of play. And actually, he's warping the Zealot. That I'm not sure.
This is a bit questionable, but I think, say Jon Snow decided to be greedy and only make drones for his third, this would have been an awesome play because the drones would not have been able to mine. But Jon Snow did decide to make a bunch of Lings to put some pressure on Bones, and also to maybe even break into the Nat. Because if a Protoss doesn't play careful enough, you can make a lot of Lings and just bust down that front wall. Especially if there's like maybe 1 sentry with only energy for 1 force field.
Yeah, most definitely. But, you know, we do end up seeing Bones start to transition into his more normal style of gameplay after that kind of crazy opening. He's going into those Phoenix. He wants to make sure he doesn't have to deal with Mutals. Mutals are a huge thorn in the side of a lot of Protoss players.
You're more like a glaive worm in the side. Like, for real.
Yeah.
I know so much some Protoss that really have a hard time dealing with Mutas if they're able to get out before the third is up.
Yeah.
But a nice little attack here from Jon Snow. Gonna maybe get this +1 armor upgrade on the Forge. The Photon Overcharge does go down, and 1 Roach is gonna get down. Lings are gonna get a little bit... the Forge goes down, and I think Jon Snow's happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost free damage. Yeah, he took a little bit of damage on those Roaches, but they'll eventually recover that health. And, hey, you now know that you're going to have a nice little upgrade advantage over your opponent. +1 missile attack's going to be finishing up for Jon Snow.
And Hydras are already on the way for Jon Snow. It looks like Bones is going to be going into a Stargate opening because the Phoenix is already out, but he immediately put down the robotics facility. So we don't see any type of robotics bait or a third going up. So I'm wondering what kind of follow-up he's going to go for. Will he go for the macro opening and try to get get another base up and get the Colossus out, or just maybe stay on 2 bases and go for a 2-base Colossus push?
You know, actually, he does normally like to go for those Phoenix openings.
Was a bay, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, there is a robotics bay, and he normally does like to get out maybe 1 Immortal just for safety purposes, get out a War Prism, and then go into that Colossus production. But because of the wonkiness of this game, he has not actually been able to get out a War Prism, and we actually see Void Rays coming out. This is actually really interesting to get it this early on.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be some kind of high-tech 2-base push out here from Bones. It feels like he can't establish any map control. He does have Phoenixes, but I mean, what are Phoenixes going to do when Hydra's are already out? There's only 4 Phoenix here, and so a lot of Roaches and Lings in addition to those Hydras. There's some good micro here from Jon Snow, and the Forge goes down once again, but there's a Colossus out here for Bones, so this army of Jon Snow will not be able to deal with Bones' army unless it goes into the open.
Yeah, and I'm going to be pretty interested to see how Bones is going to be able to eventually try and take a 3rd expansion, or if he even plans to. Normally, he is a very defensive player, likes to take it to that late game, whereas Jon Snow wants to try and end the game, actually, sometime in the mid to early game stages. But, I mean, this is actually looking like Jon Snow might want to have this play out to the later game stage, and Bones is going to want to try and maybe push off of 2 bases.
Whoa. Is it just me, or is that Spire look like it came out of Tales from the Crypt or something? Is it just me, or what?
Oh, whoa!
Spire in Jon Snow's base?
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Anyways, but it does look like, yeah, he's going to get Corruptors. No Infestation Pit has gone down, so he's not going to go for the Vipers yet. He doesn't want to get caught off guard. If he decided to go for a Hive and get the Vipers out, I feel like the timing from Bones would have hit before the Vipers came out. So Jon Snow's going to play it a bit safe, get out those Corruptors, and Bones will take a 3rd of his own. So he's not trying to do some 2-base Colossus push or anything. He wants to go into the late game as well. So we're gonna see ourselves a nice macro game on this big ass map of Frost.
Yeah, it also makes sense just stylistically for Bones to try and do something like that. And actually, Jon Snow seems to be okay with it as he has a 4th expansion really, really far away from the rest of his bases. I mean, what do you think about that location versus the slightly closer location to his natural expansion?
It's one of those decisions you have to make on this map. When you cross that, look at that river, you know, the chasm of splitting. I mean, it's better that the base is away from the Protoss. If you expand towards the Protoss, then I mean,
Hold that thought.
Oh, big attack.
Yeah, some
All right.
actually pretty big force fields stopping that entire army from coming down on the bottom side, but the top side is also getting roasted away by those Colossus. Oh my god!
Yo, those Colossus are doing so much work right now. The Corruptors are getting distracted by the Phoenixes. Looks like the Phoenixes will ward away the rest of those Corruptors. But what does Bones have in order to defend his third? 160 supply here for Jon Snow, and Void Rays are the only real answer to what is on the field for Jon Snow, because there seems to be a bunch of roaches here. But I don't think these 2 Void Rays are going to be able to take out this many roaches.
Yeah, that was a really good flanking position over there from Jon Snow. He's really easily actually able to take that engagement, despite the Colossus seeming to do a lot.
Oh my
of
god,
damage.
this upgrade again for the 3rd time this game. Jon Snow snipes that +1 armor upgrade, and it looks like those +2/0 roaches are going to be doing work to this ground army of Bones, but a nice little force field there, and if these gateways go down, then it's probably not going to be anything here that is going to be able to stop Jon Snow.
Yeah, Jon Snow might have to deal with a War Prism over his 4th expansion in a couple seconds, but I'm not sure if it's going to matter. I mean, he has Zerglings and Roaches over the main base. The wall is broken down, and these Void Rays have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, the Void Rays are doing pretty well, but here come the Hydras. 5 Hydras and 2 Void... I was going to say 5 Hydras and 2 Void Rays walk into a bar, but core victory for Jon Snow.
And I have to say, Jon Snow just played that out really, really smart. And I have to come back to like the very, very early stage of the game. What do you think about that spawning pool, like early spawning pool opening from Jon Snow? Like the first game of the day of the series of everything.
Yeah, I think it was genius, especially because in that interview just now, you know, he's like, nah, nothing special, just winning, you know, like I'm going to save my energy for Hello Kitty. So it's one of those things where it's like Bones is like, I don't, he already said he's kind of feeling shaky because he didn't want to play as much as he wanted to. So if he opens up with a 10 or 8 pool or whatever it was and just puts Bones in a position where he feels so helpless, it's like, well, is this guy really for real? Am I really then about to get, you know, get beat by someone that says he's not going to do anything special and just is not really worried about me? It's kind of demoralizing in a sense. And it's a good strategy from a player to do, from a player perspective as well. So, hey, I think that, you know, Seed's Bones can definitely pull it through. It's just one of those openings where if it works and it puts you on the back foot, it totally throws off your whole game, and especially your whole game coming into a tournament, you know?
Yeah, definitely. And you have to be wary of those things, especially as a player. You have to be prepared for that kind of stuff. And it's going to be interesting to see how exactly Bones is going to try and deal with that. As soon as the players are ready, we're going to jump into game number 2 on Derelict Watcher. And I actually feel a little bit bad because last time I started the game when Jon Snow wasn't ready. But he said he hadn't told me he was ready, but he was ready.
He was, but it was like, he just went. Just like, let's go.
Yeah, it was. We do have one more guy actually in the lobby, and that's actually the Go Imba guy. So speaking of Go Imba, if you guys want to go ahead and vote on the actual what you think the results are going to be of this match, you can vote over at goimba.com. It's completely free, no real money involved. And they even have some cool stuff again, like first drone kill, first worker kill, all that kind of stuff. I don't actually know what the first. What was the first worker kill? I don't know.
I want to say it was the probe that was in Jon Snow's main. When the pool finished. So Jon Snow sent 6 lings and then 2 lings to the probe.
Yeah, but with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the game and introduce the players as we spawn up here in the top right-hand corner of Derelict Watcher. We are on top of the pink Zerg player representing Core Gaming. It is going to be Core Gaming's Jon Snow, currently up 1-0.
Sick camera work.
I know, right? Thank you, Current TV, for that.
Current TV, I'm a wonderful observer.
And go ahead and take it away with the second player intro tempo.
All right, spawning in the bottom left corner, down one game. Will he bring it back on Derelict Watcher? He goes by the name of Bones from TT Seed.
Indeed, and this game we're going to be seeing, I think, actually a very similar opening likely from Bones, because he has that pylon placed out at the front, likes to go for that Forge expansion, and more importantly, he likes to go for the Forge first expansion instead of that Nexus first.
As opposed to the then. Yeah, I like that. The Forge first expansion, I mean, the Forge first before Nexus, it just adds that layer of fear, you know? That maybe I'm gonna get cannon rushed, especially on this map. There are certain ways that you can cannon rush, especially against say a hatch first. That even if you know it's coming, it's still so hard to deal with if they're able to cannon rush pretty effectively. So, if he does it aggressively, it's really nice too. But it doesn't seem like he's gonna do that. I think he's gonna go and put down that Nexus first, perhaps, saving up some of his minerals here. But perhaps he might want to do a little bit of a pylon block here before he puts his Nexus down, or.
Yeah.
No, he'll put his Nexus down first.
Yeah, honestly, I
Bit of a slip there, but
yeah, I think he could have actually delayed that a little bit longer, but it is pretty difficult to delay that for too long. But actually, yeah, we did end up seeing the Nexus before the Forge, and it was sort of an interesting decision, kind of a nice little mix-up. But hey, you know what? I think it's going to be working out just a-okay. Spawning pool not too delayed, and Star Station, or sorry, Derelict Watcher, a map that you can honestly get the scout off on relatively quickly. It's not like
exactly.
Frost.
Yeah, if you go on Frost 4-player map, sometimes Zergs get really comfortable and they'll hatch first. So then if you're able to scout and you go Forge first, you can get a really easy cannon rush off. So I think that, you know, Bones is just going to take the safe route, get that Nexus. The map is big enough where even if, unless you went for like a 10 pool, those Lings are not going to get there in time before the cannon is finished.
Yeah, definitely. And with this being said, this game is looking a lot more normal, and I think that's definitely going to favor Bones a little bit more, because now he could go into that same old style that he likes to go for, and he tried to go for a little bit in that last game, but honestly, he'll have just a little bit more stuff this time at the exact same time, just because he wouldn't have to have had to deal with that early pool.
Yeah, and it's really good too. I mean, on Jon Snow's part, I think he's like, all right, I'm up one game. I'm just going to play it out standard and see if I can beat him in a straight-up game. And if he's able to do so, then he advances into the next round of his group. But if not, then it gives Bones a little bit of faith, and then who knows what the game 3 would be like after, say, Jon Snow did lose a cute little pylon here. I don't know.
I mean, it's never too late to cannon rush.
Nope. Never, man. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, man. So
it's 5 o'clock. And Jon Snow still hasn't seen this, and he is running the Zerglings over there.
Star Sense, though. A bit of Star Sense here from Jon Snow.
Oh, can he get the full wall off though to protect those cannons? Doesn't actually look like he's even gonna go for it. Those cannons are gonna have to be canceled, but that is a lost pylon and not an ideal situation.
Yeah, once again, it's just like, especially when you feel like, oh, maybe I can get this going, throw Jon Snow off of his game, but it's just like, damn. Now what do? I just lost the pylon. So I want to know exactly what Bones will decide to do this game. We didn't really get to see him pull off any timing attacks of any sort because of that setback. So it does look like he's going to put down a Stargate immediately.
I think this is actually going to be the same thing he tried to do last game again, but a little bit delayed. Because he's, again, is the kind of player who says, I have one style of play that I've put a ton of thought into. He is actually called Bones, the Thinker, throughout the Invitational. If you actually watch that hype video, we refer to him as the Thinker because he's put so much thought. Yeah,
exactly, and that's really important because there are some players that they rely on gimmicks, right? Maybe your opponent's not going to scout it, or like he didn't see the proxy pylon, and I just warped in 17 zealots like out of nowhere. But if you have something so solid that even if your opponent knows it's coming, kind of like the Parting Immortal build back in the day, where it's like, I know it's coming, but I can't stop it. It's really cool that somebody can refine their play so much that they just drill this one thing over and over, and they know the different outcomes and situations that can come from it. So we'll see what Bones decides to do here.
Exactly, but we do have to remember that Core Gaming's Jon Snow, a very, very good player. We call him the Challenger, just partially because he was actually one of the very, very few Americans that were actually able to qualify for WCS Challenger League, but also just because he is probably going to be one of the big favorites to win the entire tournament. We do see a couple of Zerglings trying to bust the front, but I mean, Jon Snow is seriously a really solid player, and
yeah, he's incredibly solid. Getting his third up well, his lair is on the way. 2 Spore Crawlers. I think he already did see the Phoenixes because they did kill the Overlords, but I like this play though. He's getting Burrow before speed is even a quarter of the way done.
That could actually work out really, really well, because if you remember that last game, I think that Bones actually skipped out on that Observer. I think that he just went for I think he just went straight into Colossus and the Robotics Bay and just didn't get an Observer. So if that happens again, could end up delaying his 3rd expansion.
Yeah. So I love Burrow play, especially when I see him put down like 2 Roach Warrens, get Glee over Constitution, and then also get the Tunneling Claws or something crazy, like a timing burrowed Roach attack. But especially with the Stargate opening. I'm wondering though, same kind of play here from Bones. Going to be picking off another Overlord with his Phoenixes here, but he's going immediately into that Robotics Bay, getting an Immortal and +1. But this game, maybe Bones won't lose his upgrade over and over again, because that's really, really important to keep on the same upgrades as your opponent, whether you're the Zerg or whether you're the Protoss.
Yeah, and we do end up seeing the War Prism also coming out for Bones. This is, again, that trademark style. If you actually saw the Breaking Out interview, you'll have heard him say he likes to go 4 Phoenix, make a Robo, make 1 Immortal and 1 War Prism, and transition it into Colossus, and then take a 3rd around 10 minutes. And I expect that he's going to be moving out to take that 3rd pretty soon. But there's a Zergling over there, and he doesn't have an Observer.
No, he doesn't, and he's going to put a pylon here. I don't know if he actually tried to put a Nexus down already, and we'll see, but I don't know. It's a pretty nice move there just to get that burrow in order to delay the 3rd. Because if your opponent is going to be trying to go for a 3rd, you want to delay it as much as you can. Force him to put a cannon in an awkward position just to deal with the Ling, or delay the Colossus production. And wow, the Lings are going to see that. May even get this pylon here, but it seems like Bones' army is going to be able to deal with these Lings.
Yeah,
but I'm really liking this play from Jon Snow. He knows that Bones wants to take a 3rd, and that's valuable information in itself.
This actually makes me wonder if Bones specifically was preparing for this, and we ended.
Oh my god, yeah, these Roaches, huh?
Oh my god, this entire army is going to be completely cornered. The Immortal.
There's no Mothership Core. There's no Mothership Core for a recall, but I like the positioning here for Bones. But he's going to lose this Immortal most likely, and I don't know. Is this Mothership Core not going to come to probably waste energy in order to save them? But I don't think it's very one of those decisions that you have to make, and he just lost his standing ground army.
Yeah, and there is still actually more Roaches left over, more Roaches making their way across the map, and very, very soon they're going to have Tunneling Claws, and that is going to be a very scary thought.
It is. 1 pylon goes down, 2 pylon goes down. This Colossus has no support right now. A nice surround on the Colossus. It will go down, and these probes are not the best against Roaches. More Roaches being flooded in. Tunneling Claws has completed, and even look at the in the background, the +1 attack for the Flyers is here for Jon Snow, so he's getting ready to deal with anything that might be coming out of the Stargate or the Robotics Bay, or the Robotics Facility. So I think that this Roach attack may have done it, and that awesome move from Jon Snow by trapping those units at the 3rd is really, really nice here. So if Jon Snow really wanted to, he could still burrow these, not have to lose the Roaches, but he is going to burrow a few, swimming through the mineral line right now. But, pretty good hold here from Seed's Bones. You're going to notice the Zealots are going to cut off those Zerglings. And, he also did a warp-in with the War Prism.
Yeah,
in the name of Jon Snow.
He managed to kill off like around 6 or 7 of those workers, which is not too bad for Bones, but honestly, he's lost so much over here. And as you said, we already see that Jon Snow is preparing to do that transition. And Jon Snow this entire game has been saying, or this entire series has been saying, you know what? You are a very defensive player. You have a reputation for really wanting to get into that late game. I'm not going to let you. I'm going to go early pull you. I'm going to bust you down with Zerglings and burrowed Roaches.
Nice use of that Contaminate there. Gonna use it on that Stargate. And that's pretty nice, because I think that Johnson... These burrowed units are just everywhere right now.
Yeah. And
but Jon Snow has 14 Corruptors for Dragon, so... I mean,
that is
there's a few Void Raids which aren't Corruptors aren't exactly the best against, but I mean, 14 Corruptors I think are going to be
Orb
pretty
Prism?
fine.
Oh,
Ooh.
that is a nice pickoff. That was literally the only map presence that Bones had in this game. Jon Snow taking a dominating position.
Yeah, still no third here from Bones. Jon Snow is going to be getting his fourth up very soon. We're going to be able to get some drones over there, probably start mining the gas. I like the fact that he is keeping up with his upgrades. He hasn't put down an infestation pit or anything so he's not getting Hive anytime soon. But a nice attack here from Roaches and Corruptors. And
Yeah.
the ground army of Jon Snow is cleaning up that of Bones's. But will these Void Rays be able to deal with the Corruptors? And that is the big question here. Good target firing on the Void Rays, not even mining the Phoenixes. And Game 2 goes to Jon Snow. Gonna take that series.
And Tempo, this series was destined to either be a short one or a long one. If it was a short one, Jon Snow was likely going to be the victor. If it was a long one, Bones was very likely going to be the victor. So
Yeah.
can't really blame Jon Snow for going for such aggressive play, and it works out really, really well. Just it goes to show how much it helps out to actually know your opponent.
Yeah, it's really important in order to do that. And it's kind of funny, too, if you think about it, that the Breakout, your show, Breaking Out, people get to know these players well. It's a way that players are able to be known. So if, hey, maybe Jon Snow's been watching quite a few of those VODs or something, I mean, it tunes in.
I mean, he had some time to prepare. He could very well have just said, you know what, why not just watch all the episodes? I mean, it's 5 episodes. Most of them are only like 30 minutes to 45 minutes long.
Yeah.
Might as well. But hey, we're going to go ahead and grab Jon Snow over here for the winner's interview, get his thoughts as he advances on to the winner's match. Now, I do want to note, actually, that we do not have Bones actually knocked out just quite yet. It is a group stage still, so he still has a chance to kind of redeem himself, and we'll be seeing him in the losers match in probably around 3 or so series. But let's go ahead and grab Jon Snow onto the call for that winner's interview. But I don't know, Tempo, you're a Zerg player. Is there anything that you would have maybe said that Bones might need to change if he faces off against another Zerg player in the future?
I don't even know. I'm like, it's just one. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to say.
They're both pretty nice games played. Some high level plays as well. I mean, delaying the third. I think the fact of skipping that observer kind of did bite him. If he planned to take a third, if he wasn't going for a timing, I don't know if Bones plays with the timing oriented style where he's like, all right, I'm taking my third now, but still pushing with like say 2 Colossus or something.
Yeah.
Like, does he need to get those Colossus out at that point in time for a push, or is he doing it just to be safe as he takes his third? So I don't, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but we do actually have one person from that game in the call right now, and we can go ahead and say hi to Core Gaming's Jon Snow. Congratulations on your victory, 2-0 sweep, and how you feeling, man?
Pretty good. I've always been a little nervous versus Protoss, but I've been trying to improve it recently.
Nice.
Seeing as my group is mainly Protoss.
Yeah, I got to deal with 2 Protoss and 1 ZVZ potential, but I have to ask, man, about that burrowed play. Did you just know what Bones was going to be doing, or was that kind of like something you decided to mix in, go for the burrowed Zergling, and it just worked out really, really well for you with that he didn't have an observer out yet?
Yeah, I assumed that he was probably going for Robo, but he might not make the observer, and it's not that much of a commitment just to get the Roach Burrow. And even if they have an observer, the Tunneling Claws upgrade is still really strong. So I think that it's just always great to get Burrow and ZVP, I think.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, that play where you caught the army out of position at the third. I know you just denied the third, and it's like, maybe I'll get the probe doing, trying to make the Nexus. But did you expect to actually get that army just there without the Mothership Core and everything? Or was this like,
no,
okay.
I expected him to have the Mothership Core. Maybe he'd recall or something. But I saw this whole army movement with the Burrowed Zergling, so I kind of just went in for it.
Cool.
Yeah, and you are going to be moving into the winner's match. You're going to be either facing off against Hello Kitty or Joj. Hello Kitty from Team Fnatic and Joj from Team Extraterrestrials. Who would you rather face? Because I know that you've said in your interviews you feel less comfortable with your ZVZ, but I have to say Joj's going to be a bit more of the underdog in this series.
I don't know a lot about Joj, which actually makes me a little scared just because you don't know exactly how his playstyle is going to play out. Probably know a little bit more about Hello Kitty, but I think either one is fine. I kind of want to face Hello Kitty. Just I think if I make it out of the group, I probably will face him again later in the tournament. So I'd like to just know a little bit more about his play style because I haven't played him a lot on ladder. So I'm a little nervous about facing him.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much, Jon Snow. We're going to be saying goodbye to Jon Snow, but you'll be seeing much more of him later tonight. Potentially, actually, not that much more. If he has his way, we'll only be seeing 2 more games of him just stomping his opponent. And hopefully. And then maybe you'll get to face your teammate, Core Gaming Sonic, in the semifinals or the finals.
Oh, that'd be great.
But Jon Snow, we're going to say goodbye to you as we boot you out of the call. So take care. Take care. And guys, we're going to be jumping to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Once again, we're going to be jumping into the next series of Extraterrestrials Joj versus Fnatic Gaming's Hello Kitty. We'll be right back, and enjoy this music by youtube.com/DSCA account. Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be jumping into the next match of the day, as it is going to be Extraterrestrials' Joj, the Zerg player, the tactician, versus Fnatic Gaming's Hello Kitty, the blunt one, the Protoss player, and it's going to be a pretty awesome game. I'm excited for this, and we actually have both of these players ready for the pregame interviews. So how are you two gentlemen doing tonight?
Pretty good.
Decent. I mean, ladder as usual.
All right, but I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how this is going to go, and I have to ask you guys, I know you guys are sitting in the same Skype call, you can hear every single word the other one is saying, but do you have any special plans for this game?
Yeah, I'd say I'll have special plans. The special plan is to not die to one base all wins. That's my goal.
Oh, really? Okay, well.
You
my
can
special
two base.
plan
I'll allow that.
is slash dance on my probes and my units in front of your base.
Hey guys, it looks like we actually might need to remake the game, so go ahead and just leave the game really quickly. I don't know what happened. It looks like we had a bit of an issue, but hey, I do want to ask you, hey Joe, so how have you been preparing for the tournament?
Playing a lot of ladder, which is fine because there's no Terrans on ladder, so it's just Zerg and Protoss, which is all that's in my group.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically it.
All right, Hello Kitty, have you been doing anything special?
Playing with one hand and just blindfold myself on it with the other hand and win my games.
Is that what you're going to be doing during your match?
Jesus, I'm being called out. What the fuck?
All right, Joe. Counter response, and then we're going to be jumping into the games in just a couple of seconds.
I don't know. I was planning on being nice. We live in the same city. I've seen him around at like
Really?
Red Bull and shit.
Wow. I did
Fuck.
not actually.
I gotta have to think about this. Jesus. Fuck.
You can just come over and punch me if you know.
Oh, there you go. Are you still at UT, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, sick. All right, cool. I'm good.
All
I'll get
right.
back to you.
Thank you so much, Joj and Hello Kitty. Good luck in the rest of your games, and we'll be seeing you guys in just a little bit through your play, not through your words. So good luck, and it's gonna be booting you out of the call.
Laters.
All right. But with that being said, we are going to be jumping into this next game. I mean, real words being tossed around over there from Hello Kitty. Joj is honestly just like a really nice guy.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey, man. You gotta go in sometimes. I like it, though. You know, it's just like comfortable in his plays. Like, all right, oh, hey. Whoa, maybe he's just saying that he's not ready for that type of, trash talk yet, but he may have something planned. I don't know. Maybe he's acting like he's, like, oh, I'm hurt. But he's like, I'm not hurt.
I don't think he is at all, man. I think he's beneath it all. He's ready to like twist some necks, stab some nerds, and Hello Kitty's at the top of the list now, man.
Yep.
I can confirm in the chat. Joj is like, and your mother smells like a piece of doorknob.
It's just like, and whoa, it's like shots fired.
Shots fired.
I'm surprised the shots fired alarm didn't go off on that one.
I had to hide it for a little bit. My shots fired alarm is on. It's on timeout. But guys, the game is loaded up. We're gonna go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner. On top of the purple Protoss player is gonna be representing Team Fnatic. It is the blunt one, Hello Kitty. All right, Tempo, take it away.
And spawning in the bottom right corner from the team XT, he is the Red Zerg, and he goes by the name of Joj.
And some some pretty interesting language. Actually, Joj, I think he made a mistake. He thought that Hello Kitty was talking in Korean. I think he just tossed up Korean GG. But actually, Hello Kitty really
Chinese
comfortable.
player, right?
Yeah, he's really comfortable with the Chinese players. He actually talks with a lot of the Chinese players like Jim and I think some of the other ones. I'm not 100% sure who he talks with other than Jim. But and then Joe just kind of started off with saying, Rip Z's. One is actually his former's team from the Something Awful forums.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But I mean, this game is looking pretty normal so far, and I have to say that Hello Kitty, very well known for his aggressive style of play, not afraid to do one base all-ins and actually even two base, three base all-ins, etc. What kind of one base or early all-ins can you think of that we might be seeing from Hello Kitty Tempo?
From Hello? Well, off of one base or two, I mean, it could be anything. You know how they're not. I don't know if it's an all-in, but when Protoss does a gateway expand into a 4-gate with a +1. I think it's more so a pressure. But there's also another all-in where you do get a robo. You don't take your gases at your natural, and you get 2 immortals and a warp prism, and you just warp in zealots. That's a pretty popular one that I've seen. But I mean, if you go way back, and I don't know, I find it funny that Joj said. One base. You can do 2 base, but I'm not down for your 1 base plays. If you were able to do some kind of crazy 1 base play, there was that old school Korean warp, the Korean 4-gate where you would pull out of gas and only warp in zealots, and it hits at the regular 4-gate time. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think Hello Kitty's gonna bring it back. He's not gonna get that throwback, So
yeah, I think he's already mined in more than enough gas for something like that to probably be out of the question for now. But we actually see a gateway expansion coming down from Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty, I mean, he likes aggressive play, but that doesn't mean he can't play a bit of standard. And in the meanwhile, Joj, he's one of those players that honestly I feel like Hello Kitty should be trying to abuse that early game aggression with, because Joj is one of those players that feels more comfortable the later the game goes. He doesn't feel super comfortable with his early game execution, but when it gets in the late game, he feels like his strategy and his strategery and tacticianry. I don't even know if that's a word.
Tacticianry. Yeah, tactical deftness.
Tactical. I like the way you think.
I don't even know, but it sounded cool, so.
It works for me, man. But that's definitely where he feels it takes over a little bit more, and he's gonna be feeling more comfortable there. So I kind of feel like this is going to be similar to the last series we watched in a way, where Jon Snow wanted to make sure that Bones didn't get to that late game. But now it's going to be the opposite. Now the Zerg player is going to want to get to that late game, and the Protoss player is going to want to keep it in that early game or mid game.
Indeed, and yep, these Lings are actually going in to the base. Gonna get one there. It's gonna get stopped by that sentry, that tickle beam to the face. I've never had my face tickled before, but I don't think it really is
really
feeling, because that...
Do you consider your neck a part of your face?
Nah.
Oh,
it's like in your face, like
oh yeah.
Nose. Somebody starts, unless like they take a feather and start tickling your nose and you sneeze. But I mean, that's not a pleasant feeling either. But I don't think that Zergling really liked it either, because he died.
Yeah, I don't think that would be something I would enjoy either. But another Zergling getting tickled didn't quite die, I don't think. But still gonna be an unpleasant feeling regardless, as we end up seeing Hello Kitty move across the map and plant down a pylon. He has a Twilight Council behind this, but honestly, he has 3 gateways. This is in a sense a very light pressure, and I'm curious how hard Hello Kitty is going to commit to the defense, because it's coming so early.
Yes, and this Overlord of Joj will be able to see that there are no gases at the natural yet. He notices that there are some warp-ins happening at the outside of his natural. Speed has not even started yet, so he's going to be using Slow Lings and a Roach Warren. So he's supply blocked as well. 4 Overlords on the way. I think he's in a situation right now where he's kind of frantic. But these 4 Overlords are going to finish up. Roaches will be on the way as soon as they come, but here come the Zealots into the natural of Joj, and there's only 1 Queen here, and the Mothership Core is going to be able to zone out this Queen pretty easily. Well, the Zealots are going to zone out the Queen while the Mothership Core does work on it.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage over here. All the Zerglings have already been cleaned up. Now the Queen's going to be under fire. Spinecrawler is trying to go up right now, but the Roaches should be able to help out a lot with this aggression. The issue is going to be the fact that there is a Dark Shrine also down, a trademark Hello Kitty thing to do. Yeah. And you have to remember, Joj, his lair is so delayed because he had to make so many units to get out to defend against this aggression.
Yes, and he will clean it up. The lair is delayed. Speed still hasn't started yet, however. And he's going to be on 2 gases as this lair does go. The good part about this lair coming, oh my god, this Mothership Core actually is still in the natural of Joj right now, just zapping away at these drones. Has enough energy in order to recall, but he's just going to sit here and abuse the fact that there is no anti-air, and that must be the most annoying feeling. The fact that Hello Kitty is going for that Dark Templar Shrine, or the DT Shrine, the Dark Shrine, to make Dark Templar, is good, but the lair is on the way. Even though it doesn't, there's no real indicator about what tech path Joj is going to go for, because he hasn't really taken any other. Okay, he's going to take the gas at the third, but there's going to be enough time to make an overseer to deal with the Dark Templars. She was drunk.
Oh man.
Wait, did it die? Did the mothership core actually die?
Yes, it did. To a
funny.
Spore Crawler, unfortunately. That Spore Crawler repping with the 1 kills. And, I have to say that a really important pickoff for Joj. I'm really
That's
I don't even know. I think Joj is a little bit drunk now.
well, the mothership core, so
Yeah.
it's like, well played.
But Joj managed to pick off that Proxipon, and I think that really cut into the ability for Hello Kitty to do a lot of damage with those Dark Templar. And, even though Hello Kitty likes to go for Dark Templar, specifically he likes to go for Dark Templar even after his opponent knows there could be Dark Templar out on the map, because he feels like that really shows a true level of skill for harassment. There's a lot of potential there.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult because he's forced out like a Spore Caller at the natural expansion, and as long as those units are over there, he's going to be prepared over there. The only place he can do damage is maybe the 3rd expansion.
Yeah. And I still don't think that DTs are going to be used like to try to sneak in right now. It would most likely be on some kind of counterattack or while Joj is a little bit more busy or preoccupied with something else. But I like this 3rd that is taken by Hello Kitty. If Joj decided to do some kind of counter all-in, to try to take out Hello Kitty, I don't know if it would have worked, and I feel like Hello Kitty knows that, so he decides to take a 3rd. Is going to get it secured with that cannon in that perfect position where the Lynx can't really get a position, can't get a surround on it. So I like the fact that he is going for that. Going to be getting that +1 attack, and immediately most likely go for that +2 attack as well as blink finishing. So I'm wondering if he's going to do an attack now with this +1 and blink finishing, or if he's going to wait for +2 and a few robo units and letting that economy go at that 3rd, let it kick in a bit more.
Yeah, either way, I think Joj might be hitting a little bit of an anti-timing if he isn't careful over here. He has to wait a little bit before his own +1 missile attacks and his Pneumatized Carapace upgrades actually finish up. Well, Pneumatized Carapace is just kind of nice to keep the Overseer up with your army, but Joj, actually, this is why we call him the Tactician. He's gearing up for a really, really nice little concave and surround over here to get a lot of surface area with the Zerglings and those Roaches.
He will, and Hello Kitty doesn't see those Lings, doesn't force field it in time, but he's going to use those force fields on these Roaches. Some nice blink micro, but here come the sentries being exposed. All of them are going to get picked off, but a lot of Roaches are going to fall here too, Fair Dragon.
Oh, nice. Burrow does come down, though. There's actually doesn't seem to be an observer out just yet, although I think that those Roaches are going to be pretty much forfeit. They're not going to be able to actually burrow out of there. They don't have burrow movement speed for those Roaches just quite yet, and the observer should be popping out. But hey, I mean, picking off all of those sentries is certainly a nice win for Joj, but would you say that it was worth it?
I think if Joj is able to secure this 4th base and get it mining, it would be worth it. Getting those sentries is really nice, especially for the style that Joj is going for. Roaches, sentries are really the problem for Zergs when it comes to Roach or Roach Hydra. So getting those sentries out or killing the sentries early is really nice for him, because Hello Kitty's not going to want to waste gas in making more sentries. He's going to want to get higher tech units out. So having like 4 sentries that have full energy at the mid game is a lot better than having 0 that have 0 energy. So
I can definitely agree with that, man. And we do end up seeing Joj looking to be aggressive once again with this Roach Zergling composition, but Mother Core scouts it out, and those Blink Stalkers are going to be very, very aggressive, pushing that army back. Joj does not want to lose that, as he's actually taking some damage over his 4th expansion over here to a single DT, but it is scouted. It is scouted.
And this is what you were talking about Hello Kitty utilizing those DTs in the later game. Even though it's there, I mean, seeing an opportunity and then going in on it. But looks like that was just a diversion. And here comes the big army of Hello Kitty. And I don't think Joj is actually going to come home. He's just going to go and try to trade here. Yeah, we might have ourselves some kind of a base trade situation. And I think that Hello Kitty has the favorable position in this specific type of base trade situation at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, there is an okay-sized army right now for Joj. I mean, he has some Hydros mixed in, but honestly, I don't even think he could win a direct engagement right now. And losing all these bases, this is going to work definitely against him. He's ravaging the natural expansion, but this is an awkward situation.
Yeah, it looks like they're both going to lose their natural expansions.
Recall.
But the thing, there was a recall back to the base of Hello Kitty, but Zerg don't have recall, so okay, well, low. They do have blink, a nice blink onto those roaches. But if George is able to take out this third, this is going to be a step in the right direction. And if he can even get out with all these units, I would be very, very impressed. So it does look like he will get out with a good amount, but blink is a bit powerful in order to chase down those units.
Yeah, and actually, I think Hello Kitty is just gearing up for more aggression right now. He actually has 4 Stalkers down outside the natural expansion of Joj, and at the same time, Joj getting his army hunted down by all of these Blink Stalkers, and the more he loses right now, harder it's going to be to defend.
Yeah, the units really can't escape here because of the Blink Stalkers, and it looks like the production of Joj is a little stinted. He has a good amount of money, but he isn't able to get the amount of units that he needs to deal with these Blink Stalkers. And a nice engagement at the bottom of this ramp here, but some really nice Blink micro from Hello Kitty, getting ready for the dance. Yep. He said that he was going to do that, some Stalker Blink, and as well as that Stalker dancing, and the Immortals wanted to join in on the party. It's a shame that there's not ball, but it is all good, and it looks like some friendly banter between the two still. And these Stalkers are going to be a little bit too much for what Joj has, and looks like Fanatics Hello Kitty will be taking this game 1 on Belshire Vestige. But
it's looking
Joj is
like
still fighting till the end of it. He will. That's the heart of a warrior right there. And GG, well played is called, and Fanatics Hello Kitty will take game 1, Fair Dragon.
Indeed he does, and I have to say, Joj had a kind of an interesting mentality there, and I feel like it could have worked out, but he just lost a little bit too much. I mean, the idea of saying, picking, sacrificing your units that are early game units like Zerglings and Roaches to trade off for expensive things, even if you're not taking like a quote unquote cost efficient engagement. You're setting your opponent behind. You're forcing, taking out their sentries. You're trying to focus down their expansions and everything. But in the end, it still becomes a bit difficult if you just don't have enough of an army left over to defend against the counter aggression.
Yeah, I mean the fact that he lost his natural, it's that's a big part of your production in order to remax, in order to deal with the counterattack. So it was like an attack with the counterattack that got counterattacked by the counterattack. It was so strange how they both decided to go into some weird kind of base trade scenario. But Hello Kitty went home immediately, realized that he didn't need to exactly sacrifice everything, even though he had the army to deal with what Joj had. So it was kind of a greedy play to go for the third as well, but Joj may have felt like he needed to do that. He did have a hive, though. I noticed that he did get his hive up really early, so I wasn't sure if he was going to go to try to get some Vipers out, but Hello Kitty didn't even make the robotics bay, did he? I don't know.
He did have a robotics facility. I don't know if he ever dropped down the robotics bay, but it is worth mentioning that that was actually Hello Kitty's map choice. All right, so that was Belshire Vestige. We're going to be jumping into Derelict Watcher in just a couple of seconds, and I really feel like Joj might have a little bit of a better chance on this map, and as long as he identifies his mistakes from the last game, he should be able to actually, give us a good showing. I mean, he had some really strong moves over there. He had some really good engagements.
Yeah,
but
it was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
That pressure, remember that really early pressure that put him probably in the most weird position. He's like, wow, this mothership core is still killing my drones right now, and having to put down those spore crawlers to deal with the DTs that never came, and Hello Kitty's response in order to get that third up. It just was one of those games where the Protoss was constantly ahead and constantly staying ahead, as opposed to trying to just finish off.
Indeed. But, with that being said, I am really, really interested to hear, Tempo, on a map like Derelict Watcher, are there any kind of strategies that you find really, really strong, either for Protoss or for Zerg?
It's one of those really open maps, so Roach Hydra Viper is pretty strong on it if you can get to it. It's really it's one of those things where you could go any way. It's a very nice macro map. Both players can secure their thirds pretty easily. I think Protoss likes to have their third. Can you remember like the old Star Station where like, oh my god, the third is so open and I can't wall off, I can't do anything. Protoss can actually secure that incredibly easily. So it usually does turn into heavy macro games. But who knows? It's still prone to all-ins or by both sides. You never know. I mean, that Jon Snow Burrow Roach. You never know. It's one of those maps where you don't want to get too comfortable on, but you don't want to assume anything.
Indeed, but let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as we spawn down here on the bottom left-hand corner of Derelict Watcher. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Fnatic saying Protoss needs good micro to win games. Well, he has some pretty good micro. It is Fnatic Gaming's Hello Kitty.
Because and spawning in the top right corner, he is down 1 game, and he's going to need all of your help and support in order to win this one and to bring this game to a 1-1. He goes by the name of George. From the Clan XT.
Extraterrestrials.
Extraterrestrials. His play is out of this world. Did you see?
Wow, Hello Kitty. I mean, he is just laying on the shots. He has a machine gun on right now, man.
Yep.
Just firing them time after time. And I have to say, right now, even though I feel like, you know, Joe still has a good chance in this game, Hello Kitty has most certainly came to the series being a bit more of the favored one. And
yes.
I'm really interested to see if Joe is going to try and change something up really big this game. And he is already going for a hatchery first, which I think is going to work pretty well against the fact that his opponent went for this gateway expand.
Yeah. He should be good. I wonder if he's going to go for that 3 hatch before pool, though. He might identify that Hello Kitty does like to go for that gateway opening. But, yeah, who knows? Wonder... doesn't seem... We're going to find out in about 2 seconds if he does put down that spawning pool or another hatchery. But, yeah, spawning pool will go down, as well as the gas. But it does look like Joj is going to sending a drone out to maybe see for a proxy. To his third. He sent it out to his third. Maybe just to check for a proxy.
Yeah, I mean, against a player like Hello Kitty, he does like that aggressive play, and he's not a player who's afraid to go for some sort of cheese. And you always have to be careful about that. And that actually might cause Joj to play a bit extra defensive. Sometimes to a fault.
Yes, exactly. Sometimes it can be bad to overcommit to defense. I'm wondering though, he's just gonna play it out safe. Hello Kitty will be putting down his expansion, maybe? Nope. Yeah, he's just checking out that Overlord and saying hello, welcome to my neck of the woods. Please show yourself out of here. But
show yourself out of here.
Mothership Core is on the way here for Hello Kitty. Hopefully, at least for Joja's sake, this Mothership Core won't be as effective as it was last game. But,
yeah.
It was just so devastating. It is very devastating, and you feel so helpless because drones can't really shoot up, Zerglings can't really shoot up. All you have are queens, and they are made from the hatchery, as opposed to Lava, and the spawning time of them is pretty long relative to other units that come from Lava. So...
yeah, it is pretty frustrating, and especially for a player like Joj who says he feels much more comfortable in the late game because he feels like his early game execution is sometimes lacking. It can be difficult to micro against a player in the early game like Hello Kitty who feels comfortable in the early game with his micro.
Yeah. So it seems to be the same kind of opener here for Hello Kitty. 2 gateways going up at the front, and will there be a third? Nope, it looks like there's going to be a Stargate. So this is, I think, a build that Hero kind of popularized. So it's just going to be it's a safe build. Usually the Phoenix is guaranteed damage, and are able to do a bit of harass, get rid of the queens at the third. The creep spread isn't connected from the natural to the third yet, so it's really hard to get multiple queens over at the third. So it's a really nice safe opener here from Hello Kitty.
Yeah, and I have to say, I was paying very close attention to that Stargate. I'm not sure if I saw Joj actually click on that Stargate. I mean, it was a part of that front wall-in, and that sometimes is something that you can miss. But Zergling speed does kick in. He might have an opportunity to check it one more time, because he's looking around, he's saying, okay, you know, it's like 6:15. Where is your tech? Where is your tech?
Yep.
Where are your gateways?
There was a Zergling that got into the base, but it will be taken out by that Mothership Core. I think he did click around the base to see what was going on, to see if there's any kind of hidden tech. Because a lot of the times Protoss will put down a robotics facility as soon as they can. So, but looks like the tech has been revealed regardless.
Yep. And, you know, just knowing that Phoenix is there, he's immediately going to be able to prepare, maybe throw down some Spore Crawlers. But a couple of Zerglings are making their way across the map. I'm curious if he's going to maybe try and poke off around the wall and see if he can do some damage over here.
Yep. Oh, man, that sentry is a little exposed. Okay, so... Oh, he does force a
Wow.
overcharge, which is a little bit of a shaky move here on Hello Kitty. I wonder if he's a bit nervous about that Zerg style where you just make a bunch of lanes and you just flood the front of the base. But that's a little bit of a win there for Joj.
Yeah, trading. I think it was like half of a Zergling's health points for a
100
overcharge.
energy. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
definitely.
take that trade any day. You kidding me? Back
Exactly.
in the Pokemon card days, like if someone would ever offer me that for like a Charizard,
Oh my god. I traded my not holographic. It was just a first edition Charizard card for like a Japanese Abra and like a Wartortle or something.
Yeah, don't. I don't even want to talk about it, man. How many cards?
Terrible memories. Terrible memories.
So,
But hey, Hydral's Den is coming out, and Joj is joining up really, really heavily. I think that he feels pretty comfortable against this Phoenix harassment for now.
yes.
But I mean, I'm still a little bit worried because I feel like with no third expansion coming down just quite yet for Hello Kitty, we could be seeing some sort of a nice little push out soon.
Yeah, but you'll notice that the Phoenixes are actively using their energy to lift up drones. If we don't see the Phoenixes use their energy to lift up any more drones, then maybe we can expect some kind of an all-in to follow up. But if Hello Kitty decides to continue to use the Phoenixes to harass drones, then Joes can feel pretty comfortable in order to drone up a bit. So the fact that these Phoenixes are actually going home, yeah, like you said, could mean that there could be some kind of attack coming where the Phoenixes would actually be used in battle because they wouldn't have any energy if they were to use all of it on drones.
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense. And I have to ask you something about that wall-in that Hello Kitty has. Does that wall-in allow for an immortal to get out at the natural expansion?
I'm not
like
sure.
A really
actually,
that's
It's
a really tight wall-in.
It is pretty tight, and I think the sentry is just big enough for it. But time will tell. We will see, and it does look like the immortal passes the test.
Wow.
Look at that.
That's
Every
impressive.
immortal's dream to pass that test. By the way, like
He's been working out, man. He's been slimming down.
But but it does look like Hello Kitty's gonna be taking that third. Supplies are pretty even here, actually in Hello Kitty's favor. No fourth is going down for Joj, and I don't know if he knows 100% that this base is going up. There's a Zergling there, so yes, he does know. Joj is 100% aware, and here we go.
Ooh.
It's like, there we go.
Picking up those Hydralisks, and Joj really just doesn't have enough to actually handle this Phoenix count right now.
Yeah, this is actually smart. So remember I was saying how I wonder if Hello Kitty is going to use his energy to pick up drones. He's actually saving it up in order to pick out the Hydralisks when they're in low numbers. So that's a really smart move here by Hello Kitty. Because I think he's making Void Rays behind it. I don't think any more Phoenixes are being produced.
And actually, Joj has talked about this in his interview. He said that he hates that sort of Sky Toss style, and seeing that Void Ray, he's not going to be too happy about that, and we'll have to wait and see how exactly he reacts. Now, last game, he did throw down an Infestation Pit toward the end of it. Okay. And we could very well, and that was to eventually get up to fairly fast Hive Tech. So I'm curious if he's going to try and do a similar thing, try and get up. I don't know. How do you normally deal with the air toss?
It's just really tough. It seems like it's going to be the Death Ball type of style from Hello Kitty, getting 3 bases. He's got his robotics facility up, chrono boosting out the extended thermal lance, and getting blink. So he's just going to get this ridiculous army that should be able to deal with the Roach Hydra composition. The way that you do have to deal with it, though, I mean, it's hard. You have to be a base above the Protoss. The fourth is just now starting, as the third of Hello Kitty is already mining. So I think Joj would have wanted to take that fourth a lot earlier and start to tech up to Hive and get his upgrades. Continue with his upgrades because the Roaches they need to have upgrades in order to deal with that Death Ball style.
Yeah.
But yeah, Joj is gonna get Aspire, it seems, Fear. So I don't know if he's gonna use like a few Corruptors to deal with.
I think it's for tech switching, because, Joj has indicated before that he really, really enjoys the tech switching aspect of Zerg versus Protoss. He feels like it's one of the most important parts of the matchup to understand. So having that Spire available will be a good thing, and that's actually going to be perfectly timed for this attack. So now he can try and tech switch out as soon as he loses this army, but he doesn't want to lose it like that.
Yeah, he's gonna, not just run in all haphazardly, but look, the positioning of Hello Kitty is kind of just chilling. He's playing it really safe, getting his +2 attack, extended thermal lance. All these really, really nice upgrades for this stage of the game are starting to finish. And I wonder what Joj's response is going to be, because this arm, like the fact that this third base is running is so scary for any Zerg.
Yeah,
So,
it's a really awkward situation.
Hey, look at that
also.
though. Yeah, you said it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that mutas. He's going 14 mutas straight up.
Yeah, he saved up the gas for it, but it's still a bit awkward because the Phoenixes are still alive. Hello Kitty has had some really great control. He's kept those Phoenixes alive for a really, really long time, and now they're going to start paying off. Even against a fairly large muta count, 16 mules going to be popping out almost immediately. They're going to be useful to at least harass as long as you have good control, and we know Hello Kitty has some good control.
Yeah, indeed. Those Phoenixes almost actually flew over the Hydralisk. So, this is really weird. This is a weird position. Going mutas, I don't 100% agree with it. He's not going to have the army to be able to deal with Hello Kitties. So I'm wondering if he's just going to go for the base race. The Nidus network has gone down for Joj, and I think he's come to the conclusion that he's like, I don't think I can ever take this army, so I'm just going to make a bunch of Mutalisks, get my Nidus network in order to expand across the map as we go into this kind of base race scenario. Yeah, no.
Indeed. And he tries to poke in over that natural expansion. Nope. But a handful of stalkers are going to also greet him over at that third expansion. And I have to say, it's kind of nice that he pulls Hello Kitty back from doing that big engagement. But Nidus goes down in the main base.
Yep, the main base of Hello Kitty is about to be under siege, and the mutas are going to be able to guard whatever comes out of this Nidus swarm. And look at that. Phoenixes are here, and there's really only four Phoenixes, 5 Phoenixes. I wonder if he's going to put in any of these Hydras to deal with these Phoenixes, but these mutas are the guardians of the Nidus right now, and these things are
Hello Kitty's going for it.
A lot of, yep, and it looks like Hello Kitty's had enough. And
Yeah,
I think we're going to go into this base race scenario.
I mean, we're seeing Joj decimate the main base, the natural expansion, and the third base has been completely ravaged. So this actually, as long as Joj can actually win the base trade situation, he can still be in a really, really good position. Does Hello Kitty have a recall? Yes, he does recall over to the natural expansion.
Yeah, but Hello Kitty has a recall to an extent with that Nidus Swarm. He put all of his drones into the Nidus because he thought the base race was going, and he was getting ready for it. He wants to trade bases right now. Both of them did lose that base, kind of like that awkward situation last game where they both lost their natural. But I like Joj's position in this game a lot better than it was last game going into a base race, especially with his unit composition.
Oh my god, Joj is actually executing this out really, really well. He leaves some Zerglings over there and then immediately sends them to the Nidus, where maybe he actually would like to see him pick off that Cybernetics core. But, I mean, honestly, as long as he doesn't engage this army directly...
Yeah, and the mutas are just kind of chilling there, so I'm wondering if he's not looking... Joj, if Blink is ready, it is. These mutas need to get out of there. They can't actually be... they're so valuable right now. I think that Joj, all he needs to do is just take the map, Nidus around the map in order to use that mobility. He can even make a Nidus, put the Hydras and Lings into there, but no, he's not going to, and he's just going to fight it straight up.
Oh no, I don't know how much I agree with this decision from Joj. He's also pulling the drones. He does have some hatcheries going off, but honestly...
I don't know why, but he has the mobility. He has no reason to engage this army right now. And yeah, it looks like Hello Kitty will take the supply lead in the game. Fanatics Hello Kitty does eliminate Joj. Well, not eliminate, but does knock Joj into the losers match. So yeah, pretty intense game.
Yeah, it's so funny because yesterday was full of 2-1s, very, very close series. Today we're seeing a lot of 2-0s actually, as the last series a 2-0, this series a 2-0, and I have to say, I feel like Joj actually, I mean, it wasn't going to be easy, but I feel like Joj had an advantage having taken out and done so much damage. I feel like he could have played out that really evasive style, and it's not an easy one to play, but yeah, you just take a bunch of bases around the map. He had the Nidus, and you just mine the gas in order to just make as many meters as you can and try to win the base race. That army from Protoss the Hello Kitty had was so like, if you're going meters, you are saying to yourself, I'm never going to engage this army. Pretty much. So. Well, regardless, Joj is still in the group stage. Still, he's going to go moving to the losers bracket, or I should just say the losers match. And Hello Kitty going to be advancing on to play against the winner of the last series, who was actually Jon Snow. So it's going to be a PVZ once again. We're going to see 2 more PVZs. It's PVZ day. And Jon Snow wanted that, didn't he? He said didn't he say he wanted to play another PVZ against Hello Kitty? Or he was assuming?
He was saying he was gonna. Jon Snow said, you know,
easily just going to be the favorite for the entire thing. He's going to not have any issues. He actually also called every other player in the group trash. Those are verbatim words. Not making this up at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. And I think Hello Kitty is just kind of having a couple of lag spikes and stuff. So he is just sorting some stuff out. We're going to bring him on to the winners interview maybe a little bit later. Actually, we might just move into the next series just because I know yesterday the Breakout Invitational Day 1 took a very, very long time. Went for quite a while. And we do have some East Coasters. Tempo, StarCraft included.
Yours truly, yeah.
So we are going to be just jumping into the next series. So guys, stick around. We're going to go to a short break while we get this result or get the next series up, and hope to see y'all soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be ready to jump into the next game, but first, we're going to be introducing these two players. We have Core Gaming's Jon Snow and the winner of the last series, Fnatic Gaming's Hello Kitty. So this is going to be your pre-game / post-game interview all at once. Jon Snow, you're just going to have to sit there and look pretty, which I know you could do very easily. Yeah, you're doing a great job, man. You're doing an awesome job. But
Thank you.
Hello Kitty. How did you feel about that last series? I mean, you were laying down some pretty big smack talk there, and you honestly, you look like you were in a really good situation. And except the last game, I feel like you had a very awkward situation toward the very end. Tell us about that last game.
Well, like it's really weird to trade bases with Zergs because I'm not really used to it, but. I knew my army was way better since since I did a lot of the early game damage and I got my third up pretty quickly. Just in general, it was like a really weird game. Like he keeps trying to base trade. I guess that's the style he likes to go for. But I just made like 20 cannons and just A move pretty much. And plus I had like a lot of FPS lag, so it's really hard to play. Like my regular FPS is about like 161 to like 250-ish, but then like it was like 60, 70-ish. When I was like just macroing. So if I had I guess less lag, I probably would have just execute a lot better against those I guess base trades and stuff like that.
All right, and just moving into the pregame interview, Jon Snow, how you doing? You said that you didn't really prepare too much or do anything super duper special outside of just a regular old practice. Do you have anything special prepared for Hello Kitty maybe?
I don't know. I haven't really faced him on ladder much recently. He dodges me all the time, so.
Because your MMR is too low, man.
Dude, it's too high.
Oh man. Okay, Hello Kitty. Have you been doing any kind of preparation? Have you been practicing with one hand anymore?
Well, this time I just practiced with my feet instead.
Okay, and
works.
I mean, how's that been going for you? Is there any kind of units that you feel are better when you're playing with your feet?
Yeah, I think, Immortals are pretty good. Especially Sentries are pretty good too. Just press G and then press F, click force field. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, those buttons are right next to each other. You can hit them both with your big toe. It just works out so well. But gentlemen, do you have any words for each other before we jump into this next series?
I don't know. I don't really know who Jon Snow is. So
Yeah, I've really seen who Hello Kitty is. I can't really find him in any tournaments. He's pretty much the underdog. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, best of luck. Go to your player booths, and you don't have to actually move anywhere to go to your player booths, but we'll be seeing you all soon as we kick you off of the call. Thank you so much for coming on, and Hello Kitty, try not to eat too many crackers.
I can't keep it straight. Oh. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, keep it professional. But oh my God, these two are awesome, man.
I know. Okay, I'm just okay. Here's the thing. In case you couldn't tell, in case your sarcasm levels are on the same level as Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory, and you just cannot detect it at all, both of these players actually fairly well known. Hello Kitty was one of the original invites to WCS America Season 1, and Core Gaming's Jon Snow went over a grueling qualifier to make it into Season 3 of WCS America Challenger League. So both these players have actually been making a bit of a name for themselves as of late, and I'm really interested to see how this is going to end up going.
Indeed.
And Tempo, do you want to go ahead and take it away with the intros?
Alrighty. Spawning in the top right corner. Just won the last series. He is the red Protoss from the team Fnatic. He goes by the name of Hello Kitty.
Bad luck, don't have fun. That might have been mistaken as a typo, but I know better.
Yeah.
All right,
and spawning. Oh, you got this.
Yeah, spawning down here in the bottom left-hand corner, representing Core Gaming, it is the pink Zerg player, Jon Snow. Tempo, I feel like you could make an epic rap battles of all time just for these two players.
I was gonna say, man, geez. Oh, I don't even know if I can't even cast that. I was just like laughing at the thought of what they're both smiling at their computer right now. You know they are just
I
typing
know.
over to each other. So that's the beauty about it too. So two players that are, you could say, are two of the bigger ones that are breaking out, to say.
Yeah, they've
But,
already found a lot of the most success in terms of breaking out so far.
Yeah.
So, you know, we do actually see a couple of build choice orderings already coming out as we have the spawning pool being laid down from Jon Snow, playing a little bit more defensive, knowing Hello Kitty's sort of aggressive style. And in the meanwhile, Hello Kitty opening up with a pylon on the low ground. For once, he's actually not doing a gateway expand.
Interesting, yeah. Oh, excuse me. I'm wondering if if he's just playing to his opponent now, or just not playing predictably. But a good pylon block here for Hello Kitty.
And actually, Hello Kitty, upon seeing, you know, that this hatchery hasn't been taken, or I don't know what it was, but he decided to pop down the forge. I mean, this is a really, really late... This is a really late forge, and he does let the pylon finish, and just lets Jon Snow know.
Indeed. And this must be so annoying here for Jon Snow. Sixlings are going to be coming out, but this hatchery is going to be delayed for so long. Hello Kitty's not even allowing Jon Snow to take that third at a decent time. You know, the third position at a decent time. And you'll notice that Jon Snow still has 300 minerals saved up to 400 now. So, yeah, it's just a weird, awkward position. And Hello Kitty is more than prepared for any forlings that will be coming, because he did opt to go for the forts first. He didn't go for Nexus first and do a pylon block and block the third and then just say, like, okay, I'm going to get away with that. Because there are some Zergs that are not happy with that, and they'll just make like 8 lings and run at you if you don't go for the forge first. And your cannon won't be done in time.
Oh yeah, that's like one of the doomsday worst case situation scenarios that you want to avoid. But you know, I have to say that Hello Kitty's managed to keep that probe alive, and that's very important because he scouts out that natural expansion. So he's, okay, I know your stuff was delayed. Do you just go on tilt? Are you about to all in me? Sees, okay, nope, third expansion's down. Probably not an all in, unless he goes for a cancel, but probably not going to happen.
Yeah, I would doubt so. Jon Snow has probably dealt with this many, many times. I mean, it's one of those things where if you just give up and say, oh, well, it was delayed for 15 seconds, I might as well just Baneling Bust or something. I mean, you don't always have to. You still have a relatively good economic lead when you drone really hard. It just really depends on how... Oh, a little pause here from Hello Kitty. I was going to say that it just depends on how Hello Kitty decides to follow up those... that delay, because if you don't utilize the delay, say like by doing that pylon block, then you kind of miss a timing opportunity or a window. So you know, it wasn't a cannon rush, it just was literally a delay, and sometimes you can abuse that, hit your timing at a certain time where the Zerg just literally doesn't have the economy to deal with you.
Yeah, definitely. And
it's not as major as a cannon rush though.
Yeah, for certain. And we do have a couple of the Zerglings trying to chase down that probe. And oh my god, Jon Snow is just barely not going to find that probe. Maybe, you know, two Zerglings will find it. And that is a really nice win, because you do not want that probe making proxy pylons, being annoying all around the map at the absolute worst possible time.
Yeah. It's so, I mean, such a big map. In order to find that probe, you have to pretty much scout every little corner. And it does seem like Jon Snow did... play his cards right, and he might actually get this probe before the Stalker does that last hit. Oh, okay. So for the price of 1 Ling, he gets that probe, and another probe will have to be sent out. But this Ling is actually gonna see? No. The Ling doesn't see that the Chrono Boost. He doesn't see the Chrono Boost on the warp gate. So
but he does actually see +1 weapons researching, and that should be at least a little bit of a tell that, hey, there's probably something coming. I do have to be able to prepare for any kind of +1 or +2 weapon timing pushes, and we actually have a Twilight Council, so this looks like this might actually be maybe a +2 Blink Stalker push.
Yeah, so he's gonna come here and probably pressure the third with a few of these units. There is no proxy pylon here, so it is gonna be made here. Is there a mothership core though? I don't see a mothership core, so he's going in with the intention that this army is gonna die, but not before doing a lot of damage, and forcing out some units from Jon Snow, which is very important if you're gonna follow it up with some kind of +2 blink attack. You don't want the economy of the Zerg to be too strong before you attack. So doing these little plays, trading it. Hopefully Hello Kitty can get a bit more damage done. Will he save this Stalker? I think so.
Oh yeah, and Jon Snow a little bit indecisive, trying to focus down that pylon, realizes he is not going to be able to get it, and he does have a lot of Zerglings still left over, and if he can take out that probe, it will be nice, but oh man, he's losing a lot of these Zerglings to those Zealots who have that +1 weapons.
Yes, and it looks like Jon Snow has decided to go for the pylon.
I like that.
And this is good because it's going to get rid of any other aggression that would follow it up.
Yeah.
But the probe, like you said, did survive, and he's just kind of chilling at the top. And I'm sure that will be the pylon that is going to be made for the Blinkstalker follow-up.
Exactly, and it's exactly as you're saying. There's going to be that Blinkstalker follow-up, and Jon Snow is actually going to be coming in with his Overlord. He's going to very soon see that No, he turns his Overlord around as he sees more gateways being thrown up on the high ground. He does not see the Twilight Council. He has to identify that Blink is going to be the choice that will tell him that's going to be a lot of Stalkers.
Yeah, and the fact that the Stalkers are being warped in may kind of get that in Jon Snow's head that, okay, Blinkstalkers could be a possibility. I see a bunch of gateways, and there was a 4-gate opener, you know? So the fact that opener, though, Jon Snow defended it really well. He didn't lose too many drones. I think that Zealot that was in the mineral line at the end did a bit more damage than the actual push itself did. So this is nice, though, from Hello Kitty. He's going to be taking his third base. But no burrowed Ling here like in that other game we saw. So that third will go up pretty uncontestedly if he decides to put it up. I don't know if he's actually going to put it up. I think he might actually just make it seem like he's expanding and then just hit hard with his Blinkstalker time.
Oh, yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Tempo. This is a really, really smart mind game going on from Hello Kitty as he pushes across the map. But, I mean, Jon Snow has seen the majority of that army, and knowing that there were so many Stalkers in that composition, he's definitely got to be thinking, okay, there's a really high probability that he probably has Blink, and I like the fact that Burrow is on the way because he could actually catch Hello Kitty so off guard. There's going to be no observer, no detection.
Yep, and if these Stalkers and these Sentries can get a nice position, the Roaches and the Lings may not be enough here. Some more Roaches are getting caught. Uh-oh, not even one Stalker has been destroyed yet. I think if he gets up into this third, Jon Snow's not going to be able to really get a good position that he wants.
Yeah, and some big force fields actually go down, keeping all those Roaches from actually moving up to that third location, and now some Blinkstalker mech are going down. I mean, there's not going to be a reinforcing proxy pylon anywhere nearby, but... Well, actually, no, he already has a reinforcing pylon set up.
He does. And good burrow here from Jon Snow. He's just buying time. He hasn't lost any of his economy yet. So keep in mind, Roach speed is not finished yet. 11 more Roaches in production, and not an observer, but a robotics facility is coming up here for Hello Kitty. The third is still not been taken, so this attack is in full effect. He's going to use all of his resources for more Stalkers.
That is a proxy robotics facility to get an observer out as soon as possible, and this could work out really, really well for Hello Kitty. He's doing a lot of damage. The Stalkers are trying to blink back. The Roaches burrowing once again, but as soon as that robotics facility finishes up, it's not going to be too long until the observer is out, and Jon Snow has to deal with this army before it spirals out of control.
Yes, as long as he retains his Stalker count, he should be okay. Hello Kitty will be, but the positioning of these Roaches are kind of awkward because I think the third of Jon Snow is going to go down. There's not that many force fields, but he's going to go find that pylon. Oh, no, he's just going for the straight up counterattack, I think.
He changes his mind, turns around as he doesn't see that pylon, it looks like. But he has a really, really big concave over here. It's kind of hard to force field out all of this. Drones coming off the line as well. Could Jon Snow actually hold this? He's running low on Roaches, but remember, he has the defender's advantage. More Roaches are going to be popping out and streaming in as this game goes on.
This is so close, but to this point now, it looks like that next warping of Stalkers is going to be able to deal with these burrowed Roaches of Jon Snow, and there are just way too many Stalkers out right now, and the dance trademark of Hello Kitty now, right on the creeps, so he sees it, Jon Snow. He's not enthused, he's not amazed, he's not happy with that, but some Roaches and the Spine Crawlers are going to try for a final stand of the natural, and a few Stalkers are going to be taken out, but this Blink Micro is really nice here from Hello Kitty.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a really good job keeping those Stalkers alive. You can just see that based on how many of those Stalkers are in yellow or orange health, or even sometimes red health, as just a sign of a good Blink Stalker player, making sure that they get Blink back as soon as they lose those shields. But the
high health ones are in the front. Final stand, I think, here from Jon Snow. Kind of a weird blink back, but I think it's going to be enough. This positioning is really nice. Still dancing. Drones are going to nibble at the ankles of those Stalkers, but I don't think it's actually going to be enough. Stalkers don't need no legs to blink. They just, they got it. So I think Jon Snow is in a bit of trouble here as the drones do go down, and GG well played is called. And our Fnatic Protoss is going to take the first game of the series.
Indeed, he will. So, really well done by Fnatic Gaming's Hello Kitty as he takes game number 1 in a pretty decisive fashion. But, I mean, I have to say, that is a kind of thing that you can do once. And I have to say that Jon Snow will probably be a little bit more wary of those kind of possibilities in the future. So, 2-base all-in, will we probably see another one? Do you think that's still a possibility, Tempo, or do you kind of agree with me?
It's always a possibility. It's just who knows, right? One of the greatest things about Protoss play is that you can make that decision and be like, all right, do I want to go all in here? Should I take my base? I can even take my base and then cancel it. Like you have many options. So it's really going to be up to Jon Snow's how he deals with it, and how he deals with the remember the first push too. Hello Kitty planned it out so that even if I don't kill the third, I'm still forcing out units so that my follow-up attack is that much stronger. So it's like, how is Hello Kitty? I'm sure Hello Kitty has a lot of mind games at his disposal. So
yeah, for sure. And I'm pretty interested to see exactly what Jon Snow is going to change up. Personally, I think a part of that also came down to the fact that he kind of scouted out that aggression was coming out a bit later than he probably wanted to. I mean, again, Hello Kitty was throwing out those mind games. He was doing things like making it look like he was going to be grabbing a third expansion and all other sorts of things. But with that being said, we're getting the players into the game. And I want to remind everybody that you guys can all go vote for who you think is going to win completely for free over at goimba.com. It's a really awesome website. You can vote on things like who you think is going to win, who you think is going to get the first worker kill, etc. They just have random bets placed up there. So go ahead and check it out. It's really easy to register for. And that's actually what the numbers that you see are up in the top right-hand corner. But I also want to remind...
Right, that's you. That's you guys. That was percentages of you.
Indeed.
It's not like this game is 55% Jon Snow and 44% Hello Kitty, like their presence on the map or anything. That's your votes, folks.
Yeah, definitely not. But guys, you can also go ahead and check out the donation boxes below. Tempo, do you want to go ahead and explain that part?
If you
donation boxes,
Yeah, so if you favor a player and you've been watching them play and you're like, I really like the way this guy's playing and you want to support them in any way that you can, definitely go to that donation box and you can make any amount that you would like contribution in order to support them and show them that you do like how they play and hope that they go far in this tournament and in just their StarCraft career in general. So it's definitely a cool way to support your players in any way that you can.
Yeah, and we are actually going to be doing a giveaway as well for any of the people who donate the largest amount, either to the prize pool itself, to any of the individual players, or if you don't have any money to donate, you can just go ahead and tweet at Barcraft Apparel, at Barcraft Apparel, one more time, and make sure that you're also following them, and you'll be entered in a chance to randomly win a awesome Barcraft Apparel t-shirt. But let's go ahead and let's jump in and introduce the players really quickly before this text goes away. And Tempo, do you want to take it away with the first one?
All right, spawning in the bottom right corner, I would like to give a shout out to Jon Snow's mother, which is very nice and courteous of him. He is the Red Protoss up one game in this series. He goes by the name of Fnatic Hello Kitty.
And spawning up in the top left-hand corner of the map as the pink Zerg player, currently down 0-1, but looking for the comeback, giving a shout-out to his manager, Malad. It is the Core Gaming Zerg, Jon Snow.
Man, the games are as entertaining as the chat that precedes them.
Oh, that's so
Oh, look at that.
Big hearts out to all the fans and the viewers and everyone else just watching this stream and supporting North American StarCraft.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. It's really awesome to see y'all out there, coming in full force to support the North American scene. And a big shout out to you, Fair Dragon, Mr. Ravi. I remember when you had this idea and you were like, hey, I'm going to do this up. And, look what it has come to. And it's pretty awesome to see that. And I know firsthand what it feels like to see the success of something like that, that you put your heart and soul into, and seeing it actually come to be like it is now. We have like 350 or so viewers all out there tuning in.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I am really happy with how everyone has been turning out. But, guys, I do actually want to bring it back down because of this. And we're seeing a pretty standard opening from both these players, Gateway Expand from Hello Kitty. But I do want to remind you guys that, all of the trash talking, all that good stuff is kind of all in good humor. And don't take any of it too seriously. These players don't actually hate each other, but I mean, Tempo, as we see the third expansion being taken for Hello Kitty or for Jon Snow.
Wow.
I mean, what do you think? Do you think that taking a third expansion before your spawning pool is going to be a good strategy?
It's funny because this third expansion actually happens to be in the natural of Hello Kitty.
So what you're saying is it might be a little bit difficult to get the creep spread over to the third expansion in time for this push. This probe zealot push.
It depends though. If he gets his lair out very fast, he can actually move overlords around the map and sort of just have them poop out creep and then have tumor in the middle and spread it towards, which would be very, very nice play from Jon Snow. But it looks like Hello Kitty here does not want Jon Snow. Look at that. He's actually going to be doing a timing push on the third of Jon Snow here at the 4-minute and 15-second mark.
Indeed, and that is a pretty devastating push. The third expansion of Jon Snow gonna go down. Hello Kitty saying, "Get out of my base," and that poor drone is gonna be like, "What? Fine. I don't want to be your friend anyways."
He's like, "Where am I?"
Oh my god.
This isn't my base. But you guys aren't Ziggs. What the? Well, my bad.
Oh my god. This is like the exact opposite of like a Bronze League hero thing. That's like Bronze League hero. You suddenly realize like, wait, I didn't look at this map properly. That's not my third expansion. That's your third expansion. Except these are like good players, and this is actually like just a really cool move that Jon Snow tried to do to try and delay the natural expansion of Hello Kitty from going down. Now, I'm actually not sure how much it actually delayed Hello Kitty's expansion because Hello Kitty was going for that gateway expansion anyways, so it was going to be a little bit further delayed than say a Nexus first in the first place.
Yeah. So it's a cute move, but that's who knows if Hello Kitty does decide to. I'm not exactly sure how effective it was, but it was pretty cool nonetheless. But this Mothership Core doing work once more, and I think the Queen should be able to deal with it now. It did get a few shots on that Mothership Core beforehand.
Ooh, I like the split up of Zerglings though. I mean, 3 going after or 4 going after that pylon, the rest going after that Stalker, and there's not actually enough energy for a recall, so the Stalker's gonna have to be a little bit careful. Speed is actually about to finish up, and I think the Stalker's definitely gonna go down as long as he keeps some of these Zerglings alive.
But this press is gonna be pretty hard to deal with. Oh, well, speed finishing though, and 12 more Lings on the way. I think that Jon Snow is just fine. No amount of Zealots or Stalkers could be warped into even punish those Lings, so it looks like Hello Kitty's gonna warp in a sentry at home, a little bit nervous as he does warp in another pylon, 2 sentries, and that proxy pylon that is on the map is gonna have to warp in another day, so
yeah, that's gonna be a really nice potential for later aggression, but I have to say that Jon Snow's build has really been delayed by that proxy hatchery. I mean,
whoa, Hello Kitty, oh no, wasn't looking.
Oh man,
God,
that is a devastating loss right now for Hello Kitty. Losing all of those sentries. Does not actually have the Mother Score back home just quite yet. Doesn't have enough energy for a Photon Overcharge. It's about to, but he cannot Photon Overcharge in 2 places at once.
Yeah, what is he going to Photon Overcharge? The main or the natural? And this is so devastating right now. Jon Snow is going ham on Hello Kitty's base right now. And just from one little misstep by not looking at, they're not even having the hold position on that sentry.
Yeah, and oh my god, Snow's just gonna go after those pylons, man. He's gonna try and do as much guaranteed damage as he can. Not even bothered.
Pretty good crisis management.
Oh, he does the wraparound around the Nexus, picks off the pylon. 2 pylons, a handful of probes. It looks like 13 probes have been.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
That was a really, really nice attack there from Jon Snow, and it's nice to do things like that because you have to think like, my opponent may not be playing perfect, and I just made all these Lings, and I need to do something with them. When you make units as Zerg, you definitely want to get stuff done with them. Units are pretty useless on the map unless they're attacking, you want them to be drones. The Zerg, wants all of the units on the map to be drone. Like if Zerg could max out on drones, just 200, and win the game for reaching the max first, he would just make drones. Like that's what Zerg loves to do.
I think you mean 220 supply because they build 20 spine crawlers with a lot of those drones. But
Yeah.
more Zerglings moving across the map from Jon Snow. What do you think about this mass speed Zergling style that we've been seeing out of Jon Snow in this game, and just constantly poking and prodding at that front?
I like it. He has the map control right now and the map presence. I'm wondering though why he did decide to make all those lings afterwards, instead of making them all into drones. I know that he was supply blocked during that attack. Jon Snow was, so he may not have been able to drone during the attack, and the potential of like the round of drones and then the round of units, he kind of missed that opportunity. But it's good to have that map control, but they need to be going around the map at all times in order to deny things like this third that is being taken by Hello Kitty. The reason why you make those units are to deny the third. Once that gets up, and the cannon is placed. Well, I don't think he has a forge, Hello Kitty, but the main thing is that once that Nexus finishes, it can become photon overcharged, right? So you want to get it as early as possible, and the earlier that you attack a Nexus, then guess what? The better chance you have of canceling it.
Yeah, it's a really, really good point. And, we do end up seeing the Dark Shrine coming up from Fnatic Gaming's Hello Kitty alongside Blink, so he could do a little bit of damage. And, it looks like Jon Snow actually finally spotting out that proxy pylon. That is an enormous win right now, because that means that those DTs are going to have to walk all the way across the map if they want to get any damage done.
Yeah. And now this third of Hello Kitty is known by Jon Snow. So he knows that he's taking a third, and he's going to make a bunch of roaches and lings, and just going to try to push this third and deny it. And I think he has enough units, especially with DTs about to be on the way. Not the most beefy of units to try to actually attack, but if he's able to... I don't know, there's no Overseer here, is there?
Yeah, there is an Overseer or somewhere, but it's lagging a bit behind. He's actually just target firing down the third Nexus. He is going to get it, but I mean, I have to ask the same questions I was asking when we watched Joj versus Hello Kitty. Did he trade too many units for that?
Yeah, I feel like he only traded lings, so maybe okay. Here comes the Overseer. You're gonna have to morph into an Archon. There is no anti-air here, so eventually, after a few hours, the Mothership Core will be able to kill all of these roaches. But there are so many roaches on the map right now, and there's really nothing at the front of Hello Kitty's natural. So I think that if Jon Snow just runs up to the front, he will be delayed by these sentries, but they can only hold out for so long.
Yeah, I mean, the sentry count, oh man, he's going to lay down some really good force fields, but honestly, this is coming back down to the fact that Hello Kitty has not had the opportunity or the gas to make any good defensive units like Colossus or High Templars, and that's because he lost those early 3 sentries. This is all coming back to bite him in the butt, and looks like GG gonna get called. Core Gaming's Jon Snow taking game number 2.
Woo! Wow. Yeah, like he was saying, it all stems back to that one misstep, and then you have to use more gas to defend against any type of earlier pressure, and then you can't tech, so you just become infinitely behind.
It really does, and honestly, I think that was a really good move from Jon Snow. Really gave him a solid position in the game, and a big misstep from Hello Kitty. So we'll have to wait and see if that happens again, because I have seen Jon Snow. This is something he likes to do. He likes to just test his opponent at really random times with Zerglings. Just try and see. Okay, Terran player, is your Wallen actually up? Are you ready? Okay. It's down. All right, or sorry, it's up. You know what? Just gonna go home. No worries. All right, just use these for map control. Otherwise, oh man, he wrecks your base. 13 probes killed at that stage in the game.
Oh my god,
awesome.
It's game ending, as we saw with the follow up, and he knows exactly how to follow it up. Especially with Hello Kitty trying to take a third, shutting it down as it's finishing. So maybe he did decide to wait. Waiting may have been the right move because he was definitely aware of it. So it wasn't like he just didn't know that Hello Kitty was taking a third.
Yeah, and I do also have to say that that is one of the disadvantages of going for that Dark Templar tech as a Protoss player. You're instead of going for, say, Colossus or High Templars or some of those AoE big damage units that do really, really well in big engagements. I mean, Hello Kitty opted for Dark Templar.
Yeah.
Which means his army isn't necessarily best at straight up engagements unless he can pick off those overseers.
Yeah.
So,
He may have been planning to in order to defend his third. Say it hit a little bit later, but that roachling aggression on the third was just perfectly timed.
Yeah.
There was not enough stalkers to even snipe the overseer. And in the first trade, all he lost were the lings. So the roaches were sniping away at the nexus, and the lings were literally buffering. So he wasn't able to get a photon overcharge or anything. So really well played by both players. I mean, obviously it was one misstep by Hello Kitty, but Jon Snow played that exceptionally to just the early defense. Yeah.
And we'll have to wait and see if Jon Snow does any kind of crazy shenanigans again with the 3 hatch before pool at his opponent's natural expansion. Taking a page out of the book from Reed Gaming Cats over there. But I mean, the next map, the final map, is going to be Frost, and I'm curious to see how these two players are going to play this out. We'll go over the map features in just a second, but Tempo, why don't you go ahead and take it away with that first player introduction?
Alrighty. So spawning in the the top left corner. I didn't want to get it wrong. He is the Red Protoss. He is from the Team Fnatic, hoping to go. I believe if he does win this one, he will be into the next round. Well, if either of these players win this series, they will be into the next round. He goes by the name of Hello Kitty. Sorry, I so drove that one out.
All good, man. And his opponent spawning in the bottom right-hand corner as the pink Zerg player representing Core Gaming, just tied up the series 1-1. It is Core Gaming's Jon Snow. I like that mentality from Hello Kitty. It is just a game. No need to be...
No, I don't like it, man. StarCraft is not just a game. It is serious business, man. No, I was kidding, but yeah, it's pretty nice to see the two players.
Yeah, just gotta have fun, man. Even if you're playing in a tournament, playing for some money, you're trying to break out of the North American scene, you gotta have fun while you're playing.
Yeah. So,
what is with this pylon placement from Hello Kitty?
Interesting one. I'm wondering if he's gonna use it to wall, so he doesn't have to use a pylon on his natural. But because I think you can build down, but you can't build up. Like pylons can power buildings that go down, but they can't power buildings up. So it's kind of a little cute move, but he's probably familiar with it if he's gonna do it. Because I mean, I know when I play Protoss, half of the struggle is knowing how many buildings is gonna wall and how not to totally screw your wall up. So.
Oh my God, Jon Snow is really microing that drone so well. He actually managed to pick that probe away very, very quickly. And I mean, that probe is gonna be in the red health, so he's not gonna be able to do too much more. I mean, shield's gonna regenerate. He can continue to be a little bit annoying, but he's gonna have to get out of there, man. He cannot chance it against those Zerg that are gonna be popping out.
So very nice micro. I think the drone might have actually swung on each cooldown. That's pretty nice. So.
Stutter stepping drones, man, not something you see every day.
Nah. So, but the same kind of opening. I guess it's very interesting pylon. I think it's kind of stylistic though as well. Check this out. I know how pylons work.
Yeah. It reminds me of the early Wings of Liberty kind of days where when players were just starting to do Forge Fast expands, they would place that pylon on the high ground. And a lot of the reason why they stopped doing it, though, is because you do become a little bit vulnerable if your opponent goes for some sort of big 2-base Roach all-in, which we're not going to be seeing. We see a third expansion coming down from Jon Snow. But 2-base Roach all-ins, you could use an Overlord and target fire down that pylon, and suddenly it's like, oh, well, geez, now I have an extra exposed pylon in my wall.
Yep, exactly. But the only way to get to that pylon now will be if Jon Snow brings an Overlord or an Overseer. So it's nice that it may look like from Jon Snow's perspective that if I target down that pylon, I'm going to unpower everything here.
Oh, yeah.
Although there's that other pylon on the high ground. So pretty nice little move there. Could be that. So in any case, say Jon Snow saw that as an opportunity to do some Baneling Bust or something crazy. Roach push and is taking fire from the cannon, so he targets down the pylon. It'll buy Hello Kitty some time, but I may be reading a little bit too deep into it, but that's just a possibility that is definitely there.
Indeed. But I do have to come back to what I think Jon Snow likes to do in Protoss vs. Zerg, and we haven't seen that much of, and that's that Zergling Mutilus style, the Ling Mutilus style. I've seen him do it really, really effectively in a lot of his Protoss vs. Zergs, but we haven't actually seen too much of it. So I'm really hoping that we get a chance to see that on this map, Frost. It's a really big map. It takes a while to move around, and you could just jart between the 3rd expansion, the main base, and the natural expansion so easily with air units, whereas it's kind of hard to do as a Protoss player with a ground army.
Yeah, I agree. Especially with this, just the space, like you're saying, right? But I'm wondering how Hello Kitty decides he's going to put down a robotics facility, and this is off of a Ford's Fast Expand, so it most likely not going to be that kind of, immortal zealot warping with the warp prism, but it's just kind of like safety. He's actually getting an observer first, so that's pretty interesting. He's just going to use it to scout with that Twilight. Oh, maybe it's a blink. I
think he's going to be going for some sort of blink push, because I think that with the observer, he's going to be able to have high ground vision. Although I think the robotics facility actually could have been delayed a little bit longer. But still, I mean, he's going to have blink. The Twilight Count's going to be useful for researching +2. And if you look at the layout of the map, there is so much area to blink to the main base.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So I'm wondering how he's going to do it. I think this... no, it's actually an observer going to go and scout a bit. No probe has been... Oh, what happened?
Oh, there's a Zealot actually harassing over the 3rd expansion. Managed to take out 2 drones, bringing another drone down to pretty low health, and honestly pretty effective. I mean, 100 minerals for 100 minerals, but
I'll take
two of those were drones, and one of them was a Zealot.
So this is interesting here. We're going to see an Immortal coming out of this robotics facility. So he's not only getting it for the observer and then just saying, all right, blink stalkers all day, every day, but he's going to make 2 Immortals.
Second Immortal. No Warp Prism, actually.
And a ton of gateways actually being put down. So this is going to be a pretty strong push. Blink stalkers are good enough against roaches, but Immortals there to supplement that DPS. It's a pretty strong push, and I'm wondering if he's going to go for a straight 2-base push or will expand upon it. It does seem like he may just go for a push, though.
I am almost certain he's going to be going for the push. I mean, he's chrono boosting out that +1 weapons upgrade, and it's now finished up. And he's getting the Warp Prism. Okay, he's going for 2 Immortals and a Warp Prism. I think he's going to elevator up to the main base. I think. I am not 100% sure. Yeah, but I mean...
Frost is a very big map, so it's most likely going to be spotted, at least him moving across. So we'll see how he decides to execute this. +2 is a very long ways away. And I'm wondering if he's going to try to sell the 3rd, like him trying to take a 3rd here. And but if he doesn't, then Jon Snow should be well prepared, well, at least well aware, and then try to make the preparations that he needs to.
Yeah, but I mean... I don't think that Jon Snow's going to buy it, though, because he has a Zergling sitting over there at the 3rd expansion, and he's going to be thinking, okay, it's the 10-minute mark, where's your 3rd expansion? If you were going to go for a 3rd expansion, you would have it by now, and you had a lot of sentries, and you can see Jon Snow already has a lot of roaches out and ready to defend against this.
Yes, he does. All right, but he's going to... It looks like Hello Kitty's going to use that Warp Prism right aggressively. He doesn't want to try to force any, army movement by, say, trying to do some harassment with Zealots and, say, the main or the 3rd and then try to snipe the 3rd. He just wants to use it straight up to try to get the win here. So we're going to see how he does execute it. +2 has not finished yet. Good positioning for Jon Snow, though.
Oh, really good positioning as he gets really up and close. And even though the Blink Stalkers will blink out of that force field wall into a nice location, the sentries are still actually taking some fire, and very soon those force fields are going to expire and leaving these sentries and the Immortal very vulnerable.
Yes, indeed. And these roaches do have the speed. Tunneling Claws is on the way. Burrow is already finished here. I do not see this attack doing anything at all. Burrow's going to finish. Tunneling Claws will finish. And there is an observer, keep in mind. But, I mean, the fact that these stalkers are being chased away by the ridiculous amount of roaches, it's pretty scary here for Hello Kitty.
Yeah, I mean, Hello Kitty's actually managed to kill off an absurd number of those workers. He killed off 16 workers so far, which puts him ahead 51 probes to 41 drones. But the thing is, you have to remember that Hello Kitty's invested a lot into this. He has to do, I think, still a bit more damage if he wants to come out ahead in this.
Yeah, I didn't realize how many workers he did lose. But if he's able to retain his stalker count and continue to put the pressure on, he may be able to make it work. There's only 40 drones on the map, so it's not like Jon Snow is at a drone count where he can just make units and be comfortable making units without squeezing in a few drones. So I think Hello Kitty can still possibly do it. No more sentries here for any kind of zoning out, but he's going to have to rely on his Blink Micro here.
Galileo Reconstitution is finished up now, and that's going to make Jon Snow a little bit more comfortable about chasing down those stalkers. Even with Blink, you can kind of start to chase them down, and I mean, we say that, you know, he's not feeling too comfortable without edging out a couple of drones in here, but he's gotten up to 47 now. And
Yes.
honestly, I think that this is going to become more and more in Jon Snow's favor as this goes on, unless Hello Kitty can do some
Especially
damage
with the
right
burrow.
now. Yeah,
the
exactly.
the burrow movement is so important for the sense that one, he can set up a trap. Well, he actually hasn't killed the observer, but these roaches never actually have to die. The strength of the Blink Stalker is that they blink, regain their shield, and then they get to a critical mass where the roaches can't deal with them anymore. But if he just burrows it, kind of like a Blink Stalker itself, you know, like Blink roaches, burrow it and moving it behind, he actually could keep up with the production of these Blink Stalkers while retaining roaches.
Indeed, but oh, the burrow does come out as he has to pop
Alright.
out, but a lot of these stalkers actually being blinked back individually. It's not actually working out that well for Hello Kitty. I mean, he's getting pushed back right now. And,
Yeah.
oh man, the drone's getting pulled off the line though, so Jon Snow still feeling a little bit uncomfortable with this. I think he goes,
He's taking it very seriously right now. He knows that if he holds this, the longer it goes, like you were saying, the better it is. I'm surprised he hasn't put down any like spine crawlers or anything, but I mean, obviously the Blink Stalkers could probably pick them off at this point.
yeah, oh, tempo, +2 weapons for the roaches are going to be finishing up in about 30 seconds, so as long as Jon Snow can buy time for that, he's going to be even on upgrades as well.
Yes.
And, oh man, he's chasing back these Blink Stalkers, and nice Blink actually negating a lot of those roach attacks, but again, what is the follow-up from Hello Kitty? Is he just going to continue to warp in more and more Stalkers?
Literally, that's all he can do at this point in time. There really is not much he can do. He's putting himself into this position where he has to try to fight, or try to kill Jon Snow before. It seems like there's going to be a critical amount of roaches. Usually, it's Blink Stalkers that get to a critical mass, but the fact that Jon Snow is retaining so many of these roaches, and he can because of the burrow, Jon Snow's about to max out. He's been hitting his injects, and he is continuing to make every roach, every mineral, every gas count. So getting chased back even further. Another blink, and look at that.
Yeah, I want to remind you guys, this is the ace match of the winners game, so whoever wins this game is going to advance on guaranteed into the semifinals, and right now, Core Gaming's Jon Snow is pushing back his opponent all the way across the map. A Time Warp comes out, and
that's a lot of stalkers. This could be it.
Did he overcommit a little bit? I mean, as I said, there's a lot of stalkers and those Time Warps.
The Time Warps really do help. But once again, here comes that burrow. And I think Jon Snow has hit that supply where he doesn't care. He wants to trade. He's like, all right, I'm about to max out. Let's kill as many. Let's kill as many.
On the other side of the map, the observer's on the.
Oh, wow.
There's no other observer over here to detect those burrowed roaches.
Yeah. But Jon Snow is in that, he doesn't care. Long hair don't care. That's the Jon Snow way, the Crow way, huh? It's just like, gonna come in here, sniping off those insert stalkers. A lot of the stalkers are going down, and the fact that Jon Snow can remax on even more roaches is very, very nice for him. He's finally managed to almost saturate the minerals at his third. But, yes, Hello Kitty's gonna get back these roaches. He's gonna push them back, but that's not the end of the roaches.
Yeah, that Blink Micro definitely demonstrating that Hello Kitty is no longer just playing with his toes, at least. And
I know, right?
But is it a little bit too late? Should he have started using his hands a little bit sooner? Because Jon Snow just has such a dominating position. Now he has burrow movement.
Yep.
If things could not get any worse, do we have another observer out on the maps yet? No, just still one over at the third expansion.
Still at the third, so.
And there's
one burrowed roach at the third, so this may be the death blow here from Jon Snow. Some really nice Blink Micro here from Hello Kitty, but it just may be too many roaches right now. Lings are going to come from behind, but it is only 4. I think this may be the end for Fanatics. Hello Kitty, and a GG is called, and Jon Snow is the first to advance. Was it to the round of 4?
Yeah, to the semifinals.
Semifinals, yeah.
Funny enough, he's going to be playing against his teammate, Core Gaming Sonic.
Yeah, okay.
Which
it's pretty cool.
That's going to be cool, and I actually think that both these players would have liked to have played each other in the finals.
Yes,
but I'm glad that Jon Snow knows, he's up against some tough opponents. Didn't just like throw away this game and be like, oh no, I can win the next match and the losers. That's
Yeah.
or like in
In fact-
the rubber match, the last match. Don't take
Mhm.
that chance. You're up against good players.
So there we go. Yeah, and that's a very nice win here from Jon Snow. From
Mhm.
one of the people that he said that I don't think he said it was fearing, but it was one of the threats he said to him, to Jon Snow. He felt like like Hello Kitty is his challenge in this group, at least to him in his perspective.
Yeah, indeed. But we are going to be pulling on Jon Snow for that winner's interview, and let's go ahead and see if we can pull him in. But I mean, what kind of things really stuck out to you about that game? Where do you think was the big turning point? Because we saw a really
was,
long two-base all in.
I think the positioning that Jon Snow was able to get initially, because you see that okay, so the third of the Protoss, right? I mean, the third of the Jon Snow, there's that little gap that if you were to force field when the roaches come through, you can pick off units at the bottom and you force them to get a better position. But Jon Snow was able to get through it with all of his roaches, and then he pulled around all of his roaches from the bottom before Hello Kitty even put down any force field. So like his sentries were caught up in the middle, and his stalkers were like way over killing drones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he lost that kind of zoning potential, and then got into the situation where he's like, well, I have to kill him now, but I can't because I haven't got to that point where I'm like, you want to lose the sentries eventually, so that you blink your stalkers and keep them alive. But it was just too much of a strong first attack, and that's not really what you expect to happen when you do some kind of attack like that.
I think that's a really good summary of it. And, we do have Jon Snow on here for the winner's interview. So, Jon Snow, how you feeling, man? You just advanced on to the semifinals to play against your teammate.
Pretty good. It's a little bittersweet because I do have to face Sonic, who I think is a very good Terran player.
Yeah.
But it's great that I advanced. Don't have any more pressure. I feel like making it out of the groups was probably the scariest thing. If I lost in groups, I would have been very disappointed.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I do have to ask about that last game. I mean, you did a really great job, I have to say, especially identifying that you were going to be up against a really, really aggressive play. What was the giveaway that Hello Kitty was going to get super duper aggressive with Blink Stalkers? Was it the sentry count? I mean, was it the sentry count, delayed third expansion? What was the big giveaway for you?
The big giveaway for me was when I scouted my Overlord. He had a very delayed sentries. They all just he worked them all in at that point.
Oh.
I actually thought it was going to be the two-base Colossus all-in, but it turned out to be a little bit of a different all-in. But the response was similar to what I would have done in both cases.
Yeah.
So also the Robo was a little weird, so I anticipated he was going to do something funky.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. And I mean, congratulations again for you're going to advance on. And I have to say, how are you going to practice to play against your teammate Sonic? I mean,
Practice games.
Core Gaming does have some other players, but do you have any Terran players in mind that you want to practice against?
I'm not sure. I might just try to use the ladder mostly, but then I'll maybe have to use it on the barcode to avoid. I don't know. It's going to be a pretty
It's a
hard
weird
task.
situation, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, because he knows we played a lot and just within the team. And it goes pretty even 50-50. He's a really good Terran player, especially in TVZ. Like, remember, he beat Tefl in that one tournament.
Yeah.
When he came back. Even when he wasn't really practicing that much. So I'm a little scared of him. I definitely think he was probably really happy that I won because he doesn't have to face another Protoss.
Oh,
So I know
yeah.
he's been a little annoyed
Saravati,
with us
yeah.
recently.
He was saying that he didn't. His
Yeah, the back
TVP.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the back of my mind, I was always thinking if I kind of subconsciously wanted to become second in the group so I wouldn't have to face him and I'd have to face Saravati instead. But I'm not sure if I would have want to face Saravati anyway. He's a pretty good Protoss player.
All right. Well, I have one last question for you, and that is there are 3 people left in the group, or I guess actually, 3 people left in the group right now. It's going to be Joj, Hello Kitty, and Bones, right? Yeah.
Yep,
Those
yep,
are the
yep.
3 people. Okay.
See Bones.
So we're going to be seeing Extraterrestrials as Joj facing off against Root Seeds as Bones. Who do you think is going to be coming out of that, and who do you think the winner of that match will, when playing against Hello Kitty, will come out ahead?
I think that probably Bones is going to be Joj and probably has the best shot against Hello Kitty just because it's PvP. It's a pretty volatile matchup, even though it's been a lot more standard, I think, recently just because of all the Mothership Core and whatnot. I think Hello Kitty probably it might be his weakest matchup. I don't know exactly. But I think Bones versus Hello Kitty would probably be a good match. And I think Hello Kitty probably will still win. Maybe in a 2-1 again. Probably not 2-0.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much, John Stowe. Congratulations again. We will be seeing more of you tomorrow. But we're gonna go ahead and kick you out of the call now.
All right.
Get out of here. Get out of here, stupid winner.
Go enjoy your win, man. Go sleep or something.
All right. Oh yeah, it's pretty
Go
late
buy
here.
Congrats, man. Congratulations, dude.
All right. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna cut him off on the thank you because I roll that way. But we're gonna go to a quick break. I do want to thank or take a little bit of opportunity to thank our sponsors. Let's Kung Fu actually donating a huge amount to the prize pool. And actually, if you want to get involved and donate to the prize pool as well, you can donate just by clicking on any of the links below to either directly to any of the players, or you can donate directly to the prize pool. Both of those are very readily available options for you guys. And we are actually doing some giveaways as well for the largest donations to the prize pool or to the player, or actually if you can just tweet out at Barcraft Apparel. The giveaways are t-shirts from Barcraft Apparel. But hey, you know what? They have some sweet looking t-shirts. If you don't necessarily want to do the donations or enter in any of the giveaways, or you don't actually get lucky with the Twitter giveaway, go buy a t-shirt anyways. Like, they're cool t-shirts.
Yeah.
But with that being said, we are going to cut to a break, and you guys can go ahead and last little shout out is if you go over to goimba.com, you can vote on the next match, which again is going to be Joj versus Bones, and it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup. I'm looking forward to it. I'm pretty sure Tempo is looking forward to it too. So be right back, guys. Stay tuned. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are going to be moving straight into the losers match, and the winner of this one will go on to play Fnatic Gaming's Hello Kitty. But until that point, let's go ahead and jump into the pregame interview with we have Root Seeds' Bones, the captain of the Root Seed Academy, as well as Extraterrestrials' Joj, who's we call him the tactician, and it's going to be pretty interesting. Guys, how you doing?
Good, man. I'm confident about this match. I'm excited to play Bones. I've played Bones a couple of times on ladder, although not recently. I don't think I've played him this season, so it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Nice, cool.
Yeah, should be fun.
All right, now Bones, I have to say, I'm not a master of logic, but if Joe just played you a couple of times, that would generally mean that you have played him a couple of times. Do you know anything about Jojo's style, or have any kind of thoughts about how you want to play this out without really giving away any of your big secrets?
I'm sure I've played him a couple times. I don't really actually remember specifically playing him, so no, not really.
Okay, and I guess same kind of question for Joj.
Well, I can answer Bones' question. Bones' secret is that he's really good at standard. He's gonna play standard. But I'm looking forward to playing him. I'm gonna break some bones, guys. I hate to tell you, but no, it's gonna be a good time.
All right, well, we'll have to see if you can rip Bones. But with that being said, do you guys have any final words for your opponent before we jump into this brutal death match where the winner will be executed on live audience stage things?
No, I'm gonna win. We're gonna play some CVP, and it's gonna look unbalanced because it is.
All right, Bones, any words?
I'm looking at the lobby here, and if you guys want, I could set my handicap to 80%.
Oh shit! There it goes.
Dang.
To give a bit of a closer match.
Shit, man.
I mean, let's wait until the end of game one at least, before we do anything subtle or drastic like that. But guys, thank you so much. We're going to be booting you out of the call now because I have power trips when I am in charge of the Skype call, and I like to put people out. So thank you guys so much for coming around. But
I'm gonna give it up. I like it. I'm loving it, man.
I'm the trash talk, man. It's pretty well.
It's hard to do a wordplay like breaking bones on Joj, though, right? So you gotta think of it the other. You gotta do it your own style, and I like it.
Oh, and I have to say, actually, Joj is one of the nicest people I've met.
Mm-hmm.
Even Bones is also actually he comes across as a little bit shy at first, but when you get to know him, he's actually a really, really funny guy. As I'm sure you guys could tell, just making it's like that, like turn on the handicap. Ooh,
came out of nowhere. I was like, woo. He's like, if you look in the lobby, I'm like looking in, like, what happened? Did we miss something? But nah, man, he's setting up the sick trash talk.
Yeah, Joj is actually a really nice guy, and he was actually just saying, like, dude, no BM, big hearts, like Bones, you super duper own and all that stuff. So these players really friendly.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to this first game on Belshare Vestige. It should be an interesting one, and is this our fourth PvZ of the night?
I believe so.
We have had only PvZs today.
It's all PvZs because of the way that it works out, huh?
If Joj advances on, we're gonna have
another one.
Oh my god, I didn't even know this was possible.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as they spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of Belshare Vestige. On top of the purple Zerg player representing Team Extraterrestrials is the tactician himself, Joj.
And spawning in the bottom right corner, the green Protoss from Root TTE Seed. He is the Thinker. He goes by the name of Bones.
This is going to be a cool match template, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Bones is a player that likes to play to the late game, no matter the matchup. Although, I do have to say, he has kind of this is like with a little asterisk. This is like one of those contracts that you read, some sort of lawful contract, and this is the asterisk at the bottom written in like size
Fine print. Yep.
fine print. All right, Bones just said he doesn't like dealing with swarm hosts and the spore caller and that kind of really super duper ultra defensive play. So he does like there's some time limit, but for the most part, Bones likes to play toward the later-ish game.
Okay.
Joj, also a player that likes to play toward the later-ish game because he feels like that's where it's not necessarily as much about early game execution, microing individual Zerglings, making sure you don't, take too much damage from like early game aggression stuff. So we're going to be seeing some really, really cool late game play. And a lot of this early game, I think, is going to be just leading up to that.
All right, that's really cool then. Especially because all the situations has been where one player loves the early game or has a very, very strong early game that leads into a late game if it goes that far. But yeah, it's pretty cool that they're both kind of these macro players that, and even Joe's even saying that Bones is gonna play standard, and he says it straight up. So I'm wondering if Bones is like, yep, well, that's just what I do, or maybe he's gonna be like, that's what you think. I've been preparing something for you, but he did say that he's, he didn't recall the last time that they played specifically, which is kind of like a trash talk in itself, but not really. I mean, I think I said it before. I think it was off camera though when I was like, yeah, sometimes people will say, hey, remember that time we played on ladder at one time? And it's like,
no details about the game. Just
no
like,
details
remember
about
that time that we played on the ladder? My name begins with a P.
Yeah.
I think. Oh yeah, you.
Oh, yeah.
We're like best friends.
So. I'm sure it wasn't intended, but if it was, then that would be some subtle little trash talk that he would have gone for. But yeah, here we go. So like you were saying, pretty standard. 3 hatcheries going down for Joj. Joj does identify the Forge fast expand, which was a Forge first, keep in mind, not the Nexus first.
Yeah.
But there was no cannon rush at all, so it was for safety maybe, as opposed to trying to get that, cannon rush or that early advantage. But like you did say, and as Joj did point out, Bones is going to play standard, and it does seem like he's going for that.
Yeah, Bones loves to be super duper safe because he has confidence in his late game. So he is willing to do things like go for the Forge expansion opening on, especially like on a map. If there's any chance that there could be anything like this. But I mean, if you can make cannons happen, why not go for it? Look at where the Zerglings are right now for Joj. They are so far out of position. He scouts it, but...
Oh my god, he is!
He's going to wall it off? Oh my god, that's going to wall it off.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, but Joj can cancel this.
He will.
He has to at this point. I mean, right? He's not going to have roaches out or anything to deal with this.
No, this base is going to get, canceled. Does cancel in time, though, so Joj at least was able to see that the cannons were being built beforehand. At least noticed. I know he saw it on his minimap, but I don't know if he actually noticed. But
the probe's over here at this new 3rd expansion, but okay, let's be honest. How in the world are you going to cannon this expansion? I mean, you would probably have to lay down 4 pylons on each side to actually wall it off.
And you'd have to be super secretive about it because the Lings are on the map already.
Yeah.
But the good part about this is that Bones knows that it's there. He's like, oh, well, you're going to go for that quick 3rd right there? Okay, then you're not going to all-in me, for the most part, at least. So Bones can kind of go on his own, his regular game plan, regularly scheduled pro-gaming. But that's pretty much what he's doing now. He knows that he's taking that 3rd, and Joj is put into an awkward position where he's like, well, I don't want to take this 3rd, but I guess I'm forced to.
Yeah, he's either forced into doing a 2-base all-in, or he's forced into, taking a later 3rd, and he's going to choose the later 3rd, because honestly, it's the most expected thing in the world to just prepare a little bit for that eventual 2-base all-in. It's so easy for a Protoss player to scout that out against a Zerg player who doesn't even have Zergling speed to deny these Zealots from moving across the map and wailing away at the 3rd.
Exactly. And it's nice. A Stalker is on the way as well, so I'm wondering if he's going to continue to be aggressive here. What is that? Oh, the Overlord is getting shot at, so nothing too crazy. The Phoenixes are going to be coming out. And we're going to find out exactly what kind of tech path that Bones is going to want to go for, as well as for extraterrestrials, Joj.
I mean, Tempo, I can tell you right now, Joj, a master of standard play and doing the same thing because he trusts in his build, is going to be doing the exact same thing he did in all the other Protoss versus Zergs he's played today. And let me remind you about that. He's going to make 4 Phoenix. He's going to make exactly 4 Phoenix.
Yep.
He's gonna make this robotics facility that you see right over here.
Yep,
right?
that one that's being built.
Then
Okay.
he's gonna make one immortal, and then he's gonna make one more prism.
Yep.
And then he's gonna start making Colossus and take a third. And Tempo, if he does anything differently, it's because I am telling you, Bones has no longer playing the game. His little brother has taken over at that point. That's the only way he doesn't do this.
Yeah. All right. Well played, man. I like. Well played, Fear. Well played. But I guess yeah, it's kind of the fact that those cannons that are going by that the third quote unquote of George. Always remember that the Palon can always be used to warp in Zealous or anything at any time, as long as they're not dealt with. So the fact that the third is all the way on the other side makes it so that the units from the third will be rallied, but they won't get there in time. Well, as fast as they could, if you were to do some kind of attack. And sometimes you forget about that as a Zerg. You're like, oh my god, where are these units coming from? I've been scouting the map this whole game and seeing when he's pushing out, and I didn't even see a proxy Palon go down, but
Yeah, you do have to remember to take that out, and hopefully Judge will remember that. He does have a couple of roaches out, and I mean he's making a couple more in preparation for any kind of early aggression that Bones could end up doing. You have to remember that is what Bones is going to want to do with this Warp Prism going to be popping out, but
yes,
third expansion should be taken soon, and Joj will have the Zerglings in ready order to actually scout out exactly when that happens.
Yeah. So really nice here play. Keeping those Zerglings there in order to see exactly when that bases go down. Yeah, but like you say, the Warp Prism is on the way. Extended Thermal Lance is pretty standard. But the thing is what is Joj gonna do? Yeah, so we got Burrow +1, and no other tech so far. Staying on those 3 bases, and that's pretty much all he really does need at the moment. But
Okay, Tempo, let's zoom back a little bit to earlier today, okay? We saw Bones play this exact, remember, he does the same build because he has a lot of confidence in it. He played the same style against another against another Zerg player, and that was Jon Snow.
yes,
And if you recall, Jon Snow took advantage of the fact that there was no observer out by getting Burrow.
yeah,
And I'm wondering if Joj is going to be thinking the same thing. I mean, the third expansion has not been taken yet, and there's a Zergling from Joj ready and waiting to burrow over there. You have to remember, Joj has been able to see all the games played today. He knows his style.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if he is, because he even pointed that out in the beginning. Zergling ready to see this probe gonna go to try to expand here from Bones. He's like, all right, this is my cue. He can burrow now if he wants to after he kills the probe, though. Burrow just did finish, though. I don't know if he knows. He does.
Oh, yep. All right. And Warp Prism actually moving past that third expansion. A nice little position at that expansion. He's going to see it move over to the main base. And all the Zerglings are trying to retreat alongside the Roaches, but they are actually still a bit of a ways off. And wow, nice positioning on those Queens.
Yes, very nice. And keep in mind, during this whole harassment, the third would be going down for Bones. Thankfully for that, Zergling burrowed. It's gonna buy Jode some time. So this is a nice harass to do to the Zerg, especially when you're trying to take your third. But the fact that the burrow is there, it totally throws your whole game plan off. So like you're saying, maybe Jode has been watching and he knows that just that one little. How annoying is that? There's a stupid little Zergling just chilling, and there's nothing. You can't even put this big building that is warping from Ire. Like, how messed up is that? Because of this little Zergling that's underground.
Cute, man. It's too cute when it's underground. If it's upper ground, I mean, you see like the sharp fangs and everything. You see those big old wings. But when it's underground, man, you just see that cute little face.
Nope. You just see just poking up his. Imagine that. Like, you go to put down a big Nexus and it's just like this face. I can't put a Nexus on that. No, hell no.
Oh, we might be seeing a big engagement over here.
A lot of Lings, though.
Oh, he has to be careful. There are 2 Colossus out. And third expansion finally does get thrown down from Bones, but you have to remember, Joj is a tactician. He's going to be looking for a good engagement angle, and if he can actually stop Bones from actually getting to that, a good position over at the third expansion, he could move in, but no. Not liking that positioning. Just going to back off for now. He's going to be defending against the Warp Prism harassment over his natural expansion as well, as he does clean those up with some roaches.
Yep, and this fourth that Joj wants to take is going to get denied probably by these Zealots, but I think the Zerglings should be able to clean this up.
Ooh,
the problem here, there's a lot of Zerglings here. This not really the unit that you want in this position. I think Joj is going to have to figure out a way to ditch these Zerglings. He needs to figure out a way to counterattack, maybe deny something. But having this much supply in Lings against a late game Protoss army is not the best position for you.
Yeah, it's a really weird situation where, okay, I'm sort of torn on this right now because we see he has the Spire down, he's transitioning out into Mutalist.
Yeah. I don't know.
But you can see, I mean, he's gotten +1 missile attacks, so I feel like this wasn't his original game plan. He's adapting and saying, you know what, actually, Bones plays a very defensive style. I don't have to worry about an attack for now. I can use Zerglings to just control the map and be mobile against this War Prism harassment.
Yeah.
And, he might actually end up... he doesn't cancel!
Yep.
Oh, man, that is actually really painful. Joj losing track of that for just a couple of seconds.
Is the War Prism? Will it? Okay, it does survive.
I mean, he is on a really high drone count, so as long as he establishes that 4th expansion, it's not going to be too bad. But again, you don't want to be on 3 bases this long against a 3-base Protoss.
Yeah, and the thing that's weird, like you were saying, like, you know that Bones plays defensively. Ooh. He's going to make mutas. I don't think you can really break a Protoss here with mutas, especially if he's just playing defensively.
Well, I don't know. He's pulling his opponent out of position, and
nice.
Phoenix already ready and waiting, actually. Bones is just so prepared for this. He's playing so ultra, like, safe and well.
Yes. Oh, doesn't actually lose any of those Phoenixes, and oh my god, he's actually going to go to the 3rd of Joj. Bones is pushing up here, and once again, Joj is in that awkward position where he doesn't have the army to fight the Protoss head-on, but he has this, like, muta count that may be able to make something happen, but it just looks...
I mean, Joj is committing to this by running over into that natural expansion. He's going to be able to go after those Stargates, but the Phoenix count is pretty high. Those Mutals going to be very, very vulnerable, and that army is going to trap all those Zerglings in. No, he just runs away with the Phoenix, the Mutalist, but I honestly feel like, he's going to be taking some losses here.
Yeah, this is, this army from Bones is, once again, like, going into any type of base race situation, you want, first of all, you need to clear the sky of these Phoenixes, you know, so he can't even go into that mode. He can't engage the Protoss army either, and it's just, he's on equal basis as a Protoss too, so it's not really looking good for Joj here, and Bones has been playing it, like you said, he's so confident in his standard play that he's literally, he didn't do any tricks or anything, he just literally just played the game out, even had his Bay, here comes a nice engagement though. But I think Bones is going to deal with it more than easily.
Yeah, those Mutals taking a lot of hits from those Phoenix, and the Corruptors gonna be there in the back and actually could deal okay with the Phoenix alone, but the Stalkers added in, just gonna prove a little bit too much, and GG well played gets called out.
Yeah. That's standard to a T, man. This is solid play.
That's all you need, man. If you have confidence in one build and you execute it amazingly well every single game, you can win StarCraft. You can win the ladder. You'll actually get a victory screen, not just for the game, but you'll jump out of the game, and it won't even say Grandmaster, like you've been accepted. It'll just say like, congratulations, you've beaten StarCraft multiplayer. Credits scroll down eventually.
Yep. Of every person that you beat.
Of every person you beat. Joj will be on that list.
Oh man,
Joj will be on that list possibly multiple times. I don't know how the latter games went, but.
But you have to keep in mind that Joj was put into an awkward position when his 3rd did get cannon rest. So it's just very, very difficult. It's just that muta switch. It's good to do when you're able to thin out the Protoss army a little bit and get it to a point where you can eventually engage it, you know, and maybe killing the Stargate, getting rid of that kind of the Phoenix count, whether it be just with the Hydras in the early game. And you want to catch the Protoss off guard. Like, if you're going to go for that kind of muta switch, you have to catch him off guard. Bones is playing far too safe and far too, it was just a solid play, you know? He didn't really rely on any gimmicks. It's really hard to surprise, well, not surprise, but rather to do a muta switch when there hasn't really been any engagement.
Yeah.
So it's a good, it's a style that works, but Bones did play very solidly.
Yeah, and honestly, what I would like to see out of Joj in this next game, and actually Joj, God,
that was a good cannon.
He's like, hey, that was a good cannon.
Because I'm sure that threw him off. You have to keep in mind how much that throws you off. Like, wait, whoa, it was right about to finish the 3rd, and boom, cannon, son.
Yeah, indeed, and just gonna go ahead and get the ready from the players. But God, what a nice guy. I mean, you imagine like some Zergs who get cannoned. You just imagine Tempo. I'm sure you sympathize with this.
Oh,
I'm the one
God.
cannoning. I'm the one cannoning. But I'm sure like after you get like cannoned or something, you're just like, God. I hope that guy is severely inconvenienced. I think Day 9 had like a whole spiel about how like the best super. No, I think it was on Conan O'Brien or something. Like someone wanted the superpower to inconvenience people.
Yeah, I think that was Conan.
That was. It's like that would be just
Wait.
superpower.
I don't know. That sounds so familiar. Conan and Day 9 are pretty much the same people anyway, so it's like.
I mean, basically, I'm pretty sure Day 9 came on to Conan O'Brien. Go ahead and Google for that video, and Google for it afterwards because it might be a while. You might be looking for it for a while.
Both pretty awesome people.
But yeah, I actually do want to really quickly, it's just say actually, I am going to be, I saw some messages in the chat and people asking me, a crime endorsement, actually a regular to the Fear Dragon chat for the Breaking Out the Show, and they were asking for an update on the prize pool. I'll go ahead and update the Team Liquid thread, but just for you guys' information right now, the prize pool is sitting at $2,153.32 right now. So that's actually really awesome. It's more than doubled. So thank you guys so much. And I think as soon as these players are ready, are they ready? I think they are ready. Okay. Joj is ready. Bones is not ready yet.
Okay.
Did he?
Okay. Cool.
Oh, okay. I was just waiting there for like an extra 2 minutes for that. Well, I know that Bones is a very patient player, so I wanted to make sure.
He's like in
I wanted
the
to
zone.
test his patience. Put him in his element, you know? But no, this is going to be a really interesting game. And honestly, I was going to say, what I want to see from Joj is an exploitation of this consistency of Bones. Exploit him to the max.
Like how,
Punishment.
he needs a
Punish
way
his build.
to do so.
But hey, Tempo, let's jump in and introduce the players. Take it away, man.
Alrighty, spawning in the bottom left corner, down one game. He needs your help. He needs your support from the team Extraterrestrials. He goes by the name of Joj.
And his opponent spawning up here in the top right-hand corner as the green Protoss player representing Root State Academy as their captain. Oh, captain, my captain, leading up 1-0. It is Bones. And damn it, Tempo, if Bones wins this entire tournament, I'm going to highly recommend he buys a pirate hat now. You put that image in my mind. I think he would look.
Can think about Captain Bones.
amazing.
Like, I'm sure that Cass has the artistic ability to pull that off as well. You know, think the whole seed team just in like a boat as undead players with just like their faces attached, and then
that would be beautiful.
But like you were saying, Fear, I feel like he would need Joj. He can somehow exploit this kind of standard play. He knew about it going into the game, so I'm wondering. And maybe that cannon really threw him off because he said, "Hey, nice cannon, bro."
Yeah.
Because he's like, "Wow, that probably I was expecting to do this, and there were cannons at my base, something that I never would have expected you to do."
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how Joj is possibly going to change it up. I really hope he does, and I think one step is doing that exploitation with Burrow. Maybe you try and hit some sort of really big Roach Burrow timing push. I don't know. Maybe you do something else entirely. I mean, let's think about it. We end up seeing 4 Phoenix come out.
Yep.
And then a robotics facility and 1 Immortal and a Warp Prism. I'm going to throw out some totally crazy ideas here, Tempo. What do you think about Hydralisk drops? I mean, there's so many different possibilities we could see. What do you think about them?
Just making a bunch. I think what he needs to do is you need to clear those Phoenixes first of all, you know? Like, you focus on trapping them, finding out, predicting their path of movement, and then getting rid of them, and then doing something that utilizes the fact that they're not in the sky anymore, and doing some kind of strategy that, say, whether it be like mass muta after it, but you have to clear those Phoenixes because you have to catch the Protoss off guard before they have the means to deal with what you're throwing at them. You know what so like the hardest part is just getting rid of those Phoenixes, especially with Bones, who's very careful with them. He's not just throwing them away, flying them into mineral lines that have spore crawlers and just losing them. Like, he's not doing that. So it's really difficult, but it's Hydralisk drop would be pretty funny.
Hydralisk
You have to get it. Yeah.
I don't actually like the map for Hydralisk drops because I think it's gonna be a little bit weird to send all of your overlords like down to the bottom right-hand corner, or sorry, to the probably bottom right-hand corner or top left-hand corner, without actually getting scouted ever. That's gonna be like,
Yeah.
I see like 7 overlords moving toward my base in a really weird location. That's a really odd rally location.
Yeah. It's that would be funny though, because this is one of those maps where it is a little bit more difficult to get into the base, like get into the third and get out. So like when you go and you decide to take out the third, whether it be Protoss or Zerg, it's really tough. Yeah, look at him just chilling. It's just tough. Like you have to commit, you know. Like if I'm gonna kill a third, obviously unless you have a mothership core and you get out. But it's like I'm going in, I'm killing this third. And I need to get out, but it's not going to be as easy as, say, Belshir, where there's 2 paths. Like, you could just sort of step in, kill something, and then step out. It's not really as easy on this map.
Yeah, most certainly. And actually, another thing about this map is that third expansion, because, like, I've seen so many situations where a Zerg player goes for some sort of really big, heavy power army push on 3 bases. Like, they don't really drone up too heavily. And then they just say, okay, you're either going to have, you're a Protoss player, you depend on not engaging in big open areas, you're either going to move your army back behind that wall and at the natural expansion, or you're going to move your army up to the third expansion and try and defend. And either way, the other one is going to be vulnerable. And then you just push in with all of those units, try and kill off that expansion. And maybe Joj goes for that sort of big trading style that he went for in the earlier games that he played against Hello Kitty.
And I bring it back to the Jon Snow with the earlier pool, throwing off the whole build of Bones. Like if you can throw him off in the beginning and have a follow-up, you know, that's the way to do it as well. But as soon as it seems like as soon as Bones gets into his stride, it's really, really hard to stop him. And you have to decide, like, okay, maybe I can play some kind of really standard Zerg play that, you know, you take a really fast fourth and you just play safe and just drone up. A little bit of static defense for maybe a few Zealot Warpins and drops, but just play extra greedy and just try to overwhelm and get to that max before Bones is able to deny the third with the Ling and Hydra, and then transition into taking your fourth right after that and just overwhelming before Bones is able to get that kind of crazy army. You know, there are points of vulnerability in getting to that point, even though he is playing extremely safe.
Yeah, I definitely agree. There are those vulnerable points, as you pointed out. I mean, even the burrow timing that we were talking about before, definitely one of those vulnerabilities. So we'll have to wait and see what is Joj planning. He's starting to take all of his gas geysers relatively early and to run down to Hydralisk Den. I was going to think.
I think he's going to do Hydra drops.
He's doing it. He's doing it. And I do have to say, and I'm going to have to credit someone else for this joke. I think that Joj has a bone to pick after that last game. Thank you, Colin, for that one in the chat.
This is true, though.
I am reading the chat, guys. Thank you for that one, Colin. But yeah, okay, we see a lot of Zerglings coming out, so he's going to be able to see some map control. He has to make sure he doesn't take too much damage from these Phoenix.
Yep.
Those Phoenix going to make things like a Mutil's transition very, very difficult, I have to say. I think we saw that in the last game too.
Yep, but a lot of damage is being done with these Phoenixes. A lot of Lings are also coming out though, so I think that Joj is playing a little bit smart where he's keeping that Ling by the third of Bones, and he's gonna try to go in with all of his Lings as soon as that third is beginning to be taken. So I'm hoping for, at least for Joj's sake, that these Lings will actually get some use. You know, because you don't want to just make Lings against Phoenix. It's like, that's not what you make them for. You pretty much make them in order to deny the third from being taken while the Phoenix harass is going down. But Bones is not going to take it immediately.
Yeah, I mean, he always seems to delay this a little bit. And I like actually the fact that he sends a. This is a really, really
You saw
subtle.
that was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he sends a Warp Prism down along the bottom side that lets him check for Zerglings or whatever that could be over there right now. But this time we are actually not going to have any burrowed Zerglings. But, oh, Zergling at the Zelnaga Watchtower spots that Warp Prism.
Yep, immediately. So I wonder if Joe's is paying attention and he's actually going to be able to see this. Is he? He is not really reacting to it. This Warp Prism is going to go into the main right now of Joj, and his army is completely out of position. He just still doesn't see it.
Yeah, this is so weird. I think that he may realize it, but he wants to maybe go after those Phoenixes right now because he knew where those Phoenixes were. He saw them with his Zerglings, but now we're gonna end up seeing the Zealots coming into the main base, and Joj reacting a little bit late on this. He's gonna be taking some damage.
Pretty well. The Zealots are in a pretty decent position too, where the Lings aren't going to be as effective as they could, but they will get cleaned up, but not before killing a few workers each.
And with +1 weapons, I mean, they were also pretty cost effective against those Zerglings, even after eventually getting surrounded by those Zerglings.
Yep. And guess what? He did secure his third with that too. So,
and still continuing that Phoenix harassment. And dude, I have to say, I was about to say, Bones has done a really good job of maintaining that Phoenix count. Loses the Phoenix, takes half damage on another one.
Yep. But a thing I would like to see is Joj take his fourth, like now, maybe even another fifth, like another base. And I think he is. I see something patrolling there. It's a Ling though. I would like to see him take his fourth now, because what happens usually here, if he doesn't kill Bones or do significant damage, he gets into this position where Bones has this really, really big army that he can't deal with because the third gets established, and his economy, Jojo's economy, just isn't enough to deal with.
Yeah, and actually, here's this sort of awkward situation I was talking about before. There's actually not any.
Oh, the Colossus!
One Colossus does end up falling. Some Voider is doing some really good damage, and actually, I just have to say, Bones has the superior upgrades. He has the superior army, and he actually takes that engagement pretty handily.
Yeah, and now Joj is going to be fighting a really uphill battle for the rest of the game. 4 Zealots are actually warping into the third of Joj, but what happens here is that the fourth still hasn't been taken from Joj. Bones got his third secured, and he's just getting into that same kind of situation where I'm just going to make a really, really sick army and then just kill you. And I think that the Spire went down again for Joj, and he might go for this Mutatech switch again. And yeah, he's saving up a lot of gas and a lot of minerals.
Oh god, I don't think this is gonna work out. We already see some production.
Yeah, it's not really gonna work. He didn't deal with the Phoenixes in the beginning of the game. Well, at least Bones kept his Phoenixes alive in the beginning of the game. So it's like, how you gonna really get mutas out as the third is being taken? You know, if he was able to maybe like go in while Bones was attacking, then maybe you're gonna get some damage done with mutas. But I mean, at this point in the game, maybe 9 Corruptors have a different to say about that though. Something different to say.
Yeah, and
9
actually,
Corruptors are actually gonna be able to deal with Phoenix as well.
Yeah, and Voiders are actually now coming out for Bones. So I don't know if he just thinks that, hey, there might be Corruptors out, or if he's just saying, you know, there's no Mutals coming out, so I don't need to make any more Phoenix. It's a really, really interesting situation. But finally, Bones is Joj is finally going to have that 4th expansion going down in the top left-hand corner. Going to be pretty far away, though. I guess he has a mobile army, so he can actually afford it.
I like this a lot.
Oh,
he's sending out a hallucinated Colossus, Boneses.
That's
so
funny.
It makes it seem like the Robo is misrallied, and it's gonna make Joj feel a bit more confident. Like, yes, I just got a free Colossus. But
doesn't it
Yeah,
can't you tell when it dies that like it disappears differently?
oh, it does actually. But it's still one of those things where it's like, no.
Oh,
I'm just
man.
kidding. It's almost like a little mind game. Like, ha ha.
That reminds me, you know what would be so cool? As we actually end up seeing something cool going on with this Warp Prism, gonna be harassing that 4th expansion. But I would love to see two hallucinate Colossus being misrallied, quote unquote.
Yep.
Ooh, Joj taking some huge hits over there on the Corruptors, on the Mules, on the Hydralisk.
Yeah. And he's down in supply right now.
4th expansion got canceled.
It did, and he has to remake it. Huh? Oh no, that's so bad. And he's still on 3 bases, mind you. And the third of Bones has been mining forever. So Bones is actually about to max here, and his economy is great. He could even take a 4th off of this if he wanted to. But I mean, I feel like this is just going to be the death blow.
Yeah, this is Bones' games to lose as the time warp goes down on that ramp, getting the best possible engagement he could hope for as well. as those Zerglings and Hydros going to be wailed away by those Colossus, and the Blink Stalkers blinking on top of those Hydros, taking out one of them at a time. GG, well played. Good luck in the tournament.
Good luck in the tournament. All right.
And
Well
Bones.
played. Uh-oh. You know what just happened?
We're not
You
going
know
to
what just happened?
Yeah.
Ah! No, you ruined it.
The
Bones,
Breakout
stop
Invitational,
bitching.
where we find out who is best at Protoss versus Zerg.
PvZ. Yeah.
Um,
But yeah, well played. That's solid. I mean, I gotta really give it up for Bones. Like that reminds me of a bit like State. State is a plays a lot of macro Protoss against Zerg.
Yeah.
Just literally just solid. I don't know what else to say, man. Like when you were telling me like he plays this build and he just literally plays standard and does it, I'm like, but he has to do something else. Like there has to be. No, man, he just plays really solid, and I'm impressed. I must say.
well, he does do something else sometimes. Tempo. Sometimes he can.
Mhm.
Sometimes he cannons and then goes into a build.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and grab Bones on for the call now, as I'll go ahead and get him on. But I really do like what you're saying about how it does resemble some of those players that go for those standard builds. They have such reliable macros, such reliable late game play that they say, you know what, I am good enough that I can hold off whatever else you might be doing. And it's worked out really, really well for him, despite some of the timings that we thought, hey, he might be a little bit vulnerable. But as soon as Bones actually gets his camera on, we can go ahead and start that post game winners interview.
Yep.
Bones wails away at that keyboard. And there he is.
Don't
There's
break
that beautiful
nothing once you
face.
hit that keyboard so hard, Bones. That's good.
All right, how you feeling, man? You got to be feeling good after that one.
Feeling a bit better, yeah.
Thanks.
All right, so I have to ask you, man. This is the second time that you've been in a Protoss versus Zerg, and this is also the second time. I mean, that first game you saw a little bit of exploitation of your build, a very small exploitation using Burrow. The first time was from Jon Snow. Second time was the first game of you versus Joj. Do you have any concerns or thoughts that you feel like you need to switch things up, or do you feel like it's actually not a big deal?
Against Joj, do you mean the Ling of the Third?
Ling of the Third. Ling just denying the third by burrowing.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I guess maybe if more Zergs start to incorporate Burrow all the time to do things like that, it would be useful to get the Observer first, but it is useful to get the Colossus out, and the Observer really eats into that Colossus build time. Since it is all very timed out, to basically be delaying the Colossus production by 30 seconds. Is that the build time? And half that if you chrono it. I think it's okay if I recognize that there's a Ling there and build a cannon right away, build a pylon and then a cannon right away.
Yeah.
Delays it a bit, but the Zergs invest 100, although that does have utility later in the game. And then Jon Snow was the burrowed roaches.
Yeah.
I actually think Void Ray Colossus, that kind of comp I do, only one immortal, but then Void Ray Colossus actually deals quite well with burrowed roaches, the new burrowed roaches. But that changes when I got my whole army.
Oh, exactly. That was the
Third,
main.
man.
Yeah.
So otherwise, I think it's fine. Yeah, against Burrow specifically.
All right, cool. Well, you are actually going to be going on to face off against Hello Kitty, and if you are able to beat Hello Kitty, you will actually move on to the semifinals to play against Clarity Gaming Saravati. So PvP is going to be a really, really important match for you, both right now in the group stages for today as well as potentially tomorrow. So do you have any thoughts about PvP? I feel like it's a little bit one of the matchups that you have to play less of the same build every single game. Would you agree with that, or do you feel like you can still get away with that style? Really?
Don't want to say too much.
Okay.
I think
We'll wait a
PvP is my most confident matchup. I'm
Awesome.
fairly confident against all various styles. Some things I'm kind of weak against that I've been thinking about practicing. So, yeah, I think I'm fine PvP.
All right. Well, I'm looking
So we'll
forward to it. Man. I'm looking forward to it. But with that being said, Bones, thank you so much. We'll be seeing you in the pregame interview as well. And stick around, guys. We'll be back after this short little break, and be sure to go ahead and vote over on goimba.com for who you think is going to win. Will it be Rootsies' Captain, Bones, or Fnatic's Hello Kitty? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final series of the night and of the group stages. We are going to have quite a show on our hands here today because it is going to be Root Seeds' Bones facing off against Fnatic Gaming's Hello Kitty. How are you two gentlemen doing right now?
Good.
Feeling cheesy.
Feeling cheese?
Feeling very cheesy.
It sounds good, man. Sounds good to me. And I have to say, you know, both of you guys have very opposite, like polar oppositely style play styles. I mean, Bones, you're more known for your sort of late game macro style play, whereas Hello Kitty, you're known for really liking to be aggressive, and you're already saying you're feeling a little bit cheesy. So I have to ask, are you guys gonna be? Are you hoping for some mind games going on in this game, or is this gonna be a 10-minute series, or is it gonna be a 2-hour series? I have to ask each one of you. Bones, what do you think?
Or somewhere in between.
Somewhere in between? That's a very specific answer. Hello Kitty?
Well, I think last time I played Bones, which was like when I was tilting super hard, like I actually won the game in a macro game, even though I lost like 5-10 stalkers for free in the beginning. So I'm not sure.
They were on move command, if I recall, right?
Yeah. No, they were dancing walls, you know, instead. So yeah, I mean, not sure. Depends on how I feel. Maybe some games I feel cheesy, some games I don't feel cheesy.
All right, and I also have to ask, again, this is going to be a Protoss versus Protoss Hello Kitty. I mentioned this before during the winner's interview. The winner of this is going to go on to play Clarity Gaming's Saravati, who is a Protoss player as well. So it's a lot of PvP down the road right now. Do you guys have any particular, or actually no, I brought it up with Bones. Sorry, Bones I brought it up with, but do you, Hello Kitty, do you feel any particular inclinations of you feel really comfortable against Saravati, or are you a little bit more worried about him than Bones? What's going on there?
Well, we used to be like former teammates. So like we
Oh.
actually have a lot of builds that we share together, and we go like 50-50 on ladder. But it depends on who's tilting more, I guess, when we play. So I guess, I mean, not really looking forward to it, but if I do win, it should be an easy 3-0 sweep.
All right, that's the Hello Kitty I'm expecting. But gentlemen, do you have any final words for your opponent? No. Okay.
This is my final word.
Oh! Hello Kitty doing what he wants. He is the blunt one. Gonna mess up all the overlays.
Oh, I did?
Probably.
Okay, here, let me go back.
All right, and now that Hello Kitty's back, we're gonna go ahead and kick him out of the car. So thank you guys so much for coming by, and good luck in your games. So I mean, Tempo, it's always a joy to have Hello Kitty on. For,
that would have been the
early
funniest
game
too.
trash
He's
talk.
like, "This is my final word." Like, yo, selfie.
Oh,
That's what I really.
man.
That's what his intention was, I think, right?
I think so. I think he has a selfie of him doing taking a picture of himself in the mirror, of course, with his cell phone. And he is like ripped with like this 6-pack. He is a nerd you do not want to mess with, man. This guy, you like try and stab him with a knife.
Just like bounce off and
It just
stab
bounces
yourself.
His abs are so strong that they transcended being as hard as stone
That
and
is
went
just-
to rubber. It overflowed over
That's
all
what
the way back
happens,
to
man.
like
That's like
bouncing.
literally the abs that everybody dreams of, you know. Rock hard into oh man.
rock
Flubber.
hard into
Is it flubber?
rubber. Flubber.
Flubber. It's not even rubber, it's flubber.
Oh my god. All right, well, let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner on top of the Root Seeds' captain is going to be Root Seeds' Bones, the Thinker.
And spawning in the bottom right corner. Never thought I'd say the same race that was introduced as the first. He is the red Protoss from the team Fnatic. Goes by the name of Hello Kitty, aka the Blunt One.
The French are pretty blunt.
I don't know where that
accent
came
choice.
from at all.
I
but
like
don't
that
know.
accent
It's kinda
choice.
cool.
The French are blunt. And I know that
you gotta tell it like it is, man.
I mean, look, we're talking about blunt talk right now. French people, this is a North American tournament. I am not going to be offending any of the players. I don't feel bad. French people, you have a terrible name for like being a bunch of assholes. I love you guys. You guys have a beautiful city, but I'm just calling it as it is. I'm channeling my inner Hello Kitty right now, man. Sorry. I just actually want to note, Bones is thinking about. He's the thinker, man. He's thinking about who he's playing. He's saying Hello Kitty. This kid likes the cheese. Gonna scout for proxy 2 gates. Okay, don't see anything outside my natural expansion. Boom. If it's any further away, he's gonna feel comfortable defending with his mothership core.
Yeah, I think so too. That was definitely a move that he's specifically. Well, maybe he does it in every PvP, but I mean, he'd make sure that he would scout his natural at least.
Yeah.
For, against Hello Kitty, but it's just funny. Like he was saying, you know, the mind games. Will Hello Kitty even? No, he's like, maybe I'm feeling cheesy, but then at the end of it, he's like, maybe I'm feeling cheesy, maybe I'm not. So it's one of those things where anything is possible, and both of the players should know that, especially in the PvP.
Yeah, and I actually want to note that Bones immediately doing something that really heavily indicates that he wants to go for tech, and that is that he threw 3 guys in each one of those gas geysers. So honestly, yeah. And I didn't want to bring this up because Hello Kitty may have been listening in, and Hello Kitty is exactly the kind of player that would try and exploit the standardness of Bones, and we'll have to see if that happens later on in the series. But Bones, in his interview, has said that, and he actually said in the pregame interview as well, that he does like to do that same sort of standard style in all of his PvPs. And that sort of style that he said was he either goes for Stargate play or early Robo play. And based on the fact that he has 3 guys in each gas, I'm thinking it's leaning towards Stargate.
Okay. Well, it's we did see the Chrono Boost on that Warp Gate for Bones. So, but the thing is that he's getting a Sentry out first, so he is going to be playing very safe. Not going for any type of 4-gate, although the Chrono Boost was on that Warp Gate. It's very interesting to see that he's using all of his Chrono Boost here on the Nexus just to get that Mothership core out, as both of them seem to be doing. I think the timings are actually exactly the same, but Hello Kitty does have that additional gateway. And here you go, like you were saying, that Stargate is going to be put down in the back of the base of Bones. And it's here to see the Twilight Council is going to be put down for Hello Kitty. So, if I don't know. I know Hello Kitty loves his Blink Stalkers, but I'm sure he loves his DTs as well.
Exactly.
As I do remember that, the 2-gas, he used to do it against Zerg, I remember. It was like a 2-gas DT build that just had Zealots to come with it. Oh, man. And like you said, there goes the Dark Shrine, going to be put down in the back, so... We're going to have a DT versus a Stargate build.
Now, this can work a couple of ways, because the Stargating player will potentially be able to make Oracles. It's generally what a lot of pros players open up with, as long as they don't feel their opponents opening up with Stargate, in which case you want to make a Phoenix. And actually, Bones is making a Phoenix. Ooh, this could be really deadly, all right? But here's the counter prop. Here's the counter thought, okay?
Okay.
If you go for the Oracle first, then around the time that the Dark Shrine finishes up, your Oracle is at their base, not yours for defense. If he opens up Oracle after the Phoenix, and actually he's getting a robotics facility, so
yeah, that's interesting too.
But yeah, so by not going for Oracle first and depending on that for detection, I think that Bones should actually still have detection up right around the time, maybe a couple seconds late for detecting this. But he has that sentry to force field the
the sentry is very important. He'll be able to buy enough time in order to get that out. And I like that. It's very interesting that he did get that. Oh,
real Phoenix just goes in, scouts out. I was like, oh, so that's your tech. The Phoenix, the Stalkers are like angrily firing at him with their lasers, like pew pew.
They were spread around the base so well. But yeah, he's gonna see that. Hello Kitty's gonna expand off of this DT. And there, oh my God, the DT's on the wrong side.
Wow. Zealot's on the wrong side now.
Yeah, now I don't even know. They're just doing the dance, man. I don't even know. I've never seen anything as goofy looking as this.
They are gonna go out. They're gonna go out and style. That is literally what it's called, going out in style, man. But the 2 Zealots do end up falling. The Stalker gonna be able to micro its way around, but Observer should actually be out now. So I think that the Phoenix is gonna be able to lift up this DT. That is actually really nice. Although he ends up losing that Stalker.
Yeah, that was a bit scary though. For a minute, I actually thought that DT was gonna get in, get a few probe kills, and a scout off before dying. So. I'm really liking Hello Kitty's position here by going for that Robo as soon as he didn't just go DT and said, oh, well, that didn't work. He went and expanded and also was going to be getting that robotics facility. and he's gonna get a warp prism for it. So that's not gonna really do well if it gets scouted by these Phoenixes. But it looks like the Phoenixes aren't gonna cross paths with that. That warp prism.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Phoenixes are walking actually almost as if they were going to go toward that warp zone. I do want to note there was a probe at the natural expansion of Bones that was sneakily hiding, and oh my god, it looks like he does catch it. He does catch it. I was going to say, how terrible would it be if there was a proxy pylon behind you and you're playing a natural expansion and a warp prism in your main base? That would be like doomsday scenario kind of situation.
Yep. That'd be the most terrible feeling too. It's like when, how, what? But
Do you have a Nexus back there?
I know. But I like this. Both of the players are kind of going in. The kind of Bones was talking about this, where is it really hard? Is it easy to play a standard game in PvP? And he said, yeah, I have builds where I can pretty much defend against most things, but there are a few things that give me a bit of trouble. But this seems to have handled the DT's threat pretty easily, even without getting that Oracle. He didn't even make an Oracle period.
But coming back, actually, we do remember Hello Kitty says he likes to make DTs work even after they're scouted, and he's doing a pretty good job with it so far. 5 kills, 6 kills. Oh my god, where's
there even an observer? Oh my god, I think the observer's on the other side of them. Is it? No. He's making another one, so I'm wondering where it is.
It's with his army. I think he just has lost track of it. Oh no, he's killing off the DT over the natural expansion. It was a double-prong attack over here. And now, I mean, he sees a little blur over here, and he's just looking and waiting and saying, okay, you made a warp prism somewhere, man. Where is it?
Yeah. But there we go. The DT will get picked up. And good amount of damage there, especially making that early tech work for him. Wow.
You see nothing.
Yeah, not even at all. And the warp prism moves just a tiny bit. It's like playing like a scary video game where you're hiding behind, like the barrel, and the monster comes and you're just like, oh.
Dude, that warp prism is literally playing Amnesia, and somehow.
Yeah, I was gonna say
your
Amnesia, but I didn't want to bring back bad memories, man. I'm trying to forget about Amnesia.
Okay, I'll let you forget about it, but it's like, seriously, he's peeking out of the closet, and it's like, clearly, if you can see him, he can see you. But apparently, not the case. The Phoenixes do walk by, and that's going to be working out really, really well for Hello Kitty. I mean, he can start to be aggressive again with that, and I like though that Bones is being aggressive with these Phoenixes, and even though he ends up losing one, he gets such a good scout off on what his opponent is transitioning to.
Yeah, he gets a really good scout out, and he's transitioning into Colossus tech. But what you're gonna notice about the economy of these players, I think this is from the DTs though. 49 probes for Hello Kitty to the 42 of Bones, and I'm wondering here, is he still making probes? I don't know. I think Hello Kitty stopped making probes, so he stopped at a good point. He's pretty much saturated, a little bit oversaturated in both, but that means that he will be able to, if he wants to take a third, he'll be able to take it and have a few extra probes without just having just zero Nexus with 0 probes to mine from it.
That Phoenix literally started a patrol and was not attacking that warp prism. That warp prism is actually a DT, guys. I figured it out.
Yep.
And he's gonna warp in one final DT. Maybe he might have a second one. No, not gonna even bother with it. The warp prism will go down, but God, he is just doing so much damage with these DTs.
This works so well.
And nice little control actually over there from Bones. Just kind of delays a little bit. Doesn't lose too many probes with that one, but still, just the fact that these DTs are still killing things. And oh my god, actually, Bones was having a little bit of miscontrol on putting his guys back in those gas geysers. Had 4 guys on one, 5 on another, then rebalanced the 2. I think he's starting to not feel good. I can kind of feel it.
Yeah, he's a little uncomfortable. It's like, these DTs getting warped in. I have the observers. Why are they still doing damage? It's one of those things where you just get almost annoying, because it's like I'm taking all the necessary precautions, but I'm still losing stuff to it. And I've had that feeling before as well, and I know how frustrating it can feel. What I don't really like here for Hello Kitty is that he's putting the Templar Archive in his main, right by this robotics facility, and I'm wondering how the Immortal's going to get out.
I think he'll pop out.
You think he'll just pop out on the side of the Templar Archive?
Oh my god, imagine how terrible it would be if he popped out on the side of the pylon.
Yeah, that'd be terrible, but
Stalker's doing a little bit of pressure over here, and the Warp Prism going back in. That Warp Prism, he just made another one, actually, it seems.
Yeah. So
One
look
DT.
at that. And another DT. Finally, a cannon is here, but there's still an observer here. But 3 kills. 4. Nope, the cannon will be doing short work, but the DT does survive. Gets put back into the Warp Prism and flies out with that really just a scratch.
Yeah, that's
on. Light doesn't even hurt when it hits you anyway, so just kind of like this is what it is.
Little sunburns over there.
Yeah, a little sun. The DT might be seen now.
Uncomfortable. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, oh my God, that is a really good question. I don't even know how the DT technology
That's how the photon cannon detects it, man. It
sunburns them.
It's like a flashlight, and then it's sunburned. Oh, but Hello Kitty doesn't care about this cannon.
Yeah, he can take it out. 2 DTs.
I'm in that. Wow. But
oh my
there
God.
is still an observer here. Keep in mind, but the damage is being done.
Yeah, and I mean, Colossus is eventually going to clean this all up. Actually, I have to say, Bones did a pretty good job of holding that off, and he's going to be able to kill off yet another War Prism. Keeping those 2 Phoenix alive is really useful. Yeah.
I bet he wanted to. He had the stalkers in position.
Over the 3rd expansion, we did see another DT harassment kind of going on over there. It does get cleaned up, but DT behind the natural expansion just kind of chilling over there. He's literally the most trapped DT I've ever seen in the game StarCraft ever.
Yeah. But some more this attacking with this Hello Kitty's all over the place, you know.
Right.
Gonna target down that cannon most likely. There is no observer with the army though, is there? I believe the Zealots are gonna get taken out, but there's still there is an observer with the army. Okay. So these attacks from Hello Kitty are becoming a little bit less effective as it goes along. But I'm wondering.
I mean, yes and no. We saw the actual DT at the natural expansion made its way out, killed off 2 probes, and got past the cannon, and is now just chilling outside of the natural expansion. But honestly, I think that Hello Kitty is still making this work pretty well. He's losing some DTs, but they're on 3 bases. They have 6 gas geysers. They can afford to lose a couple of gas-intensive units and trade it for a consistent amount of economic damage.
Yeah. And the fact, I like what this army that Bones is starting to make, though. Bones' Phoenixes are going to get caught. But, I mean, Hello Kitty has a lot of stalkers. And this army of Bones feels a lot more solid. Although, I guess, no, Hello Kitty does have 3 Immortals, 4 Colossus. I guess I'll take that completely back. So, Hello Kitty's making an army back at home while doing all of this.
But one thing I do have to hand to Bones, he has been taking a lot of damage and has honestly just looked like he's been feeling uncomfortable in this game. He has amazing late game control. There's a reason why he likes moving into the late game, and actually with the Tempest coming out with double Stargates, I mean, is Hello Kitty going to be prepared for that transition at all?
Yeah, and as a question to ask, does look like Hello Kitty does want to push out onto the map. Bones is already starting to get some Tempest out to deal with the Colossus count that he doesn't have as many. Hello Kitty has 6 Colossus on the map. Bones has 3, but there's gonna be Tempest on the map as well. And but the Hello Kitty has the Immortal count advantage too. So I think Hello Kitty is ahead in most aspects of this game right now. Also taking his 4th. But like you said, it's gonna come up to that control and positioning on any battle. There's storms here, so storms can turn the tide of battles, but so can Colossus count.
Oh yeah, no, certainly. But I have to say, man, those Tempests are going to hurt Hello Kitty. He's gone up to 6, and does not look like he has any intention of transitioning out. Well, I mean, he's not making any more Colossus, but he's not going into any kind of anti-Tempest units like Void Rays or making any Stargates of his own. He's just saying, yeah, you know what? You have double Stargates down? Actually, I don't even know if he's seen the Tempest yet. I don't think he... Okay, he's seen double Stargate. He's seen double Stargate.
But I wonder if he's going to expose... Whoa, a big battle. Lots of good
feedback.
storms. But kind of a weird position here. I don't know if Bones has enough here, but these Colossus are shooting on the Nexus, but the Tempest are going to be able to do work. If Bones can kite and eliminate the Colossus count, it would be really nice. But I think Hello Kitty is going to just take out this Nexus and possibly see what kind of damage he can do and just get out of there.
Yeah, and there's actually also a War Prism over outside the natural expansion that's just waiting to do damage, but Hello Kitty needs to make sure he doesn't lose this big army over here.
Yeah, the control is not really that good here from Hello Kitty. However, here come the Blink Stalkers moving in. Tempest can probably pick off another one of those Colossus if they just turn around. He's not targeting though. He will go for the weakened one. But there are so many units here from Hello Kitty that I just don't think that Bones has enough. There was a little bit of ray of hope, but I think that Hello Kitty had the better economy. But it looks like that reinforcement is just going to do a lot of work and take out the last units of Bones.
Yeah, this was a battle between the aggressor and the defensor, and the aggressor just did a little bit too much damage, and Hello Kitty going to take out Bones in game number 1.
Indeed. Yeah, Hello Kitty established that 4th very, very soon.
Yeah.
So that was nice. He kind of had the control of that game, if you would say, with that DT harassing the Zealot Warpins,
Yeah.
making it work. Wow.
Cannons are not enough to defend against Hello Kitty's DTs. I mean, he's saying like, look, you're gonna make a cannon. You are not respecting me, man. You need to make more cannons. You need to have units positioned over there to defend because otherwise, it's gonna make 2 DTs, and I'm gonna kill off that cannon before you can do anything about it. So I really think that this is showcasing Hello Kitty's sort of style of being able to make DTs work, even after you know
After
about
the
them.
fact. There was an
after the
observer over
detection.
there was an observer over the Nexus pretty much that whole time.
Yeah.
But the DT DPS is really it's not nothing to be laughed at. It's pretty scary. Like the fact that they can one-shot workers. You get 2 of those, and you take an eye off of your main for even 5 seconds. Like they attack every second. So it's be a good game, man. Almost a whole mineral line. And that's so important in PvP when you're trying to just get those advantages. So.
I have to say also that I feel like Bones really needed to win that game because, again, he has that very consistent style where he likes to go for the same sort of thing every single game. Unless he's going to literally just be like, screw everybody! And throw like a giant wrench into everyone's gears and be like, whoa, wait, you're proxy 2 gaming? Like, unless he wants to do something like that, the longer this series goes on, the harder it's going to be for Bones because Hello Kitty is the kind of player that will exploit very, very consistent.
You see
Hello Kitty is making predictions.
Yep.
What is he saying, Tempo?
3 to 30 minutes, wink face.
I don't think I've seen even a proxy 2 gate or like a cannon rush end the game in 3 minutes.
Hey, man.
Usually the other person's just too pissed off to like even leave at that point.
Yeah. It's just funny. All right,
but I'm really interested to see how this is going to go. By the way, guys, go ahead and vote over at goimba.com, and it's completely free if you haven't already checked it out already. But also, if you feel like donating to the prize pool or to the players themselves, the links are down below. We'll be doing a giveaway tomorrow for any members in the United States from Barcraft Apparel for some t-shirts based on highest donation to the prize pool to the players, as well as a random tweet out to Barcraft Apparel. But with that being said, Tempo, let's introduce the players. Take it away.
All right, spawning in the top right corner, having that little playful kind of banter going on in the game, in the lobby beforehand. He is up 1 game and is ready to go into the round of 4 if he does win this. He is Fanatics Hello Kitty.
And in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, Yonsu, by his own map choice, we're going to have the representative from Team Root Seed Academy. It is Bones.
And I have to look at the chat for a second.
Yeah, I saw that too.
The Hello Kitty on 4 bases. Is this real life? Well, it looks like Hello Kitty's showing. That must be very not demoralizing, but it's like scary to Bones right now. He's like, wait a minute. I'm used to seeing that Hello Kitty would play some kind of all in and I'd be able to win in the late game. Hello Kitty just played a fantastic macro game and won pretty convincingly. So it's definitely, like you said, I wonder if Bones is gonna do something crazy, but who knows? He might be able to just stick to his guns, defend a little bit better. Because keep in mind, he did take quite a bit of damage to those DTs and the drops and whatnot. So if he can defend that a bit better, I think that he can be on equal footing and take it in and be in that comfort zone that he is.
Yeah, definitely. And, I'm kind of curious, Tempo. What do you think he needs to do differently to defend against the DTs? Because, again, he eventually got some photon cannons up in his mineral lines. Do you think he needs to get them up earlier? Or do you think he needs to, I don't know, just have his Phoenix on control, like outside the edges of his base?
Yeah, I think having that maybe like a pylon, the pylon on the corners that sees when a drop is coming. On a map like Belshire, it's a lot easier to see those drops coming. I don't know how easy it is on Yonsu in PvP, but I do know that Blink play is very, very popular on this map, at least in PvT. I don't know about PvP, but I'm really wondering if, who knows? I know Hello Kitty loves that Blink Micro, and I'm sure Bones has dealt with, I don't know how he plays PvT, but I'm sure he's aware that Blink with all the space is very, very, it's a threat.
Yeah.
That he needs to be aware of.
That's actually a really, really good point. I mean, Blink is going to be phenomenal on this map, and Hello Kitty has the control for it. So the question is, how if we assume that Bones opens up the same way he did in the previous game with that Stargate, he naturally, the Stargating player is normally considered to be at a slight disadvantage. It's not unovercomable, but it is a slight disadvantage. And so far, Bones is opening up the same way. He had the guys in the gas guys at about the exact same time, and he's throwing down a Stargate.
Yeah, he is, and it's going to be the 3-stalker rush here. 2 gateways are being chrono boosted out by Hello Kitty. I don't know if Bones is going to have enough units here. The force field will be able to delay, but the mothership core will be able to see pretty much in that vision on the top.
Yeah, but
so
it's actually a Stargate opening from Hello Kitty. This is really funky.
Whoa. Okay.
And, okay, for those of you who don't know, alright, okay, have any of you ever played a 1 versus 1 mono battle with your friend? If so, type 1. Have any of you either played a 1v1 mono battle with your friend? Is we actually end up saying, oh, hold that thought. Hello Kitty getting super aggressive, and actually, I mean, he has to be careful with that mothership core if he wants that high ground vision, but he's going to force out a couple of these force fields. But what I was basically trying to get at is playing PvP where both of you go for Phoenix is basically like playing a Phoenix mono battle 1 versus 1. It's a lot of Phoenix, and the person who doesn't build Phoenix first and invest in something else sometimes falls behind in the Phoenix count, and then they just lose. So it's like you're always afraid. You feel like you have to always build more Phoenix.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. Since I'm not too 100% familiar with PvP, it's good to note that. So I think they're both aware. I don't know if Hello Kitty saw the Phoenix that Bones made. I don't think he did. He may have, though. I actually have no idea.
I don't think he has, but I think what's important is that he actually forced out a second sentry warp in. And when you're going for Stargate play, you want as much gas as possible. And actually, whoa, we end up seeing Hello Kitty kind of start to deviate very early on as he's going into a Twilight Council. I actually have to feel like this is going to be a tech into Dark Templars, because you see, if you do see that your opponent is going for Phoenix, then you say like, okay, my opponent's gone for a Stargate and is going for Phoenix. It's basically a situation like Wings of Liberties where my opponent doesn't have an Oracle to detect Dark Templar, so he has no detection.
Okay.
But Hallucinate Oracle moving across the map.
Wow.
Will this change Hello Kitty's mind?
I'm wondering, a little bit of a mind game here coming out, but although Hello Kitty is going for that Templar tech, he does continue to make Phoenixes from that Stargate. But did that, nope, did the Hallucinated Oracle see the Dark Templar Shrine? I don't think he did see the Dark Shrine.
No, he did not, actually.
So,
and
very
he
nice.
saw a lot of Phoenix, so he's going to make more Phoenix. There's no reason to make an... Oh my god.
But that's
oh my god,
Sense, at least. Yeah, he's going to be putting down a robotics facility.
Who are you? How do you know this stuff? God, he's
Captain
such a solid
Bones, boy.
He is such a solid player.
So I really like that. He's going to put down that robotics facility. And I'm wondering, there was no real... indicator that he's like, I should put down a robotics right now. He saw 5 Phoenix, which is about the same amount. I think Bones has 1 more, but it's just like, all right, I'm just gonna put down a robotics in case.
I think it's a good call, because honestly, the robotics facility is gonna be useful for observers regardless.
Yes.
Just to scout out to see where your opponent's Phoenix are. You don't want to be caught out of position. If your opponent's Phoenixes are out on the map and about to move into your mineral line, you want to have your Phoenix there to defend, because this is no longer PvP. Oh, there's no defender's advantage because you just warp in across the map. No, Phoenixes have to get rallied across the map. You do have those slight advantages, but here we end up seeing the big Phoenix battle. Who has more right now?
I believe. Like, Bones loses one, but I think he had more in the beginning of that battle. But Hello Kitty will lose one as well. So how do you think these DTs will do? Will they go into the main to try to get as much damage done, or will they try to maybe cancel this? Probably not cancel this. That'd be kind of not enough time. Maybe.
I don't think he's gonna have enough time. And oh, he actually here he is as the observer. It gets picked off. But I mean, we should see if Bones actually noticed that, and I think he was controlling his army. I saw it selected when he killed off that DT, I believe. So he should know. Okay, there's DTs out on the map. Got to be careful about that.
Yep.
But overall, he's already got the observer. He doesn't really have to worry too much as long as there's no Warp Prism out, and he doesn't miss it. He doesn't miss it also.
He does not want to miss that and have a repeat of last game for sure. But yeah, Bones is in a much better position than he was last game. It feels, at least at this stage of the game. They both did have the same opener, but it seems like Bones will have that higher Phoenix count. And Hello Kitty did go for that, gas investment on the Dark Shrine, and didn't really get it to work for him. So I'm wondering when this kind of happens in PvP. Oh wow, another Phoenix battle here.
Yeah, and actually, Hello Kitty, I think he's coming out just barely a little bit ahead. I don't know, actually, no.
Oh my
Bones
God.
comes out ahead as both of these players, they were actually splitting up the damage among most of their Phoenix by just changing the position of, they say, okay, if you say that your Phoenix are on the bottom, and your opponent's Phoenix are on top, if you move your Phoenix from the from the bottom to the top, now the ones that were originally in back are now in the front. That's how you are going to control that. And he actually comes out ahead with that. And maintaining a Phoenix lead is so huge in this matchup.
All right. So I'm wondering how Hello Kitty, maybe this is a reason why you got the second Stargate. By making that DT Shrine, or the Dark Shrine, he invested in gas and didn't get anything done with it, took a big risk. I mean, how is it viable to do that? Take that kind of risk? Like, all right, I can maintain the same Phoenix count, but I'm going to go for the risk of the DT?
Honestly, we're actually seeing something sort of weird from Bones, which is that he's completely cut Phoenix production and going into Immortals. I think that he may be making an assumption that his opponent is no longer making Phoenix, but we can see that Hello Kitty is about to catch up on the Phoenix count again. Yeah. But he also has a Fleet Beacon on the way, which is going to give him that Phoenix range upgrade. That almost invalidates Bones' Phoenix unless he can force out an engagement with his ground army as well. And I want to just note also, Bones hallucinated a Phoenix to absorb damage in that Phoenix cloud.
Wow, really? Really, really smart play from both of these players. And another one of those, Phoenix, a little Phoenix battle in the main allowed him to scout that Fleet Beacon. So what do you think that Bones' response is going to be when he sees 2 Stargates and a Fleet Beacon on the way?
Honestly, I have no idea. I feel like maybe make a lot of he has a Twilight Council going down and he's getting ground upgrades. Maybe he just goes into a ton of charge dots. Oh, he's going for Psionic Storm. I like this. Or sorry, not Psionic Storm, for Temple Archives. And he could go for Psi Storm. But also, he can also try and feed back his opponent's Phoenixes and everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
those Phoenixes don't have that much lift anymore, because it's like, if your Phoenixes are on the other side of the map, you're vulnerable to your opponent's Phoenixes. So you're keeping very pushed back to your own base for the most part. They're going to be building up lift energy, which means that they're going to instantly die to feedbacks.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So I'm wondering as well, too, how they both are going for these Phoenixes. I don't know if, Bones has still cut this Phoenix production. Yeah. Starting to go into that Archon production. Is there a point, right, where you start making Archons in order to where the Phoenixes are clumping up and they become a little bit more effective than having a higher Phoenix count? Yeah,
definitely. That most certainly happens. And not only that, but the Phoenixes can't lift Archons. They're massive units.
Oh, true.
A patch from Wings of Liberty to try and stop the terrible 4-gate era. But we're not seeing 4 gates. We're seeing actually Bones taking, I have to say, a bit of a build order advantage, just because it's going to be Charge Zealots and Archons. And yeah, the Immortals are going to be nice, but they're not going to be that useful, honestly. But it's mainly the Charge Zealots and the Archons that are really going to be able to handle Hello Kitty's army so
well.
Mitigate
those Phoenix, the double Stargate. Surprised that Hello Kitty hasn't decided to go into any type of Void Ray production. I think he still thinks that Bones is adding to his Phoenix count. But Hello Kitty is going to be taking his third right now. Bones has not even sent a probe over there yet, but Hello Kitty has these pylons all over the map a bit. Well, at least on Bones' side of the map. But oh no, I feel a little bit bad for those Phoenixes. Got to be a bit careful. But like you were saying, oh my God, 4 Archons in a battle like this is going to be pretty devastating to Hello Kitty. What is he going to do?
Exactly, he can't lift those up. And really, what is Hello Kitty's ground army? It is 8 Stalkers and 4 Zealots. Guess what? that probably dies to the Charged Zealots alone, much less the Immortals also in the mix to deal with those Stalkers.
Yeah, and a really, really nice switch here from Bones. I'm really liking this tech switch. By adding those Archons in, Hello Kitty has been double producing Phoenixes for
+2
the
weapons.
past, wow. Destroying that third Nexus, it does go down. And this is a very, very scary ground army here from Bones. And it may have just caught Hello Kitty off guard, like, whoa, wait, what? Where did these all come from?
Yeah, seriously, and Hello Kitty's trying to pick off that Mothership Core. I cannot believe that he actually managed to save that Mothership Core against that many Phoenix, but,
Yeah.
I mean, more Archons being warped in, more Charged Zealots. You cannot lift up that many Charged Zealots. It's
Yeah.
never gonna happen, Tempo.
And if they try to fly over them, they're all gonna die because of that splash damage from the Archon. So I'm really liking Bones' position here. And he's just gonna say, you know what? Screw your Phoenixes. I think I'm just gonna run up into your natural.
But here's the thing, Hello Kitty realizes the big weakness of this army, and that's that it will not handle a wall in very well. And that's why he's built this wall in of gateways. He's doing a really good job filtering in those zealots, but honestly, he just doesn't have the ground army to back it up. Even the Phoenix kind of moving away, looking for anything else to pick off, and they are just not going to be able to do a lot here. GG.
GG. Wow. So Bones is gonna tie up the series to a 1-1, and it is down to the wire for. Wow.
One.
I was a little bit nervous for. I'm not gonna lie. I was a bit nervous for
Wow.
Bones in the earlier game.
I cannot tell a lie. I was rooting for Bones in that game because you know what? I want to see a game number 3.
Exactly.
Oh,
That's the most
hold on.
important part.
I almost created the wrong map. I was like, we're gonna. Oh wait, that's the right map. Okay,
it's-
guys, we're gonna be going to Derelict Watcher as the next map, and God, this entire series right here
Yeah.
has been so crazy because not only have we seen the first game, those two players try and play out their tried and true styles, but that last game, I mean, we saw crazy Phoenix versus Phoenix mana battles, but then Bones is saying, no, I'm not mana battling anymore. I'm here to
No,
win.
that switch, and it's very important. I've noticed that the tech switching in Proto and PvP, there's this constant tech switching and scouting of your opponent's army,
Yeah.
and I think that Bones has had the better idea of what was happening in that game. Seeing the fleet beacon, seeing the double Stargate, he's like, all right, he's definitely gonna commit to Hello Kitty's definitely gonna commit to Phoenixes or Stargates because I mean, you're not gonna get maybe carriers. I don't know. I don't know, but
Little, I'm not gonna lie, Tempo. I love you, Tempo, but we're not gonna see carriers.
Hey, I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, this is
the
my
fact
tough
that
love.
you know you see a fleet beacon, like you're obviously gonna go for Phoenixes because you're not gonna see the carriers. So
Yeah.
it's like one of those identifying things where it's like, okay, you're gonna have a lot of Phoenix and you're gonna overmake them, so I'm gonna make some Marcons, and your ground army is just not gonna be able to deal with me.
Yeah, that adaptive style from Bones. Honestly, it's really weird to say, but Bones was doing the exact same build he does every other game. It's just that he adapts based on what his opponent is doing. He has an adaptive style where he has one sort of thing that he does every single game, and then he adapts it. But let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players. Tempo, take it away.
All right, spawning in the top right corner, able to bring this wonderful series to a best of, well, to a third game rather. He
They
is
brought
the
it to a
Green
best of
Protoss. He goes by the name of TTE Seeds of Bones.
We're going to finish up the entire casting for today, and they're just going to keep playing until a best of 7 is done.
Pretty much. I was actually gonna say best of 7D, but okay.
Oh, that's okay. I love you anyways, Tempo. Spawning down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, Derelict Watcher. It is representing Team Fnatic, the man himself, Hello Kitty. Man with a six-pack.
Yep. My final word. Overlay mess up. Ah, damn it.
My final word, you'll never have abs like these. Whoa, okay, wait, okay, hold on. Was that, okay, no, never mind. I freaked out for a second. I was like, wait, I lost track tempo. We were doing the intros. Was that a 10 gate? No, it was not a 10 gate.
Yeah.
Fear Dragon, calm down.
I believe one is a 12 and one is a
13.
13.
Yeah.
So that would have been funny. I would have missed it too. Good freak out. At least wait, what?
I'm ready to freak out, man, because this is gonna be awesome game.
Oh, I'm ready to freak out too because that's the second gateway there for Hello Kitty, with the gas though finishing. So this is gonna be a little interesting.
He hasn't started his cybernetics core, has he?
No, he's not.
Wait. Oh my god.
Now
oh
he
my
has.
god.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Tempo!
What's
Tempo,
up?
you know what this is?
What is this?
This is the Adele Scott build. Do you remember this?
What, like,
Things of Liberty. This is like 2011 right now, okay? You build 2 gateways and then you build your cybernetics core. And then you just send 3 zealots across the map to your opponent's base, and they're like, I have a stalker out, so I shouldn't die to this, but I can't kill them off fast enough before you start taking out my probes. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I'm liking it. Look at this, the throwback kitty over here. Look at that, yeah.
Wow, okay, this is gonna be really important. Bones is sending out the probe, he's gonna be scouting this out. But you know what? Here's the difference.
Okay.
We're not in Wings of Liberty 2011.
Yes,
We're in
there's
part
that
of this
mothership
one.
core thing.
Exactly. And that's gonna put an immediate time limit. He doesn't even have to worry about microing that mothership core to avoid this like hits from the zealots. And we're actually gonna see 2 stalkers being popped out for Hello Kitty immediately afterwards. So it's gonna be just 2 zealots he's sending out across the map. But still, this could still do damage because
I do remember now. I don't know why. Like, he just came back.
Bones isn't making a mothership core though.
No, he's not. He's gonna get a sentry instead to try to hold the ramp. I'm wondering. Okay, here goes the mothership core right now. But it's gonna be what, 2 zealots is gonna be not able to do any real damage. I don't think so with this sentry here. But it's more so the follow-up as well, huh? A second sentry.
Transition to 4 gate from Hello Kitty. He's all in, man.
Yes.
He needs to lay down the force field.
Yes, and the force field goes down.
Okay, force field number 1. He knows something is up. He sees that there were 2 zealots at your front. That's not normal. He sees the pylon going down with the mothership core. It's finally come out, but he's not gonna have photon overcharge for a while. It just popped.
And he did see Bones saw the chrono boost on the gateway.
Right,
but
number 2.
Okay.
And has to keep that mothership core alive, but no mothership core out for Hello Kitty. This is not a build designed to have a mothership core. It was Wings of Liberty time.
All right, 50 energy on that sentry. He's going to be able to get another force field. Then a 3rd sentry is going to get warped in. And I think with 1 more sentry, this 4 gate will be shut down. The sentry has to pop out, though. There's not enough energy here on the sentry, though. Oh, there is. Oh, my God. I was looking at the wrong one. But like you're saying, there is some kind of time limit going on here. As soon as that mothership core does have enough for that photon overcharge, I feel like this is going to lose a bit of steam, especially with these force fields.
Yeah, oh my god, Bones is so flippin' smart. Tempo. Okay, what is the one thing that you would expect? Okay, if your opponent is super hyper committed to defense, right? I mean, just imagine, and nice force field again, just imagine if Bones had thrown up 8 cannons at his front. What would you naturally think to do after that? You would expand, right?
Yeah. Oh, that pylon is so nice.
And he's gonna know if his opponent wants to expand, because his opponent has to warp in this stalker. He immediately knows, okay, my opponent's thinking about transitioning now, because he knows this is gonna work.
Yep. And now you can see that, Bones is gonna be able to actually start segmenting this army out and picking off a few where he can. Doing a little bit of good sentry micro. Oh, does lose one though. I think he lost 2 there.
Well, he's gonna snag a stalker though. I mean, he's already got a bigger army, I think, now than his opponent is. Oh, he's gonna have to force field one more. Be careful.
With that mothership core too.
There's no way he should die to this anymore. He just has to find a way to move down the ramp. And honestly, I think that Hello Kitty, with that second gas geyser mining, he's gonna look to maybe warp in a sentry and contain Bones now.
Yeah. But Bones is gonna put down a proxy pylon with the 3rd location of Hello Kitty. So he may try to sneak in a few zealots over into the base of Hello Kitty while this contain is happening, which would be pretty nice. Although there is a stalker and a zealot in the main of Hello Kitty and a mothership core on the way. But Bones is transitioning right into this 1 base Colossus build. Eventually he's going to be able to break out. And if Hello Kitty decides to expand and think that he's containing Bones, I think this Colossus push will be able to do quite a bit of work.
I mean, honestly, this is looking not just like the Adele Scott build 2011 time. Yeah. This is actually 2011 PvP.
Right I was going to say the
2011 PvP. Before
thinking like Securus Plateau right now. Like,
oh my god.
Okay. Looks like Bones is going to push down. He doesn't.
Okay.
That's the Immortal, so he's good.
Here's the thing, okay? You do have to remember that a lot of... Oh my god, Bones suddenly saying like, God, I can't believe I got contained for so long. Attacks with all the sentries on his zealot. You're a bad zealot.
You bad zealot.
But okay, so here's the thing: a lot of sentries got warped in, and sentries are hard to be super aggressive with unless you have a lot of reinforcing units to back them up with. The Immortal's gonna help, and he can still be aggressive because if you land some sick force fields against an opponent who doesn't have something like Blink, which Hello Kitty is getting,
Yep.
then you can still be effective, but it's hard. So I think that Hello Kitty should know this. He should just feel pretty comfortable throwing down this expansion for now, but he's gonna be fairly behind in tech, and just his unit composition as he moves later and later is not gonna be ideal.
Yeah. Hey, did I think Bones actually canceled. Okay, yeah, he canceled.
Yeah, cancel the robotics bay, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
yes. It was pointed. I didn't notice that, so that's pretty cool. He's gonna go for a blink of his own, get an observer, and also expand. And I think he's been getting a bit of probes throughout all of this. He's at 31 probes to 26 of Hello Kitty. So the expansion should go around the same time. And I'm liking Bones' position right now. He has the immortal count pretty there. If Hello Kitty is going to be going for Blink Stalkers, those 3 immortals are going to do a lot of work. And especially if he has his own Blink Stalkers too, like it's going to be a lot. The composition of Bones is going to be better unless Hello Kitty decides to. I don't know. He's never going to catch up in the immortal count, but
I think I know what he's doing. I think Hello Kitty, he's identifying the situation, and I think he has a pretty good idea of what to do. He says, there's no way that I can let this game go on for too long, as we end up seeing some Stalkers actually get caught out of position. They do have Blink, so they're trying to get to that low ground. There, they can blink down to the low ground. But Hello Kitty's correctly identifying the situation. He's saying the longer this game goes, the further behind I'm going to get. So I'm going to go for a really big, strong mid-game Arnie, which is Charge Zealot Archon. He's got the Temple Archives out, right? And he's going to be making it more and more Charge Zealots. He's also going to get some Immortals to support because he has a robotics facility.
Yeah.
But basically, nice blink up over there from Bones trying to pick off some of those Stalkers. And I think he actually should be able to get one. No. That dust over there, man. Throwing up a lot of dust in his eyes.
Yep.
Bad blink up over there from Hello Kitty.
Yeah, I don't know what that was at all. And all of these Stalkers are going to go down. And I think that Bones is out for blood. He's actually gonna go. Maybe. Okay. Pre-Guardian Shield. Mothership Core does have full energy, and a hallucinated Archon is here to sort of scare away. But it looks like they're both gonna be using hallucinated Archon. Some decent force fields, weird force fields actually. But Time Warp is gonna make it so that Bones can't come up the ramp because those Archons are hallucinated.
Yeah, and honestly, Hello Kitty again. He is actually now forced to make units. If he wants to defend this kind of area like a choke, he can't really afford to make a lot of those Charge Zealots that he maybe would have otherwise wanted to. He can't really afford to tech up because there's an army outside of his base. He has to be wary of that. Some nice...
really nice force fields.
Traps an Immortal. That is a really nice pickup. There's only one Immortal left over here for Bones. And
yeah.
Here's the thing. Bones is trying to transition out. Like, this isn't an all-in from him. He's not saying, I'm ending the game here. He's saying, I'll end the game here if I can. He's making more probes. He's taking his gas guys as his natural expansion.
Okay.
And I think he's going to get ready to transition out soon, but he's going to... he's going to walk straight up.
Whoa, never mind then. Not enough energy for a photon overcharge.
Those
nice,
are sick
micro here from Bones. Yeah, I love those force fields segmenting out, but there are 3 Immortals here for Hello Kitty. And they're not being targeted down. The front one does get targeted down. It goes down. Sick Blink Micro here from Bones. If those Immortals do stay alive, though, I feel like a lot of these Stalkers from Bones are going to go down. But, a recall.
Yes.
He kept the Mothership Core. Did he just snipe that or
no? If the Mothership Core gets picked off, recall does not happen. But honestly, I love that.
Okay.
I love that move from Bones. Because you know what? He identified. He said, you started pulling probes against my army because I forced you out. Guess what? I have a huge economic advantage now. You gotta come to me.
Massive.
You gotta come up my ramp, okay? This is my house. This is my
game. Come at me, bro.
Come at me, bro. Come at me.
Adding a few more gateways. I like this. He's staying pretty safe here. He knows that Hello Kitty has lost quite a few probes, especially since he did pull them there. And most likely he's gonna go for some kind of follow-up aggression where he tries to end the game with a desperation push, but the longer this goes on, Bones is in a really, really nice position. Not taking his third to expose himself. If he does take a third, then it does kind of spread him out among 3 bases. But oh my god, another warp in from Bones. I don't know how many kills that Zealot got, but it was pretty nice. And he gets to kind of see if he's making probes again.
Yeah, I mean, even killing off 1 or 2 probes right now for like a zealot is gonna be worth it. If he kills off one probe with
Oh
this,
my god, this
Oh.
is some nice force fields.
God.
Yeah, there was only one force field available there.
I just don't think that Hello Kitty can afford to be aggressive right now with these Blink Stalkers. I mean, his opponent has Blink. His opponent has a equivalent Stalker army. It's 7 Stalkers for Bones to 7 for Hello Kitty. I think that Hello Kitty needs to sit back and find another way to do damage. Maybe go for the Warp Prism DT drops again.
Exactly, yeah, something like that. But he can't really beat. He doesn't, because you know, like sometimes where Protoss will go, one Protoss goes for Immortals or one Protoss goes for Blink Stalkers, and it's like, well, he kind of build order countered me, but you're so mobile with the Stalkers that you can actually make plays work. But in this case, it's not going to work because Bones already does have Blink himself, and Derelict Watcher is not a map where you can blink from the low ground really into the main. Can you?
Yeah, actually. I
Or
think,
can you from
yeah.
the way top, the top left? Is that possible?
From the top left.
I don't know. Can you blink up to 2 levels, or is it impossible?
Yeah, you can blink up to. You can blink up as many levels as you want, man. When you're a Protoss, you don't need to be bounded by things that could have been Imba.
Oh wow! All right, so it does look like
shots
Bones.
fired.
Bones is gonna be pushing out right now. Charge is gonna finish for him. He
Plus
has a
one
few
weapons,
Archons
too.
in order to deal with any kind of force fields, but ooh, yep, more Archons are gonna be made. His army supply is just amazing right now. 85 to the 57 of Hello Kitty, and he has the worker supply lead. So
Oh God.
Hello Kitty is gonna try to take a third here, but the army is just too much here. It's gonna go out. A lot of Stalkers in the back aren't really doing anything here though, but Charge Loss closing the gap in between these Immortals that are in the front, and GG is called from Hello Kitty, and TT Esports Seeds Bones will be going into the round of 4 to join Jon Snow. Well, he's not gonna play Jon Snow.
He's
but he
gonna
will
play
join-
Clarity Gaming's
He'll be-
Saravati.
Yeah, he'll play Saravati, but joins Jon Snow in this group going into the round of 4. Absolutely.
Yeah, and honestly, sick play over there from Bones and Fnatic Hello Kitty. I mean, he
Yeah.
has the name of Fnatic. He's been in WCS Premier League, so he was a favorite to win. So, I have to hand it to
Really big
Bones.
Congrats.
And he
Yes.
did it. He did it without resorting to a different build.
Yeah.
I mean,
He said
helped-
it at the beginning, and he followed through. He didn't. No mind games really there. Just going in.
Yeah, basically, and I think he actually played the most games of today also. Like, and he just plays standard. Like this is seriously like one of my favorite players to even like watch, because it's like I know I have the replays and I can just be like, well, by the way, I know I'm bragging about having the replays, but this guy, go check out Google Seed Bones Liquipedia. This guy works so hard to keep that updated. As a content producer, I can tell you, keeping a Liquipedia article updated with not just replay packs that you're constantly releasing, but videos and links to the videos and a list of players that you've played, won and lost. Like, this guy works really hard. So go check that out. And this is the kind of guy that you want to copy build orders from, all right? If you're in Bronze to Masters, you want to be copying this guy's build orders.
Nice.
But let's go ahead and get him over here on the call
Yeah.
and see what he has to say, man, about advancing on to the next round. I think we may get a little bit more of a reaction out of him this time than the
He's
last.
probably- yeah, I can.
than the
I can
pregame
just-
interview.
I can imagine. It must be such a sigh of relief to breathe.
And I honestly like being able. In the pregame interview, you have to remember the last series that he played, he had lost, right? No, he had won the last series, but he wasn't through yet.
Yeah, it was the first one that.
He hadn't beaten Joj. But yeah, he's still like 1-1. Obviously, you're not going to feel amazing after going 1-1.
Yep.
But hey, man, hey, and as soon as Bone gets his camera on, we can ask this lovely gentleman who's going to be our final semifinalist. Bones, how are you feeling after all of that?
I'm pretty fucking happy. Sorry.
Yes. All right.
Is this a PG stream? But
This is your
Your stream, man.
right now, man. This is your stream right now.
oh man, after the rocky start, to pull back and advance from the group, despite still having mouse issues and whatnot, it's my mouse pad. There's something funky, but anyway, enough of excuses. Guess it doesn't really matter in the end since I advance. I'm very happy.
Hey, Hey man, you can buy a new mouse pad with the money you already have guaranteed yourself so far. But I have to ask about. First of all, let's go through those games. The first game, Hello Kitty went for some really crazy, and I have to hand it to Hello Kitty. He did a great job with this. He lived true to his name. What he said in his Breaking Out interview that he likes to make DTs work, even after scouting. What was going through your head that game?
I think it was fairly even until he got that one DT in my main, and the game was basically over after that. Not basically over, but I was way behind after losing probes and having probes off mining. I wasn't expecting such a fast warp prism. Ideally, I usually like to scout if they have a robo with their Dark Shrine, and then I know that they're likely going to be going for that type of a drop. But I just didn't. I don't know if I scouted it or not, but it didn't click. I had 3 Phoenix still alive, so if I knew there was a possibility of a warp prism, I could have had those.
There was a very painful moment.
Oh, they
where
barely.
the Phoenix were in vision range, moving past the warp prism, but they weren't in attacking range.
Yep, so they went by it.
And there was actually another awkward moment where you were looking for the warp prism, and your Phoenix, I think you like moved around to the third.
Oh right, he hit it.
Grass, and your Phoenix walked right past the warp prism again.
Yeah.
I know he ended up hiding it like way off to the left, just outside my main, right? I eventually found that. But also going for the fast Tempest, that works if I'm even or close. That was probably the wrong move because it allowed him to just kill me with Blink Stalker weapons. In hindsight, I probably should have just kept going Colossus. Usually the Tempest transition works out well because they don't have a timing to kill me until I can get a decent Tempest and Archon count out. But yeah, just being behind from that Warp Prism DT play. Really good multi-prong play by him that game.
Yeah.
And I didn't deal with it well enough.
All right, well, let's go to... Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead, Tempo.
No, I just said well played.
Oh, I thought I heard you say but. Okay.
No.
But, I did want to move on to the next game, which is a game that you actually did a little bit better in. And that was the crazy Phoenix mono battle game. So tell us about that and how wrong I am about how it's difficult to transition out from Phoenix versus Phoenix battles.
It's funny because 99% of the time I don't transition out. I guess because I was so far ahead in Phoenix, I felt when I saw he was going double Stargate in range, there would be a timing before he could even punish the fact that I stopped making Phoenix. That gave me even more leeway to do that. And in the end, by the time I ended up attacking, he just had nothing to kill Archons.
Yeah.
I was really scared that he was going to snipe my observers and do DTs. That was the only way he could have held that. But I don't know if he even had a robo, if he had observers. I didn't see him ever try that. Yeah, and then earlier on, there was just a good number of mind games. I don't remember all too well exactly what happened. But when you go Phoenix versus Phoenix like that, there's a lot of mind games in terms of the expansion. If you can get it up, and have a photon overcharge, you can hold a 1 base all in, and you're ahead. But if someone does a 1 base like 3 or 4 gate Phoenix against your expansion, you're going to be, and they hit before it finishes, before you have photon overcharge, you're going to be behind. But that didn't particularly come to play. And then I just had some lucky, I don't know, skillful micro with the Phoenix that allowed me to get that little edge.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Okay, and this it's actually totally okay because you just said may have been lucky. What do you do in Phoenix versus Phoenix battles to micro, or is it literally just random spazzy clicking? Because I thought I saw some cool stuff going on.
At one point when you're like just flying in circles, that's just like both guys saying, we're gonna roll the dice here. But micro, what was it? I remember seeing a GIF over on Reddit of Baby Knight.
Pulling back
Phoenix versus Phoenix. So you can micro a lot in terms of pulling back, in terms of target firing. If you've got a certain number of Phoenix that you could one-shot, you're going to want to like stack them and then target fire. And I think I did that a couple times when I had that advantage. But otherwise, microing them back and whatnot, and all that is, kind of standard micro, but it does make a big difference in Phoenix fights. So it's not entirely random, unless it does get random once you get to a certain number. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Well, let's just move into that last game and get your final thoughts on that before we kind of start to close up. What were your thoughts about that last game? And it was a pretty hectic one.
It was hectic. I don't. What was his opener? I don't even know what that was.
Do you remember the Adele Scott build?
No, I don't.
Okay, back in Wings of Liberty 2011, there was a build called the Adele Scott build. It was a build where you build your first 2 gateways and then you build your Cybernetics core, and you move across the map with your first 2 zealots and do a bunch of pressure, force out like early force fields much earlier than normal, and then you can follow it up into either an expansion or you can follow it up as he did with 4 gateways. And just go for the kill. And he followed up with 4 gateways and tried to go for it, but I think you seem prepared for it with how many sentries you had. And
my opener works pretty well against that and 10 gate 4 gates, or any other type of 4 gates. Because once I recognize it, I just chrono its sentries, and am usually, because of the early gas, I'm usually going to have constant force fields. Depending if people know exactly what I'm doing, they can like totally go straight for it with their units right away and force out force fields earlier, and then it gets really down to the seconds in terms of the force fields and whatnot. But I think I had a fairly comfortable buffer based on how long it took him to get to the ramp, and that one really early sentry, I go Zealot sentry, so the first sentry ends up getting a lot of energy, so it gets a second force field really fast, so it's actually really safe against pressures like that. His was a bit unorthodox, but ended up playing out very similar to like a 10 gate 4 gate, and then I just keep force fielding the ramp, and then it got wonky from there.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, after that, it just got really cool because I think you transition out. Hello Kitty tried to transition out into what was looking like it was going to be Charge Lot Archon, but then he researched Blink, and I think he got a couple of unfavorable. He tried to harass, but I think you had Blink also, and then you kind of punished him for it.
Yeah,
like, so snowballed.
I had the RoboBay going down, as you might have saw, because one thing they can do in that situation is build an expo and contain. I did have the probe on his side of the map to kind of read that out. So the RoboBay is just, in case he tries to make sentries and contain, then I can bust out with the Colossus and try and all. And that doesn't work that well with the Mothership core now. Photon Overcharge is pretty good at holding that. But he didn't do that, so I just kind of got down. We both kind of took expos. But when I canceled that RoboBay, I went for a Twilight Council because I had scouted his chronoing Twilight Council, and I guess assumed it was Blink. You said he might have been going for Charge Light Archon, but
yeah,
I don't know why. I guess just assumed Blink, or Blink's like the 99% upgrade in that situation.
That makes sense.
So I had a slight edge with my Robo, and I thought, if I'm getting Immortal Blink Stalker, it's better than Blink Stalker, and maybe I can make something happen with the Blink Stalkers against his Blink Stalkers. And then, as you said, that did come into play when he tried to do some harassment, and I ended up having Blink and more Stalkers, and was able to get some damage done.
Well, I mean, congratulations, Bones. You definitely deserve the win. You played really well, and I think you definitely have changed my mind. I used to think, hey, PvP, you gotta mix it up or you're gonna get punished, but dude, you've made me a believer, man. You made me a believer.
Well played, Captain
I'm
Bones.
going to talk about the rest of the game. I've got a good question for you. Here, ask me.
Okay. All right. Tempo, Tempo, you can ask this question.
All right.
It's like the usual question, like, at what point of the game did you know you had won?
So, Bones, it was a very long game. It was pretty crazy going back and forth. But at what point of the game did you feel like you had just won the game?
Yeah.
You're going to the round of 4. Like, I'm going to do it.
Well, that's a very good question. Thank you. I was doing that Blinkstalker Immortal attack. It was kind of dicey because it's a 2 force field ramp, so I was kind of worried that it was going to be an overcommittal. I might have been even in probes anyway, so it didn't matter. But once I got up that ramp, and he pulled probes, and I don't know if that was the right call or not. I thought, that's a mistake because he might have actually had a comparable army. He had a lot of Immortals, but that probe pull, he lost like 20 probes there, and that's when I thought, okay, I've got this.
Nice.
I just get the recall, go home, hold any counter swing, and then just build up off 2 base and do a push with like Archons or whatever, which is what I did.
Indeed.
Wow.
And I think that's a really, really good point. Good question,
Yeah.
Tempo.
I mean,
Uh,
I'm just saying. I had one, so I had to make it count, right?
All right, so final question, Bones. Tomorrow you're going to face Clarity Gaming Saravati in the semifinals. And do you have any sort of plans of how you're going to practice for that? Or is it just, you know what? Standard play, trumps Saravati, who's known as someone who literally prides himself on being unpredictable.
Yeah. I've played against him a bunch in the past, not terribly recently.
Teammate, right?
Yeah, we were on
Ex-teammate.
Ex-teammate. I guess I'm just gonna practice, maybe against some of the guys on seed, shore up maybe some early game defense and whatnot. Because I think if I get past that, I'm fine. I know he likes DTs, so as well. So I'll have to, make sure I'm prepared against that. But I think that should be a good match. Could go either way.
Yeah.
He's had a winning record against me in the past, but I think my PvP's a lot better now. Hopefully I can sort out my mouse issues, whatever. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
It's very weird. I won't get into it, but yeah. And then we'll see. I think it'll be a close series.
Dude, I'm excited for it, man. And guys, be sure to tune in for that one. That is actually going to be a really exciting match. A lot of stories going on over there. Ex-teammates, Protoss versus Protoss, completely different styles of unexpected play versus super duper standard play. It's going to be a lot of fun. But, we are pretty much wrapping it up. So thank you so much, Bones. We're going to go ahead and boot you off of the Skype call.
Do I get shoutouts? I don't get
Dude,
shoutouts.
oh, you do actually get shitouts. You know what? You deserve it, man.
You've been getting you love booting people out of.
That's my power trip, man. Look, I wish I could be as good as these guys. So I just try and boot people out of Skype because I'm like, look at that micro. Look at that micro. Force field. Force field you out of the call. All right, shoutouts, Miles.
Shout out to my team, Root Seed Academy. Also, all the members been very supportive tonight and whatnot. Shout out to our sponsors, of course, TTE Sports, V3 Gaming. I think they got computers for the Root House. And the other sponsors, Twitch and whatnot. Shout out to, I don't know if I should shout out to individual people because then maybe I'll forget someone, so I'll just not. So thank you anyone who talked to me before these matches and help me out in that regard. Yeah, that's it.
Sounds good, man. And now I'm going to very gently edge you out of the Skype
Make sure
conversation.
to follow my Twitter. I want more Twitter followers, please.
Yeah, Seed Bones.
At Seedbones.
And start streaming more.
Those are
right?
my final word. I'm actually building a new computer. I've got the parts and whatnot ordered. It's a fairly good rig. And once I get that done, then I'll be able to stream comfortably, good quality, whatnot.
Mm-hmm. And what is your stream, by the way? Just last shout out.
Twitch TV/Zeppelin535.
Mm-hmm.
Need to get
Not
that changed
intuitive.
eventually. It's
Not intuitive.
It's not Bones, so it's, doesn't match, but All right.
All right.
Sweet.
Thank you
see
so
guys
much. Bones.
tomorrow. Everybody make sure to tune in.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll see you tomorrow,
games.
Bones.
Congrats, man. Take care.
You too.
All right, he's out. And God, I'm so glad
Get
we're
out.
done with that guy. I mean,
Get out of here. You're out of here.
oh god, I actually really love all the players. Like every
Yeah.
one of the players has been playing fantastically. Even, I mean, you think about players like Joj and Hello Kitty. Both haven't made it through. They're both really awesome guys. Joj's unbelievably nice. Hello Kitty, I mean, we call him the blunt one because he's really freaking honest. But he's actually still a nice guy behind it.
He's a nice dude, and he's funny as
funny.
oh my
He's
god! I
so
couldn't keep a
funny.
straight face. I was dying. Holy moly, so funny.
Oh, I love that guy.
Entertaining guy for sure.
But guys, we do want to give our final shout outs for the night. So, Tempo, do you want to just tell people one last time about the donation boxes going on down below?
Oh yeah, guys. So it's just you saw these players playing today, and how thankful they are to have you watch them. And even during that last game, they wouldn't be playing if it wasn't for things like this. So if you would like to support them, you can donate to them, I think, individually. And you can also contribute to the prize pool as a whole as well. So, just showing your support for the North American StarCraft 2 scene. If you did enjoy it, getting to know these players, I don't think there are really that many events that allow them to even come and just speak to the people that want to watch them. So it's definitely a step in the right direction. And just show your support if you're able to. And I'm sure they will appreciate it very much.
Yeah, and you can also, I'm actually not sure if you mentioned this, you can also donate to the prize pool as well if you so choose to. But of course, depending on which one you donate to, you can also be entered to be in a a giveaway, basically, not a contest, giveaway. So whoever actually donates the most to either the prize pool or to the players themselves will be entered. Either one, the highest donator will actually be able to win a t-shirt from Barcraft Apparel. And actually, if you don't want to actually spend any money on this, you could just follow @Barcraft Apparel on Twitter and send them out a tweet. Tell them how awesome you think Bones is. Tell them how funny you think Hello Kitty is. Tell them that Tempo has a really, really cool hat that I really wish I had. Say whatever you want.
Oh man, I have to really thank you. I told you way before, just to be part of this is really awesome. Building the NA scene is something that I know Total Biscuit is doing with Shoutcraft as well. But even like you kind of taken a step farther with the whole your show that you did beforehand. It's kind of like it gives the players too like a kind of like a hope, like, hey, we haven't forgot about you, or like a lot of times people just there's no motivation, it feels like sometimes in the scene, and this is one of those things that allows North American players to do that. So I got to give a big shout out to you, man, especially. Much love, my brother. Much love, dude. So got to give also a shout out to Kieran for the wonderful observing. He's a boss. He's a
Current
boss.
TV.
Current TV.
Follow this man on Twitter, guys, @Current TV. Observers do not
get
get
him
the
to
love.
observe. Yeah, man. Get his name out there so that the next WCS or anything, it's like he's one of the people that like, hey, we got to get him to observe.
Legend's done. He's running his team now. Epic. We want Curran as GSL observer.
GSL #1.
I mean, Curran is literally doing production. All right,
Yeah.
production at like a high level. All right, most observers are just trying to do observing of the game.
Yeah.
Like, this guy is amazing. Please go follow him on Twitter @Curran TV, KUREN TV.
Yeah. But also got to give a big shout out to everybody out there in the chat that has been tuning. It's pretty awesome. I mean, for me, I'm an East Coaster. It's about 1:20 in the morning for me, but
Oh my god.
it doesn't even feel that way, man. I thought I was gonna be really tired and my voice was gonna be completely shot, but this was a really, really entertaining day. It just feels like you're hanging out with the players too, getting to know them. I never really have done that before, as far as just doing the interview after and hearing the trash talk and stuff. So it was actually a really fun time, and it actually feels more. It feels like less time passed than when I did my stream. You know what I mean? I think that was like probably the same amount of time.
It's been 5 hours, man.
Yeah, it does not feel like 5 hours. So thank y'all for tuning in. You guys make it as well, and give your support for the scene. Give your support for even us as. I mean, I'm not an official caster or anything, but I'm here, to commentate these games, and I really do appreciate doing so. So, I just got to give a thank you to everybody that does support me individually as well, that tunes into my stream and my music as well. So I got to give a shout out to y'all. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tempo. I need to give a shout out to you because you have been absolutely amazing. And I want to give one more shout out to Current TV because seriously, this guy's amazing. But
yeah, buddy.
I do also want to thank a couple of the other people who are seriously so important to the involvement of this actual not just the show but also this this tournament as well. So I do want to thank actually Killcap, who did all the initial art assets for the show, like every single one of them, and Nubity, who took a lot of those art assets, kind of refined them a little bit and made them what you see here today. Cybert, who actually did the hype video trailer, which you guys are going to be seeing as soon as we finish all these shout outs and everything.
Nice.
But, those are the people who have done a lot of the art assets and everything involved that you guys have been seeing. I also want to give a shout out, actually, to Let's Kung Fu. That actually is a Damon Knight. He does a StarCraft 2 / Hearthstone podcast. He had Temple on for that podcast. And, I mean, anything that Temple's involved in, it's going to be good. Same with, like, the StarCraft 2 visual novel and everything. But of course, I also want to thank the other sponsor, who is Barcraft Apparel. We mentioned them before. You guys can go ahead and donate to those boxes because they've been so kind as to provide us with 3 t-shirts to do these giveaways for people in the United States. And another big shout out to Ryan T. Shutter. And guys, I know we've given shout outs to GameHeart before. We are the first tournament using GameHeart Lite, and I need to explain to you guys, Ryan is such an unbelievably hard worker, to the point where after last night's broadcast, he was like, no, it wasn't perfect. I can't sleep until it's perfect. Like, I'm not joking. Like, he actually is this hard working. So please, guys, I know that like there's already been a Kickstarter and everything for GameHeart and everything, but this guy has been working his ass off. Give him some love and follow him on Twitter. Read his GameHeart updates and everything. He's super awesome. And also, Go Imba, thank you so much. They are actually someone who we're partnering with. They've been giving us all these statistics and everything. And you've been seeing them up in the top right-hand corner. You guys can bet, and they're actually going to still be involved. Be sure to actually check out the bets for tomorrow, because we have the semifinals already determined now, and there's some pretty awesomely close matches going to be coming up. So thank you so much to Go Imba for being involved with all this. And I think that's pretty much it. I do want to actually do really quick shout outs to some of the people who have done the photography also for the player intros. We have Christopher Steele, who did the player photo for Saravati. We might have seen him yesterday, didn't see him today, but Ghost Claw, actually, the one who did the Hello Kitty one. And an unknown MLG photographer for Ari. I'm sorry, I tried really hard to track you down, man. But please take some credit for that if you did do that. Outside of that, thank you everyone that's been donating. I've actually updated the prize pool donation thing on Team Liquid. And I will update it as soon as any other donations get posted. So thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope to see you all tomorrow.
I've forgotten one important shout out that I never ever forget, but woo, thank goodness I did. Gotta give a big shout out to Mama Tempo, because if it wasn't for Mama Tempo, I would not be able to be here doing this at all. Period. Yeah, Jetrix in the chat. My brother.
Man.
Thank you,
That's an
sir.
important one, man.
Thank you,
That is
sir.
an important one.
I must, but yeah. You can follow Mama Tempo at FearDragon64 on Twitter.
Oh man, Tempo, we just got some meta. I think you're older than me, man. We're gonna have to confirm this after.
Okay.
Because you never talk about a lady's age on stream.
Indeed.
But with that being said, guys, if you did enjoy this broadcast, please consider following over here on twitch.tv/FearDragon64, or you can check out all the VODs that will be uploaded to youtube.com/FearDragon64. I do actually need to get on that. I want to split those videos up for you guys, so it's not just like, here is the 5.5 hours for day 1. Here is the 5.5 hours for day 2. Here is like the 8 hours for day 3. Like, I don't want to do that to you guys. I'm going to split it up, and it's going to take a little bit extra time, but I will have those videos up. Until then, that's over, and that's going to be over on youtube.com/FearDragon64. And by the way, it's going to be a meta moment because somebody's going to be watching this on that channel, and they're going to be listening to this and be like, oh, you split it up. Yeah, this is pretty good. But the VODs will also be available over here on twitch.tv/FearDragon64. Just type in /videos at the end of the URL bar, and then go to past broadcasts. I save every single one of them for the most part, unless I'm just like, man, I really shit talk that person. I should probably delete this VOD. Yeah, there was that one time I had to delete so many VODs of how much I was trash talking Tempo, man.
Like, it was crazy how many.
I mean, we hit each other on the ladder, and we were just like, that kid again.
You said you played standard. I thought you said Bones was your favorite player. You can't rush me.
Oh god, but seriously, guys, please consider following, and be sure to tune in tomorrow because we have our semifinals picked out. Clarity Gaming Saravati, we have Root Seeds' Bones, we have Core Gaming's Jon Snow, and we have Core Gaming Sonic. We have a Zerg, a Terran, and 2 Protosses. Whatever race you play, whatever race you like, we have a representative. And oh god, I'm gonna change this to a different. That was a really awkward. Don't worry about what I just did with my hands. I
wasn't even paying
for
attention.
that whole thing. And then I'm gonna draw more attention to it. But guys, thank you so much for. I'm gonna end the shoutouts before Tempo realizes he has to thank somebody else.
I know.
But guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful night. See you at the same time tomorrow. Take care. This Reaper harassment has already done a ton of damage. Sonic sees Zealots rallying across the map. And now the Tempest are actually vulnerable to